Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As Xu Ming stepped onto the heavenly staircase, everyone's hearts tensed up. Their emotions were complicated, an entanglement of contradictory desires. They didn't want Xu Ming to ascend the staircase and claim the treasure. Yet they also feared that if he failed, they would be trapped here forever. This dual longing and dread filled them with inner conflict. The best outcome, in their eyes, was for Xu Ming to meet some kind of accident while still obtaining the Biwa scroll. Then, due to some twist of fate, the scroll would fall into their own hands, granting them dominion over this realm. Of course, they knew such a scenario was nothing but wishful thinking. Step by step, Xu Ming ascended. With every step he took, Xu Ming felt his body growing heavier. At first, it was as if a massive boulder, weighing thousands of pounds, pressed upon him. Gradually, that boulder seemed to transform, increasing from thousands to tens of thousands of pounds, until it felt as though he was carrying an entire mountain. The weight wasn't just a physical burden, it felt like it bore down on his very soul. In truth, Xu Ming wasn't mistaken. For the perspective of those watching from below, as Xu Ming ascended the staircase, a massive golden boulder seemed to materialize on his shoulders. No one knew its exact weight, but it was clear that this trial would be anything but light. Xu Ming pressed on, and the golden boulder vanished, replaced by a phantom golden mountain. Everyone saw Xu Ming's feet sink heavily downward, his shoulders dropping visibly under the increased burden. Xu Ming frowned. When he lifted his foot, it trembled uncontrollably. Every step upward seemed excruciating. In the next instant, thick clouds were pierced by chains that wrapped around Xu Ming's body, sealing his inner energy and spiritual power. At that moment, Xu Ming was no different from an ordinary man, albeit one whose physical strength exceeded most due to years of martial practice. "Is it heavy?" the golden toad asked, its face showing not mockery, but genuine concern. "Somewhat," Xu Ming replied, forcing his trembling right foot to take another step. As soon as he stepped onto the next level, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he fell to one knee. For the first time, Xu Ming fully understood that the weight pressing on him wasn't just physical, it was crushing his very soul. The moment he knelt, his spirit trembled, and he was on the verge of being shattered by the mountain's weight. To the others watching below, the golden mountain on Xu Ming's shoulders had grown even larger. Phew! Xu Ming exhaled deeply, forcing himself to his feet. He turned to the golden toad. "Is the trial of the heavenly staircase merely about enduring weight?" The golden toad chuckled. "Do you know what it is you carry on your shoulders?" Xu Ming asked, "What is it?" With a wave of its hand, the golden toad made the golden mountain on Xu Ming's shoulders appear even clearer. Those below furrowed their brows as they recognized it. That golden mountain was, in fact, Biwa City. The sprawling city, spanning 50 miles in each direction, had been condensed into this single golden form. On this mountain, you could see the citizens of Biwa City strolling down its streets. You could see innkeepers preparing to open their establishments, patrons emerging from brothels, and street vendors selling steamed buns and other morning treats. Upon your shoulders, the golden toad said, rests every brick and tile of Biwa City, every blade of grass and tree, every drop of water, every stone, and every living soul within it. The voice of the golden toad reverberated across the space. If you wish to become the master of Biwa City, you must bear the entirety of its burdens. From this moment on, you will be the cause of Biwa City, and the city will form countless effects because of your cause. Xu Ming smiled faintly. So, is this trial of the heavenly staircase nothing more than this? If that's the case, it doesn't seem all that difficult. The golden toad clasped its hands together. Amipa, benefactor, keep ascending, and you will see. Closing its eyes once more, the golden toad fell silent. Xu Ming straightened his back and continued climbing step by step. Though the weight on his shoulders was immense, it was still bearable. If this trial was merely a test of endurance, Xu Ming believed he could make it to the top of the staircase. But he knew deep down that it couldn't be that simple. Sure enough, as he reached the 333rd step of the 999-step staircase, Xu Ming suddenly felt an incredible lightness. The golden mountain on his shoulders gradually vanished. The chains that had pierced through his body dissolved, and when his spiritual energy and martial qi surged back through him, Xu Ming had never felt so free and powerful. He continued his ascent. Suddenly, Xu Ming stopped. Golden light gathered in front of him, coalescing into the form of a jackal. This jackal seemed familiar. It resembled the one from the Biwa County Yamen. "Little brother, if you want to keep going, you'll have to get through me first," the jackal said with a grin. Xu Ming looked up at the golden toad. The golden toad opened its eyes again and explained, "Next, you will face the spiritual manifestations of 4 Biwa city residents. Defeat them, and you may continue your ascent." "I see." Xu Ming shifted his gaze back to the jackal before him. "Then forgive me for what comes next." "Little brother, I'm not that easy to beat," the jackal said with a sly smile, beckoning Xu Ming with a paw. Xu Ming chuckled. "Easy or not, I'll get through." With those words, Xu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The jackal raised a claw to block the attack. Fist and claw collided, scattering martial qi through the air. The golden spiritual form of the jackal staggered back several steps under the force of Xu Ming's strike. The jackal was taken aback, shaking its paw in surprise. How was this man's strength so overwhelming? Xu Ming advanced up the steps. With each punch he threw, the jackal was forced back one step, and with each step the jackal retreated, Xu Ming ascended another. The onlookers below watched the battle in awe, gaining a newfound respect for Xu Ming's power. Boom! Xu Ming's fist landed squarely on the jackal's head, shattering its spiritual form. Far below in Biwa City, the jackal, sitting in the county yamen, spat out a mouthful of blood. Compared to the jackal, this tiger was far more powerful, especially in terms of raw strength. Among all the opponents Xu Ming had faced, this tiger was the mightiest, stronger even than the elephant of Biwa City. Each punch Xu Ming threw at the tiger was met head-on, with the tiger refusing to evade or block differently. The tiger reciprocated in kind, and their exchange of raw, unrestrained blows left the onlookers holding their breath in shock and awe. Finally, Xu Ming employed the thunderous drum technique of his heaven-splitting fist, each punch heavier than the last, until his final blow pierced through the tiger's chest. The third golden manifestation was one Xu Ming also recognized, a wild pheasant from Biwa City that roosted on the Wudong tree and referred to itself as a phoenix. "Pheasant?" Xu Ming asked tentatively. "Pheasant? How dare you? I'm called Phoenix. Last time you did the same thing, calling me a pheasant the moment you saw me." The bird huffed, raising its head proudly, with a touch of petulance. "My apologies," Xu Ming said, bowing his head politely. "Umph. Even if you apologize, I won't go easy on you." The self-proclaimed phoenix soared into the sky, its body rapidly growing in size. Flames engulfed its entire form, and a sharp, piercing cry rang out, an unmistakable imitation of a phoenix's call. The phoenix spewed a torrent of flames at Xu Ming. Xu Ming wielded a peachwood sword, enveloping himself in sword qi. Each time the fire reached him, the qi around his body sliced through the flames, dispersing them. Finding an opening, Xu Ming leaped onto the phoenix's back, raining punch after punch onto its body. The phoenix and Xu Ming tumbled through the skies, locked in a fierce battle. Those watching below couldn't help but wonder if Xu Ming would be burned to ashes. Qin Xingwan's gaze remained fixed on Xu Ming, her fists clenched tightly. "Min!" With another sharp cry, the phoenix's golden form plummeted to the ground, disintegrating into glowing light. When Xu Ming returned to the heavenly staircase, he wasn't in good shape either. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was charred in places. Ignoring his injuries, Xu Ming continued climbing, awaiting the final golden manifestation. Ribbit. The last golden form was none other than the golden toad itself. The golden toad blocked Xu Ming's path, clasped its hands together, and bowed slightly. Benefactor, please enlighten me. As the golden toad took its place as Xu Ming's final trial, despair spread among the onlookers like wildfire. Even Qin Xingwan's face turned pale. The golden toad's power was well known, undoubtedly the strongest in Baiwa City. How could Xu Ming possibly defeat it? Xu Ming regarded the toad calmly. Are you at the nascent soul realm? The golden toad shook its head. Late golden core realm. I see. Xu Ming nodded. In the next moment, he stepped forward and punched the golden toad square in the stomach. But his punch felt as if it had sunk into cotton, its force disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Xu Ming looked up just in time to see the toad's tongue lashing down at him. He sidestepped swiftly, and the tongue struck the staircase with a crack, leaving a deep fissure. The toad spat out a glob of venom, the corrosive liquid transforming into arrows that shot towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming! Qin Xingwan screamed. The arrows were too fast. It seemed Xu Ming was doomed. But once again, his strength defied everyone's expectations. Xu Ming stomped in midair, martial qi exploding beneath his foot, propelling him out of the arrow's path. As the battle continued, inscriptions of the Tao began to manifest in Xu Ming's eyes. With a golden toad locked gazes with him, its body involuntarily trembled. For a moment, it felt as if Xu Ming's gaze had penetrated its very being, leaving it entirely exposed. Ribbit, the golden toad, croaked nervously. The golden toad's palm descended towards Xu Ming's head, and fierce winds coiled around Xu Ming's legs, rooting him in place. But Xu Ming made no effort to dodge. Instead, he activated his blood qi frenzy, causing the blood in his spirit veins to boil violently. Around him, blood energy mingled with martial qi, rippling outward like stones thrown into a lake. Boom! Heaven-splitting fist, sea-cleaving form. Xu Ming launched an upward punch that struck squarely at the center of the golden toad's palm. A flash of pain crossed the toad's face as one of its arms disintegrated into a shimmering mist. But Xu Ming wasn't done. With the speed granted by his blood qi frenzy, he appeared behind the golden toad in an instant. Straightening his foot, he unleashed a whip kick to the toad's head, sending it spinning in a full circle. The golden toad retaliated by extending its tongue, wrapping it tightly around Xu Ming's arms and legs. With a powerful tug, it seemed intent on swallowing Xu Ming whole. Yet Xu Ming grabbed hold of the tongue and yanked it with all his might, pulling the massive toad toward him. Another devastating punch struck the golden toad square in the abdomen. The force of the blow sent a shock wave through its body, causing it to vomit blood. From the point of impact, cracks began to spread across the golden toad's form like fractures in porcelain. Finally, its body shattered into countless glowing fragments that dispersed into the air. Xu Ming stood still, his hands clasped behind his back, the wind tugging at the tattered remains of his clothing. The spectators stared at Xu Ming's silhouette in stunned silence, their hearts trembling with awe. They had never seen a martial artist like this before, so overwhelmingly powerful that he seemed to defy all reason. The mere thought of what Xu Ming might achieve if he reached the pinnacle of his path filled them with a mix of dread and wonder. Some even began to question whether the martial path was truly a dead end. Could Xu Ming forge a new horizon for martial artists? Despite his victory, Xu Ming was in a sorry state. His body was covered in burns and claw marks, with blood seeping from open wounds. Every step he took pulled at his injuries, causing fresh blood to drip to the ground. As the shattered remains of the golden toad reassembled, its form reappeared, fully intact and unscathed. Benefactor, proceed. I hope you can overcome the final trial, the golden toad said, clasping its hands together in a gesture of respect. Xu Ming nodded and returned the gesture before continuing his ascent, his body battered and exhausted. When only 9 steps remained between him and the summit, the skies suddenly darkened. Thick storm clouds gathered, lightning crackled, and fierce winds swept across Baiwa City. Even the air itself seemed to carry the numbing charge of thunder, making it hard for the onlookers to breathe. Xu Ming raised his head, his gaze piercing the heavens. In the sea of storm clouds, a massive shadow slithered back and forth. Its outline hinted at something ancient and awe-inspiring, a creature out of legend. On the mountain, Invincible stared at the scene above in disbelief. It couldn't be. Is that? Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. From the sea of clouds, a colossal dragon head emerged, its eyes locking onto Xu Ming. Amid the layers of clouds, a massive head emerged. It was a dragon, but not a living creature. This one was formed entirely of blue lightning. The thunder dragon descended slowly. Its claws tore through the clouds, and its body wove in and out of the sea of clouds. Bolts of lightning crackled around it, and the thunderclouds veiled its form, half obscuring and half revealing its majesty. Surrounding the dragon was an aura of pure lightning. 9 heavens, thunder tribulation. The name surfaced in Xu Ming's mind. He had once read about various tribulations in a book. For a cultivator, there are typically 5 major tribulations to overcome, advancing from the sea observation realm to the dragon gate realm, from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm, from the nascent soul realm to the jade purity realm, from the jade purity realm to the immortal realm, and finally, from the immortal realm to the ascension realm. Depending on a cultivator's talent and fortune, each tribulation had 9 levels of difficulty. Among them, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was the most challenging for advancing from the sea observation realm to the dragon gate realm. Countless cultivators had perished under this tribulation, their bodies destroyed and their paths severed. But the problem was, Xu Ming was only in the furnace foundation realm. Even if he were to break through to the cave mansion realm, it shouldn't trigger a tribulation. The heavenly Tao never blocks all paths. A voice echoed in his mind. You should consider yourself fortunate, because your realm is merely furnace foundation. The final trial of Baiwa City is the 9 heavens thunder tribulation meant for breaking through from sea observation to Dragon Gate. Had your realm been higher, you might have faced the 9 celestial thunder tribulation of the nascent soul realm or the 9 lotus profound tribulation of the jade purity realm instead. Well, I suppose I should thank the heavenly Tao, then, Xu Ming replied with a faint smile. The golden toad wasn't wrong. The higher his realm, the more difficult the tribulation. At his current furnace foundation realm, Xu Ming truly benefited from his weaker cultivation. Even so, Xu Ming was well aware of the harsh reality. Facing the most challenging 9 heavens thunder tribulation of the cave mansion realm with his mortal body at the furnace foundation realm was an insurmountable task. Below the heavenly staircase, nearly everyone had lost hope for Xu Ming. If nothing unexpected happened, Xu Ming was destined to die here on the heavenly staircase. After all, how could a cultivator at the furnace foundation realm possibly survive the most supreme tribulation of the sea observation realm? The crowd, which initially harbored feelings of jealousy and bitterness towards Xu Ming, now felt nothing but relief. At the beginning, watching Xu Ming carry the entire Baiwa City on his back while shattering 4 golden avatars of Baiwa City's monstrous guardians, they had felt deeply dissatisfied. Their frustration stemmed from one thought. If he can do it, why can't I? But as Xu Ming ascended step by step, the crowd grew increasingly uneasy, wishing fervently for his downfall. Now, faced with the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, they knew there was no chance for Xu Ming, and by extension, no chance for themselves. For if Xu Ming, at the furnace foundation realm, had to face the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, wouldn't those of them at the cave mansion or sea observation realms face the even deadlier 9 celestial thunder tribulation? Crossing multiple realms to endure the harshest tribulations was as close to impossible as one could imagine. Roar! The thunder dragon above the sea of lightning let out another deafening roar, scattering winds and filling the air with the stinging static of the tribulation. Even hundreds of meters below, many cultivators trembled in fear, their knees threatening to buckle under the dragon's overwhelming presence. But there, standing on the heavenly staircase just dozens of meters away from the thunder dragon, Xu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression remained calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful. "Are you not afraid?" the golden toad asked, curiosity evident in its tone. It couldn't help but wonder, how could this 16-year-old boy possess such composure beyond his years? "Afraid," Xu Ming replied with a slight smile. "But does it help?" The golden toad froze for a moment, then smirked. "Indeed, it does not." Roar! As the golden toad's words fell, the tribulation descended. The thunder dragon exhaled a blast of draconic breath. This was the first strike of the tribulation. The blue dragon's breath, resembling fire, engulfed Xu Ming completely. Lightning smoke billowed from Xu Ming's surroundings, spreading across the sky. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The nine heavens thunder tribulation consisted of 9 strikes, but judging by the sheer power of the first one, most of them doubted they could survive even this initial onslaught. As the lightning smoke dissipated, the crowd focused their spiritual energy into their eyes, straining to see Xu Ming atop the heavenly staircase, hundreds of meters above. Many assumed they would see nothing, that Xu Ming must have been reduced to ashes by this first strike. But they were disappointed. When the smoke cleared, Xu Ming stood there, his body charred but intact. "He's alive! He's alive!" Qin Xinhuan clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Xu Ming. "Cough, cough!" Xu Ming let out a few raspy coughs, faint trails of smoke escaping his mouth. As he moved slightly, his every action crackled with static electricity. Even though Xu Ming had survived, most onlookers believed his journey was over. His strength was already spent, his resolve nearing its limit. The Thunder Dragon, however, gave him no time to recover. With a furious roar, it seemed to bellow, "Why hasn't this ant died yet?" The second strike followed immediately. Lightning surged around the Thunder Dragon, coalescing into an enormous pillar of pure energy. The lightning pillar crashed into Xu Ming. Within the storm, Xu Ming felt every inch of his flesh being torn apart. His soul itself seemed on the verge of being ripped to shreds. In the past, the most excruciating experience Xu Ming had endured was the body-tempering process forced upon him as a child by Madame Wang. Yet this second strike surpassed that pain 100-fold. As the second tribulation strike subsided, Xu Ming's consciousness began to blur. Thoughts of the 7 remaining strikes filled him with despair. Watching the man push to his limits, the golden toad shook its head. It admired Xu Ming greatly, but there was nothing it could do to help him. Xu Ming could rely only on himself now, and he didn't even have the option to surrender. The third strike descended. The sky above Baiwa City split open, revealing a gaping hole. From this opening, a torrential waterfall of lightning poured down towards Xu Ming. The waterfall, a cascade of liquid lightning, struck Xu Ming the moment it touched him. The weight of it drove him to one knee on the heavenly staircase. Xu Ming felt the liquid lightning penetrate every pore, seep into his body, and merge with his blood. If the first 2 strikes had aimed to destroy him externally, this third strike sought to obliterate him from within. His internal organs, blood vessels, every part of him felt as though it were being gnawed apart by thousands of ants. For a moment, a thought surfaced in Xu Ming's mind. Maybe I should just give up. If I die, this pain will end. "No," Xu Ming muttered, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Not now. Not yet." There were still people waiting for him below the heavenly staircase. Back in Wudu City, his mother awaited his return. The greatest act of filial ingratitude was for a parent with gray hair to bury their child. Xu Ming took a deep breath, though it felt like his lungs might burst. That single breath steadied him, if only a little. He began to gather his martial true energy. To everyone's astonishment, streams of martial energy coalesced behind Xu Ming, forming a shadowy figure, a martial soul avatar. As Xu Ming slowly rose to his feet, the martial soul avatar behind him stood upright as well. Within the waterfall of thunder, Xu Ming stood tall, facing the heavens directly. The 4th tribulation, the 5th, the 6th, and then the 7th. Against all odds, Xu Ming endured each one. Every time a heavenly strike descended, everyone thought Xu Ming would perish. Yet he stubbornly lived on. Enough. This is enough, Qin Xinhuan muttered, her eyes misty as she gazed at Xu Ming atop the heavenly staircase. Xu Ming's clothes were completely scorched, clinging to what remained of his battered and bloodied flesh. His body was like parched earth, riddled with cracks. Even the few drops of blood that managed to seep from his wounds carried faint traces of thunder. By now, Xu Ming was sustained by sheer willpower alone. The eighth tribulation descended. Mustering every ounce of his remaining strength, Xu Ming activated blood qi frenzy mode. This technique could not heal his injuries. It was more like a painkiller, dulling his agony temporarily. But its drawback was clear. If Xu Ming survived the eighth strike, he would be utterly spent, leaving him defenseless against the ninth. In that moment, Xu Ming understood one thing clearly. If he couldn't endure the eighth tribulation, there would be no point in worrying about the ninth. Boom! The eighth strike manifested as a massive long sword, forged of pure lightning, hurtling straight for Xu Ming's head. Shaking, Xu Ming drew his peachwood sword. The phantom of the sword appeared behind him, merging with the soul avatar from his heroic soul realm. Together, Xu Ming and his avatar swung upward. The tip of the lightning sword clashed with the edge of the peachwood blade. Upon contact, the blade of the peachwood sword began to blacken, crack, and splinter. But just then, a gust of wind carrying the scent of ink and the rustle of pages swept over him, and a gentle, righteous aura began to surround Xu Ming. That's Confucian merit. Yu Wenxi and Miao Feng exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with hope. When a scholar creates a literary masterpiece that becomes widely used by disciples of the Confucian path, it accumulates merit. This merit serves as a form of protection for the Confucian disciples. But what puzzled the two was how Xu Ming, who had never joined the Confucian sect or cultivated righteous energy, could possibly summon Confucian merit. Could it be that one of the ancient sages of the Confucian path, who had long since transcended, was moved to intervene? As the righteous aura enveloped Xu Ming, the ink-scented wind surrounded the lightning sword. Slowly, the massive lightning sword dissipated, dissolving into nothingness under the gusts. When the winds finally calmed, Xu Ming glimpsed the faint image of an elderly scholar in the clouds above. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall of White Deer Academy, a young woman kneeling in prayer slowly opened her eyes. The hall was lined with statues of Confucian sages, the foremost being that of the first sage, Confucius himself. To think that the first sage would respond to you, little girl, the current headmaster of White Deer Academy remarked, stroking his beard with a sigh. The last time the first sage had shown his presence was a millennium ago. Since then, despite countless rituals and offerings, the sage had never responded. And yet this girl, troubled by a sense of unease and fearing for Xu Ming's safety, had knelt in prayer for a single incense stick's time, and the first sage had truly intervened. The headmaster couldn't help but wonder, what kind of ordeal was this Xu Ming facing? The girl ignored her teacher's musings. She remained kneeling, hands clasped tightly in prayer. In her heart, her unease had not abated. If anything, it had grown stronger. Xu Ming, please be safe. She closed her eyes again, praying with all her heart. Roar! The thunder dragon's deafening roar echoed across the skies. Perhaps it was because the eighth heavenly tribulation had been blocked by external intervention, but the thunder dragon was clearly enraged, thrashing violently within the clouds. Watching the increasingly agitated dragon, Xu Ming found himself utterly devoid of strength or means. He had barely survived the eighth strike, and only because of the inexplicable assistance of the Confucian sage. How could he possibly withstand a knife? Yet even with not an ounce of strength left in his body, Xu Ming forced himself to stand, trembling. He remembered the words his old instructor once told him, "A warrior of the Wu kingdom never dies lying down." Roar! The enormous thunder dragon disappeared into the roiling clouds, its form hidden amidst the storm. Then, in the blink of an eye, The dragon burst forth, slicing through the sea of clouds as it hurtled straight towards Xu Ming. This ninth tribulation was the thunder dragon itself. Xu Ming raised his head, staring directly at the approaching behemoth. He never closed his eyes, not even once. Gah! Below the heavenly staircase, the Tianxian goose sensed Xu Ming's impending doom. Flapping its wings in panic, it soared upward, determined to reach Xu Ming's side. Even though the goose didn't know what it could do upon reaching him, it knew one thing. It had to stay with Xu Ming. But before the goose could even make it halfway, it felt a strong force yanking its wings back. Honk! Before it could react, someone grabbed hold of its wing, flung it downward, and then tied it up for good measure. The Tianxian goose watched in disbelief as a young woman in Taoist robes flew at full speed towards Xu Ming. The heavenly staircase did not obstruct Qin Xingwan. Anyone could fly up if they wished, but only those who walked every step and passed the trials would earn the Baiwa scroll. Qin Xingwan, however, didn't care about the scroll. She only wanted to stand by Xu Ming's side. Xu Ming's focus remained fixed on the Thunder Dragon. Just as a series of life-flashing memories rushed through his mind, he suddenly felt his left hand, numb and lifeless until now, gripped tightly by something warm and soft. He turned his head to see the girl standing beside him. "What are you doing here?" "Get down," Xu Ming barked. "I won't go." Qin Xingwan shot back stubbornly. "Why are you so hard-headed? You've been like this since we were kids." Xu Ming's frustration flared. Looking into Xu Ming's eyes and listening to his scolding, Qin Xingwan was momentarily stunned. Her eyes curved into crescents, her smile blooming like a flower. "I've been like this since we were kids." Xu Ming looked at the girl beside him. Her eyes curved into crescents, and his expression wavered slightly. Qin Xingwan's gaze was filled with unspoken tenderness as she looked at Xu Ming. Xu Ming's words, "Why are you so stubborn? You've been like this since we were kids," made it clear that he had always known Qin Xingwan's true identity. And Qin Xingwan's response, "I've always been like this since we were kids," revealed that she no longer intended to hide anything. In truth, Qin Xingwan had been wondering whether Xu Ming truly believed she was He Qingqing, or if he had already realized her real identity. Now, it seemed that this big fool wasn't actually so foolish after all. He had recognized her. "If you don't leave, you're going to die," Xu Ming sighed. Just standing there was exhausting for him now, let alone throwing Qin Xingwan off the heavenly ladder. If not for the rule that forbade the person undergoing the trial from stepping down, Qin Xingwan might have already considered throwing him off herself. "Everyone dies, you know," Qin Xingwan said lightly. "It's just a matter of sooner or later. Besides, who says you're going to die? What if you make it through?" Xu Ming smiled and shook his head, feeling the increasingly oppressive force of the thunderstorm above. "That seems a bit unlikely." "It's not impossible," Qin Xingwan said, her gaze fixed on him. "Open your mouth." "What for?" Xu Ming asked. Qin Xingwan pouted. "Just open your mouth." "All right." Though Xu Ming had no idea what Qin Xingwan was up to, he complied and opened his mouth. The moment he did, Qin Xingwan exhaled softly, and a flower emerged from her lips. The flower turned into a streak of light and entered Xu Ming's mouth. "What did you make me eat?" Xu Ming frowned. He wasn't worried about Qin Xingwan harming him. He was worried she would do something foolish for his sake. Sure enough, the moment the flower entered his dantian, Xu Ming felt his spiritual energy gradually recovering, and even his martial energy was growing stronger. Although his body was still seriously injured, he now had the strength to fight once more. Qin Xingwan blushed slightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "That flower is called the Tao Lotus. I got it when I participated in a trial as a child and have nurtured it for 8 years. Now, I'm giving it to you. Take it back immediately." Xu Ming didn't know what the Tao Lotus was, but the fact that Qin Xingwan had nurtured it for 8 years proved its immense value. It was likely tied to her very path of cultivation. "It's too late now." Qin Xingwan smiled, her eyes bright. "Just accept it. If you want to return it to me someday, you'll have to stay alive to do it." With that, she raised her hand and pointed to the sky. From the heavens above, a massive thunder dragon was hurtling down, now less than 100 meters away from Xu Ming. Xu Ming steadied his mind. There was no more time to argue with Qin Xingwan. He clenched his fist and struck out. His martial energy transformed into a giant dragon that clashed head-on with the thunder dragon. Ugh! Xu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The martial dragon he had summoned showed signs of breaking apart. In his dantian, the Tao lotus spun continuously. Each time it supported Xu Ming's body, one of its petals would wither away. Xu Ming didn't want to completely exhaust the Tao lotus. He wanted to return it to Qin Xingwan. But he knew that if he held back now and didn't fully utilize the lotus, he would undoubtedly die, and Qin Xingwan might also meet a tragic end, possibly caught in the aftermath of the tribulation. Phew! Xu Ming exhaled deeply. One by one, the petals of the Tao lotus in his dantian fell, merging into his blood and flowing through his veins. Until the very end, not even the stem of the Tao lotus remained. Xu Ming had never felt his body so light, his spiritual energy and martial qi so abundant. He even felt as though something inside him was on the verge of breaking free. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xu Ming's body, scattering in all directions. The Tao of the heavens transformed into gentle breezes, sweeping across the entire city of Baiwa. Cave Mansion Realm. Infancy stared blankly at Xu Ming. He never expected that, in this life-or-death moment, Brother Xu would break through to the Cave Mansion Realm, officially stepping into the world of cultivation. With this breakthrough, Xu Ming naturally had more strength to face the heavenly tribulation. But the question remained, was just a Cave Mansion Realm cultivator truly enough? On the heavenly staircase, Xu Ming could feel the changes in his spiritual energy after stepping into the Cave Mansion Realm. It was an extraordinary sensation. His divine sense had expanded several-fold, and he was far more attuned to the flow of spiritual energy around him. Xu Ming could even sense some of the profound laws of the world, mysterious and unfathomable. If his guess was correct, this was likely the Tao laws. Not only was his spiritual energy flowing freely, but the martial qi within him was also surging wildly. Xu Ming had an intense urge to unleash all his strength into a single punch, the strongest punch he had ever thrown in his life. Roar! From above, the thunder dragon finally broke through the martial dragon formed by Xu Ming's qi and charged down, intent on devouring him. At that moment, Xu Ming moved instinctively, raising his fist into a stance and punching forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavens roared louder than ever, and torrential rain poured down. Above Xu Ming's head, the swirling clouds parted, leaving behind a massive void. Mountain-shattering fist, Godshaker. Xu Ming's fist smashed into the head of the massive thunder dragon. A violent gust, imbued with the power of thunder, swept out in all directions. Centered on Xu Ming, a blue thunder ring radiated outward, shattering layer upon layer of white clouds. The entire sky seemed to be cloaked in a faint blue hue. Whether it was the cultivators below the heavenly staircase or the common folk of Baiwa City, the blinding brilliance of the thunder left them unable to open their eyes. No one knew how much time had passed before the radiance in the sky dimmed enough for everyone to slowly open their eyes. Xia Donghua and the others quickly looked toward where Xu Ming was standing. At the top of the heavenly staircase, Xu Ming stood tall, straight as a blade. Beside him, Qin Xingwan stood quietly, like a virtuous wife, calm and composed. He's alive. Brother Xu is alive. Brother Xu made it. Goose, goose, goose. Yu Wenxi, Miao Feng, and the big white goose were so overcome with emotion that they nearly cried. Wait, this was the final trial. Now that Brother Xu is still standing, doesn't that mean? As the initial joy faded, a realization dawned on everyone. Xu Ming was truly about to become the ruler of this land. Wait here. I'll be back soon, Xu Ming said to Qin Xingwan beside him. Qin Xingwan nodded, reluctantly letting go of Xu Ming's hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xu Ming began ascending the steps once more. With each step he took, many people's hearts grew heavier with unease. Human nature is just like that. Even though they knew that if they had been the ones ascending the heavenly staircase, they would likely have perished, watching Xu Ming succeed was still harder for them to bear than death itself. The irony of it all was that if their lives truly were at stake, they would shamelessly fall to their knees and beg for mercy without a second thought. With his final step, Xu Ming confidently reached the highest point of the heavenly staircase. At the top stood a platform, and on it rested a scroll. As Xu Ming reached out to take the scroll, the pearl he carried fell from his body and landed on the scroll, merging into it like a single drop of water dissolving into its surface. The moment Xu Ming grasped the scroll, an immense surge of spiritual energy poured into him. The energy wrapped around his body, gradually healing all the injuries he had sustained during the trial and the tribulation. The charred flesh left by the lightning tribulation peeled away, revealing fresh skin and muscle beneath. After half an incense stick's time, Xu Ming opened his eyes. Except for his tattered clothes, his body had been fully restored, thanks to the Biwa scroll. Xu Ming unrolled the scroll, revealing an incredibly long painting. It vividly depicted the lives of the people in Biwa City, resembling the famous along the river during the Qingming festival. Holding the Biwa scroll, Xu Ming turned and walked toward Qin. "It's yours," Xu Ming said with a smile, holding out the scroll to her. "Mine." Qin stared at the scroll in disbelief. It's for you," Xu Ming nodded. "It's been 8 years since we last saw each other. I didn't know what to bring you, so I thought I'd give you this. Consider it my way of repaying you for the Tao Lotus. I just hope it's enough." Qin eyes curved in delight, but she kept her hands behind her back, making no move to accept the scroll. "It's enough, but do you even know what you're giving me?" Xu Ming chuckled. "Of course. With the Biwa scroll, you'll have access to any treasures it produces in the future. And if the scroll births a prodigious talent, they can become a great ally for you. You gave me a Tao Lotus. In return, I give you a world." Qin blinked playfully. "You're giving me a world. Do you think that Princess of Wu Kingdom won't get jealous?" Xu Ming. Qin let out a light, joyful laugh. "I'm just joking. Fine, I'll keep it for now. When you want it back, come find me." Without waiting for Xu Ming to remove his ownership mark on the Biwa scroll, Qin took the scroll and stowed it away. As long as Xu Ming didn't erase his mark, he would always remain the true master of the Biwa scroll. He would retain ultimate authority over everything within it, the people, the land, even the smallest blade of grass. Qin was merely safeguarding it for him. Moreover, Qin had her reasons for wanting to keep the scroll safe. Xu Ming's cultivation was still too low, and many would risk everything to seize such a treasure. But behind Qin stood the mighty Tianxian sect, and her master, Wang Xian, was someone even the sect leader of Tianxian showed deference to. No one would dare lay a hand on her. Although Xu Ming had given the Biwa scroll to Qin, he never intended to take it back. Likewise, though Qin accepted the scroll, she never saw it as her own. Just like when they were kids, Qin would secretly give Xu Ming a drumstick wrapped in oiled paper so he wouldn't go hungry. Then, later that night, she'd sneak into his room to eat it with him, never once worrying that he might eat it all. Only now the boy and girl had grown up. The childhood drumstick had turned into a scroll that held an entire world within it. After Xu Ming became the master of the Biwa secret realm, he was intimately familiar with every detail of Biwa City, its every movement, every blade of grass, every tree. Within Biwa City, all the citizens had already knelt in the direction where Xu Ming stood. They didn't know who this person was, but they could sense in their hearts that he was their heavenly lord. If Xu Ming willed the people of Biwa City to live, they would live. If he willed them to die, they would not survive. Looking at the millions of residents kneeling before him, that intoxicating sense of dominion over heaven and earth began to creep into Xu Ming's heart. He could feel it, just a moment of carelessness, and he might be consumed by the immense power he now held. This wasn't like being an emperor who still had ministers to keep him in check. He was the absolute ruler of this realm, the one and only sovereign. Whatever he wanted to do, no one could stop him. But in the end, Xu Ming took a deep breath and dispelled those dangerous thoughts. Raising his hand, Xu Ming pointed toward the heavens and declared, "Today, I will set 2 rules for the Biwa secret realm." His voice reverberated throughout the Biwa scroll like the sound of divine law. First, all the demons of the Biwa scroll shall have the right to take human form. As his voice fell, every demon within Biwa City who had reached the cave mansion realm suddenly transformed into a human form. The demons, seeing their new human shapes, were overjoyed. Having reached the cave mansion realm, they had long felt as though something was missing. Only now did they realize the missing piece was the ability to take human form. The human form is the embodiment of innate spiritual perfection. All demons aspire to attain it, for it allows them to cultivate more effectively. Second, all disciples of the Biwa scroll who reach the Dragon Gate realm may leave the scroll to see the world outside. However, they must not harm others or injure the innocent, or I will not spare them. As Xu Ming's decree ended, a twisting gate appeared in the sky above Biwa City. This gate led to the outside world, but only those who had reached the Dragon Gate realm could pass through it. Having set these 2 rules, Xu Ming initially intended to open the path to the outside world. But just as he was about to do so, a scene appeared before his eyes. Beyond the original gateway lay a molten cavern, within which an ominous formation was arranged. The walls of the cavern were lined with cages, and within those cages, countless. After fully taking control of Biwa City, Xu Ming noticed something peculiar about its exit. The exit of Biwa City was like a purgatory. According to the Golden Toad's earlier explanation, the exit of Biwa City was connected to a formation that altered its orientation. Xu Ming figured this must be the case. He continued to observe the area around the exit of Biwa City. He saw a group of black-robed cultivators dragging a man into the area and tossing him into the formation. Then, these black-robed cultivators released a demonic beast from within the rock walls. The beast roared and struggled, but it was eventually forced into the formation along with the man. Xu Ming watched as the black-robed cultivators activated the formation, attempting to fuse the cultivator and the beast. However, the fusion failed. Both the human cultivator and the beast turned into a mist of blood. Seeing this, Xu Ming furrowed his brows. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Xu Ming speculated that the black-robed cultivators were from the Black God sect and had set up a formation connected to Biwa City's exit. When the light of Biwa City expelled cultivators from within, this formation would intercept and capture them. Perhaps they were also waiting for the maturity of the Biwa scroll, planning to harvest it for themselves. There might even be disciples of the Black God sect currently hidden among the many cultivators in Biwa City, waiting for a chance to seize this rare treasure. Roar! Roar! A hopping zombie approached Xu Ming, roaring and gesturing wildly as if trying to communicate something. The zombie looked incredibly anxious, almost as if it was on the verge of speaking. "You're saying, you want me to help you rescue someone? That person is near Biwa City's exit?" Xu Ming guessed, recalling the image of a woman he had just seen in his mind. That woman was bound in chains, trapped within the molten core cave. The zombie nodded frantically. It hadn't expected Xu Ming to understand its meaning so quickly. This was a rare occurrence. "Don't worry. You've helped me, so I'll help you," Xu Ming promised. Although the zombie had once chased him down, Xu Ming had also tried to kill it back then. They were even now. Now that the zombie had saved him, Xu Ming felt obliged to return the favor. Xu Ming's gaze swept across the hundreds of cultivators in Biwa City. To be honest, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction toward them. Xu Ming had left Wudu to broaden his horizons and see what the cultivators of the outside world were really like. Were they the immortal-like figures he had imagined? But so far, these cultivators seemed extremely self-serving, even more so than ordinary people. To Xu Ming, they were unpleasant to look at. What annoyed him even more was that he had risked his life to obtain the secrets of the Biwa's secret realm. Yet these people could simply reap the benefits and leave unscathed. This made him feel even more displeased. But what could he do? He couldn't stop them from leaving. If these cultivators stayed, they'd only pollute the environment of Biwa City. Killing them was also out of the question. He had already offended 3 sects, and if he slaughtered these people, he might never be able to leave Wudu again. Even the Wu Kingdom would face tremendous pressure. This left Xu Ming feeling quite disgusted. However, he suddenly thought a way to make himself feel a bit better. Since they wanted to leave, they had to contribute something in return. With that, Xu Ming waved his hand, moving the original exit to a stream 10 miles away. From now on, residents of the Biwa's secret realm who reached the Dragon Gate stage could leave through this new exit. The Molten Core Cave would no longer serve as the exit. Then, Xu Ming created a new exit, which directly connected to the formation in the Molten Core Cave. Everyone could only see Xu Ming wave his sleeve twice, causing a distorted portal to appear in the air. The portal quickly disappeared, only to be replaced by another one. No one knew exactly what Xu Ming had done. Then, with a single thought from Xu Ming, beams of light descended from the sky above Biwa City, shining on everyone present. Xu Ming, Before the crowd could voice their shock or fear, thinking Xu Ming had the audacity to eliminate them, they disappeared on the spot without saying a word. Qin Qingwan blinked at Xu Ming, her eyes full of curiosity. Invincible, Miao Feng, and the big white goose also stared at Xu Ming in confusion. Xu Ming pinched Qin Qingwan's cheek and said, "I sent them out. Next, I'll send you all out. Once you leave, head straight back to your sections. Don't come near Biwa City again." "What?" Qin Qingwan tilted her head. "Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say," Xu Ming replied. "What about you?" Qin Qingwan pressed further. "This hopping zombie saved me, so I'm going to return the favor and settle a karmic debt," Xu Ming said with a smile. "Once everything is over, I'll come to Tianxian's sect to see you." Qin Qingwan tugged at Xu Ming's sleeve and said, "Then I'll go with you, and we'll return to Tianxian's sect together." "No, you can't come with me," Xu Ming refused firmly. "You're definitely planning to do something dangerous behind my back." Qin Qingwan pouted. "I'm going with you." "Be good," Xu Ming said helplessly. "No, I won't," Qin Qingwan retorted stubbornly. Xu Ming chuckled and said, "Even if you don't want to listen, you'll have to." With a single thought, beams of light enveloped Qin Qingwan, Invincible, Miao Feng, and the Tianxian goose. Before they could say anything, they disappeared and were sent to the safe exit. "Let's go," Xu Ming said to the hopping zombie. The zombie nodded vigorously. As beams of light enveloped Xu Ming and the zombie, they were transported to the Molten Core Cave. When Xu Ming and the zombie arrived, the cave had already descended into chaos. Xia Donghua and the other cultivators, believing Xu Ming intended to eliminate them, had been teleported out of the Biwa's secret realm by the light. However, before they could rejoice, they were immediately confronted by a group of black-robed cultivators with hostile expressions. Without saying a word, the black-robed cultivators launched an attack. Naturally, Xia Donghua and the others wouldn't sit idly by. Caught in a situation where neither side fully understood what was happening, a fierce battle broke out, throwing the entire Molten Core Cave into turmoil. The chaos intensified when disciples from some sects discovered the belongings of their fallen comrades, realizing that these black-robed cultivators had killed their fellow disciples. Their eyes turned red with rage as they sought revenge. Amid the chaos, Xu Ming and the zombie flew straight toward the bound woman. The two landed in front of her. The woman, Zhao Qiongman, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the zombie and the unfamiliar man before her, Zhao Qiongman gave a relieved smile, her entire demeanor relaxing. Zhao Qiongman knew that Xiao Qiao had succeeded. The Biwa scroll must have chosen its owner. Otherwise, Xiao Qiao wouldn't have followed this man here. She also understood that the formation she had built would no longer harm others or bring more sin. "Do you know Xinsheng?" Xu Ming asked the bound woman. From his perspective, the task Xinsheng had entrusted to him likely had to do with her. The woman nodded. I do. He is my husband. Xu Ming. The woman's weary eyes looked at Xu Ming. Young master, do you know my husband? Xu Ming nodded. I do. 8 years ago, I was the one who killed Xinsheng. T/N8? Shouldn't it be 4 or 5? Hearing Xu Ming's words, the woman fell silent, her gaze dropping softly. Thank you, Zhao Qiumon said after a moment, lifting her head. Xu Ming was puzzled. I killed your husband, and you're thanking me? Zhao Qiumon shook her head. If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't have been freed 8 years ago. I'm grateful to you for sparing him from the troubles that followed and for ensuring he didn't have to violate his conscience any further. At the same time, I must thank you for another reason. If not for you, the formation I built would have continued to harm people. Xu Ming studied the frail woman before him, surprised at how clearly she distinguished right from wrong. How can I save you? The chains binding Zhao Qiumon's hands and feet were made of Tianxian iron, and all Xu Ming had was a peachwood sword, incapable of breaking them. You don't need to save me. Death, for me, will be a form of release. I only hope you can. Quite a lively scene, isn't it? Before Zhao Qiumon could finish her sentence, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the cave. The voice carried a spiritual pressure that set off alarm bells in Xu Ming's mind and those of the others present. They all turned to look at the molten core cave's entrance, which had been blocked by Black God sect disciples. A man stepped out. Qi Hui calmly surveyed the chaos within the cave, his gaze lingering on the damaged formation at the center. Even without anyone explaining, Qi Hui understood what had happened. Clearly, the people he'd sent into the Baiwa's secret realm to seize the treasure had failed. Master Qi, a cultivator, approached him, whispering something before pointing in Xu Ming's direction. Oh, Qi Hui looked towards Xu Ming with curiosity. So, it's you who claimed the Baiwa's secret realm. I wonder, would you be interested in joining our Black God sect? Xu Ming chuckled. Are you dreaming? What a shame, Qi Hui said with a shake of his head. In that case, I'll have to ensure none of you leave this place alive. He waved his hand. Kill them all. No need to take anyone alive. With Qi Hui's order, the Black God sect cultivators stopped holding back. Initially, they had refrained from lethal attacks, as Qi Hui might have wanted to capture these people alive for use as experimental materials. But now that they had clear instructions, they unleashed their full power without hesitation. Qi Hui began walking towards Xu Ming step by step. Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from Qi Hui, Xu Ming's expression grew serious. This man was likely at the late-stage Golden Core realm. That man is Qi Hui, the branch master of the Black God sect, Zhao Qiumon whispered to Xu Ming. He had once stepped into the nascent soul realm, but was injured in a great battle not long ago. His cultivation has likely fallen to the mid-stage Golden Core realm. There should be a Golden Core level beast in the Baiwa's secret realm. You can summon it to help you, Zhao Qiumon added. Xu Ming shook his head with a smile. The Baiwa scroll isn't in my possession. What? Zhao Qiongming was stunned. The Baiwa scroll isn't with you? Then how do you plan to defeat him? Your cultivation should only be at the sea observation realm, right? Since you were able to enter Baiwa City, you can't be stronger than that. Hurry and leave. You're no match for him. Zhao Qiumon shouted urgently at Xu Ming. Crossing 2 major realms from the sea observation realm to the Golden Core realm? How could this young man possibly stand a chance against Qi Hui? Sorry to disappoint you. Xu Ming turned back and smiled at Zhao Qiumon. Actually, I haven't even reached the sea observation realm. I've only just stepped into the cave mansion realm. Zhao Qiumon. As Zhao Qiumon doubted her hearing, a gust of wind brushed past her face. The young man had disappeared from her sight, launching himself straight toward Qi Hui with a punch aimed at his chest. A martial artist? Both Zhao Qiumon and Qi Hui were equally stunned by this revelation. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Qi Hui had no choice but to raise his hand to block. Boom! Qi Hui managed to catch the punch with his palm, but the force behind it sent him stumbling 10 meters back. When Qi Hui finally steadied himself, he looked at his right hand in shock. His entire arm had been shattered, hanging limp and useless at his side. Xu Ming, however, gave no quarter to his enemy. Now that his body had recovered to peak condition, and with his breakthrough to the cave mansion realm, Xu Ming was brimming with confidence. After unleashing his mountain-shattering fist, his understanding of martial arts had deepened even further. At this moment, Xu Ming was at his most confident. Even against the Golden Core cultivator, he believed he could kill him with a single punch. Having experienced that devastating blow, Qi Hui quickly realized that Xu Ming was no ordinary martial artist. His strength and physical resilience were nothing short of monstrous. Qi Hui retreated, swallowing a pill. Instantly, his shattered arm regenerated. Forming a hand seal, Qi Hui summoned bone spikes from the ground. Xu Ming leapt into the air, dodging the spikes, and launched another punch toward Qi Hui. This time, a thick bone shield materialized in front of Qi Hui. Bang! Xu Ming's punch blasted a hole through the shield. Qi Hui took to the skies, bone wings sprouting from his back. With a flap of his wings, he unleashed a torrent of ghostly blue flames towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming grabbed a nearby long sword, its sharp sword energy cleaving through the flames. Emerging unscathed from the ghostly fire, Xu Ming closed the distance and landed another punch squarely on Qi Hui's chest. The impact sent Qi Hui crashing into the rock wall, embedding him like a nail driven into wood. Boom! Xu Ming followed up with a kick aimed at Qi Hui's chest, but Qi Hui managed to dodge in the nick of time. Qi Hui raised his hand, conjuring a massive ghostly flame hand that descended upon Xu Ming. Landing gracefully, Xu Ming brushed off the lingering flames on his body and stood up straight. Well, turns out you're also a sword cultivator, Qi Hui remarked with a sigh. What a pity. A genius like you is about to die here today. Quack, quack, quack. Where is this? By the time the big white goose realized what had happened, it had already left the Baiwa's secret realm and found itself beside a small creek. Qin Xingwan was also looking around. The scenery was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing water, but there were no landmarks, leaving her clueless about their location or where Xu Ming might be. Xiaobai, do you have any way to find Xu Ming? Qin Xingwan squatted down and grabbed the big white goose's wings, shaking them repeatedly. Qin Xingwan felt deeply regretful in her heart. She regretted not leaving some sort of tracking artifact on Xu Ming earlier. That way, no matter where Xu Ming was, she could sense him. Now, Qin Xingwan could only hope for Tianxian Goose's help, hoping the two of them had some magical artifact that could help them locate Xu Ming, or that Tianxian Goose had some innate ability to find him. Quack, quack, quack. I know you're anxious, but let me worry first, said the big white goose, its tone filled with helplessness. I have no idea where this is. Then what do we do? Qin Xingwan's face turned pale. Xu Ming must be in grave danger right now. Seeing Qin Xingwan's pale face, Tianxian Goose sensed something was off. It suspected that the after-effects of Qin Xingwan spitting out a lotus flower for Xu Ming earlier were starting to show. In truth, the big white goose did have a way to find Xu Ming. Its sense of smell was extraordinarily sharp, sharper than that of any canine demon. It could even tell which girl Xu Ming had been with just by scent. Although it didn't know exactly where they were, it could still faintly catch Xu Ming's scent, which meant he wasn't far, probably within 20 miles. But Tianxian Goose couldn't let Qin Xingwan know this. Given her current condition, she definitely shouldn't go to him. If something serious happened, it would be disastrous. Quack, quack, quack. Since Xu Ming told us to leave, we shouldn't cause him more trouble, the big white goose reasoned. The priority now is to get reinforcements. Miss Goose has a point, UNC agreed. Baiwa City is located in Qingyang County of the Wu Kingdom. I'll head there immediately to seek help from the county governor. Miaofeng nodded. There's a cliff academy about 200 miles from here. It's run by a teacher from our White Deer Academy. I'll go ask him for assistance. All right, Xiaobai and I will look around and see if we can find Xu Ming, Qin Xingwan said. Despite her anxiety, she maintained her composure. After discussing their plan, they each went their separate ways, Infancy and Miao Feng to gather reinforcements, and Qin Xingwan and the big white goose to search for Xu Ming. As Qin Xingwan walked and tried to deduce Xu Ming's location, the big white goose glanced at her. Xingwan, how about we split up this search? It'll be faster that way. Qin Xingwan considered it and nodded. All right, let's split up. She then affixed a talisman onto the big white goose. Shall buy, wear this talisman. That way, I could track your location. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might get lost too. If you find Xu Ming, just poke a hole in this talisman, and I'll sense it. Tianxin Goose nodded. All right, sounds good. I'll head off now. With a few loud quacks, the big white goose flew off in a random direction. Once it was far enough away, it tore the talisman off and casually stuck it onto a tree. Then, using its innate powers and its sharp nose, it sniffed for Xu Ming's scent and flew off in his direction. On the peak of the mountain, a black dog and a bifong bird stood, watching a nearby mountain. After relentless searching by the black dog and the bifong, they determined that the center of the mountain before them must hold some hidden secret. At first, they had combed through the surrounding mountains without finding anything unusual. But not long ago, they sensed a battle erupting atop one of the peaks, with waves of spiritual energy rippling outward. The protective array around that mountain showed signs of loosening, drawing their attention to this particular peak. Shall we take a look? Bifong hopped on one leg and kicked the black dog beside it. The black dog nodded. Of course. I want to see what kind of array they've set up to evade even our notice. Then let's go. Bifong flapped its wings and flew toward the mountain peak. The black dog barked, woof, and stepped onto a black cloud, following closely behind. Within the depths of a magma-filled cavern, one corpse after another fell from above, plunging straight into the lava below. The gathered cultivators from various sects had never seen anything like the strange disciples of the Black God sect. These figures had an almost beast-like aura, with their bodies bearing distinct signs of demonic beasts. Speculations arose among the cultivators. Had the Black God sect practiced some bizarre cultivation technique to transform into such creatures? Many of them wanted to escape the cavern, but it was completely sealed by an array. Their only options were to break the formation or kill every one of their adversaries. However, they were at a disadvantage, and to make matters worse, the opposing side had a Golden Core Realm cultivator guarding the area. Some began longing for the relative peace of the Biwa secret realm. At least there, they could live in relative safety. Here, their very lives were at stake. Their only hope now was that Xu Ming could defeat that monstrous opponent. If he failed, all of them would perish in this place. On the other side of the magma cavern, Xu Ming stomped hard on the ground, cracking the rocks beneath his feet. He landed a punch squarely on Qi Hui's chest. Qi Hui, well aware of the dominance of Xu Ming's martial physique, had anticipated such a move. He quickly chanted an incantation, and his body became encased in layer after layer of bone, forming a grotesque suit of bone armor. Xu Ming's fists smashed into the bone armor, causing cracks to appear, but they mended almost instantly. Qi Hui drew a bone sword from his back, swinging it down. Xu Ming couldn't dodge in time and suffered a cut. Grimacing through the pain, Xu Ming retaliated with another punch, aiming for Qi Hui's bone helmet. Qi Hui, unwilling to risk more, kicked Xu Ming in the chest to create distance between them. Xu Ming used his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding, then summoned a small fireball to cauterize his wound. Meanwhile, Qi Hui's bone sword absorbed Xu Ming's blood drop by drop, turning the once pale blade into a vivid crimson. Such rich blood energy, Qi Hui remarked in awe. It's a rarity in this world. If you enter the White Fox Kingdom, you'd probably be drained dry. Oh, should I thank you for the compliment, then? Xu Ming replied with a wry smile. You're welcome, Qi Hui said with a nod, but that's assuming you can leave here alive. With that, Qi Hui lunged again, but Xu Ming charged forward as well. Xu Ming hurled an ordinary long sword into the air, controlling it with his spiritual energy to fight. Having reached the cave mansion realm, Xu Ming could maneuver the sword to strike opponents from a distance. Seizing an opening, Xu Ming kicked Qi Hui squarely in the chest, sending him stumbling backward. The airborne sword exploited the opportunity, slashing at Qi Hui relentlessly. Enhanced by Xu Ming's sword energy, the blade managed to leave several gashes on Qi Hui's body. However, the prolonged battle caused the sword itself to chip in several places. Xu Ming was beginning to understand why sword cultivators went to such great lengths to find a good sword. If your weapon was on the verge of breaking mid-battle, how could you possibly fight effectively? Stepping into the air once more, Xu Ming's martial qi exploded outward, shattering the air with every movement. He unleashed punch after punch toward Qi Hui's head, their attacks sending Xu Ming's blood and fragments of Qi Hui's bone armor flying in all directions. The long sword in midair spun in a tight circle before transforming into a streak of white light, piercing fiercely into Qi Hui's chest. Heaven-splitting fist, breaking seas. Xu Ming drew his fist back as the surrounding air converged onto it. Layer upon layer of martial qi gathered like surging waves, forming an overwhelming force. Boom! Xu Ming's fist smashed forward, shattering the waves of qi and slamming straight into Qi Hui's head. Qi Hui was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with immense force. His bone armor shattered completely as he coughed up blood, gasping for air. When Qi Hui opened his eyes again, Xu Ming was already standing over him, sword in hand, poised to drive it into his heart. The long sword was coated in frost that spread across its surface. Yet the blade's frostiness was interwoven with a fiery red glow, concentrated entirely at the sword's tip, radiating an immense killing intent. Bingyun's sword technique, setting sun. This was the most powerful strike in the Bingyun sword technique. Xu Ming shot forward like a rainbow piercing the sun, transforming into a beam of light that struck Qi Hui's chest with devastating force. The sword pierced through Qi Hui's chest, its sword qi tearing through the rock beneath him. The impact cracked the ground beneath Qi Hui, with fissures extending 100 meters deep. The long sword Xu Ming had picked up was now covered in fractures, having reached its limit. Qi Hui clutched the blade embedded in his chest, looking utterly battered but still managing a smile. Compared to me, you seem even less human, more like some ancient beast. What a shame, truly a shame. Qi Hui sighed repeatedly. Alarm bells suddenly rang in Xu Ming's mind, and he instinctively retreated in an instant. The moment Xu Ming pulled back, the remnants of Qi Hui's bone armor exploded violently. Qi Hui slowly floated up from the ground, his long hair disheveled. The magma below began to churn violently, bubbling as though it had been stirred by an invisible force. Xu Ming frowned deeply. He could clearly sense the surrounding spiritual energy surging into Qi Hui's body. Qi Hui's form began to change. Just like Shun Shang from a few years ago, Qi Hui's body started to swell, with flesh and blood peeling away, transforming into a massive, grotesque bird. The monstrous bird was covered in bones. Its wings were entirely skeletal, devoid of any flesh, gleaming with an eerie pallor. Qi Hui opened his mouth wide, devouring not only Black God sect disciples, but also cultivators from various sections. Even the demonic beasts that had been freed due to the broken cages were not spared. Qi Hui's body grew larger and larger, his form becoming increasingly immense. When his gaze finally locked onto Xu Ming felt as if his entire being was paralyzed, completely locked in place. The overwhelming spiritual pressure bore down on Xu Ming like a mountain crushing his shoulders. Qi Hui raised his head, and the magma below surged upward like a dragon drawing water, condensing near Qi Hui's mouth into a concentrated mass. Xu Ming exhaled deeply, his body surging with blood qi frenzy mode once more. He gathered all of his martial qi into his fists, his back emanating the form of a heroic martial spirit, which mirrored his posture, readying a powerful strike. The wild eruption of Xu Ming's martial qi, the chaotic spiritual energy, and the searing heat of the magma intertwined into a suffocating mix, leaving all other cultivators struggling to breathe. In front of Xu Ming's fist, the space itself seemed to shatter, revealing faint glimpses of the void. Meanwhile, the condensed magma by Qi Hui's mouth grew denser, glowing like a miniature sun. This was destined to be their final clash. Qi Hui couldn't help but let out a laugh at the thought. He never would have imagined that a mere cave mansion realm cultivator could push him to this point. Qi Hui's spell and Xu Ming's punch were unleashed simultaneously. The massive lava bird and the martial Qi dragon clashed mid-air, surging toward one another with unstoppable force. But just as the two were about to collide, Qi Hui's and Xu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, the lava bird and the martial Qi dragon veered off course, redirecting toward the space behind them. Boom! The lava bird crashed into a one-legged firebird, while Xu Ming's Qi dragon slammed fiercely into the belly of a black dog. Both the black dog and the firebird were sent flying. Well, your cultivation might not be all that high, but the strength's impressive, I'll give you that, said the firebird, flapping its wings nonchalantly, entirely unharmed, not even losing a single feather. Well, I didn't expect this, the black dog chuckled. You two redirected your attacks at the same time? Do you trust each other that much? Weren't you worried the other might use that moment to strike a fatal blow? Neither Xu Ming nor Qi Hui answered. The truth was they'd been gambling that the other would redirect their attack toward the unexpected intruders. They had no choice. Even if one of them killed the other, they'd surely die themselves in the aftermath. The black dog glanced around the battlefield. This place is fascinating. So many cultivators here look neither human nor beast. The firebird's tone was light and casual as it spoke. Enough with the chatter. Who's the current master of the Biwa's secret realm? Relinquish your ownership of the realm to us, and we'll let you live. If not, you'll find yourselves on a very short path to death. Xu Ming frowned as he observed the black dog and the one-legged firebird. While the black dog failed to recognize him, Xu Ming certainly recognized them. This black dog was the same demonic beast that had attempted to assassinate Zhu Cixi when he was a child, and the firebird was the one that had rescued it. The black dog squinted at Xu Ming, then sniffed the air. Kid, why do you look so familiar? Have we met before? Xu Ming smirked. Who knows? The black dog scratched its chin with a paw. All right then. I can smell the faint scent of a law on you. You must have just gotten your hands on the Biwa scroll. Hand it over, kid, and I'll let you leave alive. As for you, the black dog turned to Qi Hui. This fusion of human and beast you've got going on is pretty interesting. Hand over whatever research or method you've used, and you can leave too. And if I refuse? Xu Ming and Qi Hui spoke at the same time. Refuse. The black dog grinned, baring its sharp teeth. Then you'll die here. Simple as that. Qi Hui was puzzled as to how two cultivators at the Jade Purity realm could have found their way here. Logically, in such a remote location, it was unlikely to attract even one Jade Purity realm cultivator, let alone two. Could it be that these two were simply wandering around, stumbled upon the strange phenomenon at Biwa City, and followed it to this place? If that were the case, it was truly an unfortunate turn of events. Without hesitation, Qi Hui unraveled the formation sealing the lava heart cave. When the other cultivators saw the formation being undone, they were momentarily stunned, all turning to Qi Hui. They couldn't understand his intentions. Why would he let them leave? Was this some kind of trap? Go! Qi Hui shouted at the remaining disciples of the Black God sect. The Black God sect disciples exchanged glances, but ultimately did not defy their branch master's orders and left the lava heart cave. The cultivators from various sects and factions watched as the Black God sect disciples fled and naturally didn't want to wait around either. They rushed out of the cave, fearing the formation would seal them in again. Neither Bai Fong nor the Black Dog paid attention to the fleeing cultivators. After all, what they truly wanted was control over the Biwa's secret realm. However, arriving at this lava heart cave, they realized there were additional surprises in store. They were intrigued by these half-human, half-beast cultivators and wanted to understand how they had been created. As for the small fry fleeing for their lives, Their survival was of no consequence to them. Are you really not going to reconsider? The black dog glanced at Xu Ming. Once you're dead, nothing will matter. Even if you keep that Biwa's secret realm, what good will it do? Don't you humans have a saying? As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of running out of firewood. Xu Ming chuckled. I don't intend to hand it over to you. All right then. The black dog spread its paws and turned to Chi Hui. What about you? Chi Hui met the gazes of Bai Fong and the black dog and smiled faintly. I should have died long ago. What difference does it make if I die now? With those words, Chi Hui wasted no time, pulling out a seal and slotting it into a groove in the rock wall. In the next moment, the entire lava heart cave began to quake violently. Rocks tumbled from the ceiling, crashing into the magma below and sending waves of molten rock splashing upward. Magical beasts embedded in the cave walls broke free, their roars echoing through the chamber. Chi Hui drew out a formation flag and pointed it at Bai Fong and the black dog. As if receiving a command, the magical beasts charged at Bai Fong and the black dog without hesitation. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xu Ming leaped into action, aiming a punch directly at the black dog. But the black dog merely glanced at Xu Ming, and he instantly felt as though his body was about to be crushed under an immense pressure. The overwhelming aura of a Jade Purity Realm cultivator left Xu Ming gasping for air. Even so, Xu Ming forced his punch forward, striking the black dog squarely. No wonder you seemed familiar, little brother. So it's you, the black dog sneered, recognizing Xu Ming. 8 years ago, you ruined my plans. You really made my life miserable back then. Xu Ming narrowed his eyes and continued to rain down blows with his drum's technique of the mountain-shattering fist, each strike landing squarely on the black dog. However, the black dog stood motionless, as if Xu Ming's fists were nothing more than stones striking iron. Little brother, are you giving me a massage? With a casual swipe of its tail, the black dog sent Xu Ming hurtling through the air like a meteor. He crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Chi Hui, meanwhile, was burning his life essence to temporarily elevate his cultivation back to the nascent soul realm. But the gap between the nascent soul realm and the Jade Purity realm was more than just a single great realm. The nascent soul realm marked the pinnacle of the middle 5 realms, while the Jade Purity realm was the starting point of the upper 5 realms. The disparity between the two was akin to the gap between the Furnace Foundation realm and the Cave Mansion realm, perhaps even greater. Bai Fong let out a piercing cry, and dozens of fiery red threads shot forth, piercing through the magical beasts. These threads then looped back, stabbing through Chi Hui's body, making him look like a marionette on strings. Chi Hui's eyes turned bloodshot as he burned his life essence to ignite the red threads impaling him. Channeling his strength, he launched a lava cannon straight at Bai Fong. But Bai Fong didn't even flinch. A fire escape technique manifested in front of him, effortlessly blocking Chi Hui's strongest attack. As the molten remnants dissipated, Chi Hui summoned a whirlwind of fire, forming a fiery tornado that forced the black dog back several meters. Chi Hui tossed a set of keys towards Xu Ming, who had just managed to get back on his feet. Xu Ming stared at the keys now lying beside him and exchanged a glance with Chi Hui. This guy wants me to take her with me? What's going on? Xu Ming felt conflicted about Chi Hui. By all rights, someone like him would typically drag as many others down with him as possible in his final moments. Why would he want Xu Ming to escape with Shun Sheng's wife? But Xu Ming only hesitated for half a heartbeat. Picking up the keys, he used them to unlock the chains binding Zhao Qiumon's hands and feet. Water Pear Pill Pavilion, Chi Hui said his back to Xu Ming and Zhao Qiumon before charging forward again. Joining forces with the magical beasts, he worked to stall the black dog and Bai Fong. Let's go. Hurry. Zhao Qiumon clung tightly to Xu Ming's hand, her urgency palpable. Seeing her anxious expression, Xu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something critical couldn't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Think you can run? Not a chance, Bai Fong's voice rang out. With his words, A searing ring of fire spread through the air. Magical beasts plummeted from the skies like fiery rain, crashing into the magma below. When Xu Ming turned back, the black dog was already blocking the exit, with Qi Hui pinned beneath its paw. "This is your last chance," Bai Fong said, staring at Xu Ming. "Hand over the Baiwa's secret realm, and I'll let you leave alive. I'm not exactly known for my patience." Xu Ming's gaze hardened as his fingers subconsciously fidgeted. First of all, the Baiwa scroll wasn't in his possession, and he couldn't undo the imprint on the Baiwa's secret realm even if he wanted to. Secondly, even if he handed it over, could he trust them to let him go? Would they really leave someone alive who might one day come seeking revenge? The Baiwa scroll was his last card. Without it, death was certain. Xu Ming's reasoning was spot on. The black dog had already recognized him. 8 years ago, after being forced to flee Wudu in disgrace, the black dog had realized Xu Ming was very likely the eternal spirit root that the Prime Minister intended to use. However, due to certain delays and Xu Ming's presence in Wudu, the black dog couldn't act at the time. But now, capturing Xu Ming was entirely feasible. After all, the ritual would proceed sooner or later. Just as Xu Ming was deliberating how to deal with these two monsters, a childlike yet fierce voice broke through the tension. "Oh!" Startled, Xu Ming turned to see a young girl leaping through the air, sinking her teeth into the black dog's neck. "This woman is your mother. I'm not your father. I am an evil man, and I was the one who caused your father's death and bound your mother. If your parents had never met me, you would be living a very happy life right now," Qi Hui said coldly as he brought the little girl to stand in front of Zhao Qiuman. Zhao Qiuman shot Qi Hui a venomous glare. "Child, come here. Let your mother hold you," Zhao Qiuman said softly, reaching out her arms toward her daughter. The little girl glanced at Qi Hui, then at Zhao Qiuman. Hesitantly, she began to walk toward her mother. But just as she was about to touch her mother, she suddenly pulled her hand back and ran straight to Qi Hui, clinging tightly to his leg. "You bastard!" Seeing her daughter rely on her enemy as if he were her father, Zhao Qiuman's heart twisted in agony. Qi Hui showed no reaction to Zhao Qiuman's curses. Without a word, he picked up Shun Shengsheng and left. Every 3 or 4 days, Qi Hui would bring the little girl to see her mother. Each visit lasted no more than the time it took for a single incense stick to burn, sometimes even less than that. But for Zhao Qiuman, being able to see her daughter, even briefly, became her sole reason to keep living. What broke Zhao Qiuman's heart was how her child remained distant from her, yet seemed utterly dependent on her enemy. However, she consoled herself with the fact that, whatever Qi Hui's intentions were, he hadn't taken her child back to the Black God sect's main headquarters, and the little girl had not been harmed. One night, Zhao Qiuman sat on the ground, her hands and feet bound. She dozed off, her head drooping in exhaustion. "Oh!" The soft, childlike sound jolted Zhao Qiuman awake. She immediately raised her head, her eyes lighting up with hope as she scanned her surroundings. She saw her daughter cautiously making her way toward her, step by tentative step, as if venturing into an unfamiliar and possibly dangerous world. "It's okay. Mother won't hurt you," Zhao Qiuman said gently, extending her arms toward the girl, her gaze never leaving her daughter. The little girl slowly approached, hesitating with every step. She reached out her small hand tentatively, and Zhao Qiuman, swallowing hard, watched as her daughter's fingers grew closer and closer to hers. Finally, the little girl's fingertips brushed against her mother's. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps it was the bond of blood. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Qiuman, who had longed so desperately to touch her daughter, couldn't hold back her tears. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Oh!" Seeing the woman in front of her cry, the little girl grew inexplicably flustered. She reached out her small hands and clumsily tried to wipe away her mother's tears. But the more she wiped, the more Zhao Qiuman's tears fell. Standing in the shadows some distance away, Qi Hui watched the scene in silence. Without a word, he turned and left. After that night, Shun Shengsheng began sneaking out to visit her mother every evening. She didn't know why, but she always felt a deep urge to see this woman. There was a strange sense of familiarity and closeness that drew her. Each time Shun Shengsheng visited, Zhao Qiuman would tell her stories about the outside world, teach her to recognize words, or try to get her to speak. However, Shun Shengsheng seemed different from ordinary children. She didn't seem to understand. Zhao Qiuman wasn't discouraged. She took her time, patiently teaching her daughter little by little. However, Zhao Qiuman never spoke to Shun Shengsheng about Shengsheng. She didn't want her child to bear additional pain. Sometimes, knowing nothing was better than knowing everything. As for Qi Hui, he acted as if he was unaware of Shun Shengsheng sneaking out at night to visit her mother. One day, members of the Black-God sect's main headquarters unexpectedly came to inspect the Baiwa branch. Caught off guard, Qi Hui found that Zhao Qiuman and Shun Shengsheng had been discovered. Zhao Qiuman's presence was easy to explain away, claiming she was just a woman captured from outside sufficed, and no one pursued the matter further. But Shun Shengsheng was a different matter. What's the story with this little girl? The deacons from the Black-God sect's headquarters weren't fools. The moment they saw Shun Shengsheng, they sensed something unusual. Qi Hui cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied, reporting to the two deacons, "This is a little girl I captured from the mortal world and fused with a magical beast." "Unbelievable and so successful," one deacon exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it's rare," the other deacon agreed, his excitement evident. "You can feel the beastly nature within her, yet her fusion with human bloodline is seamless. Remarkably, the only visible traits are a pair of horns and slit pupils. By the way, what kind of beast was she fused with?" Qi Hui thought for a moment. "Just an ordinary night demon dragon." One of the deacons turned to Qi Hui. "Qi Hui, this girl represents a major achievement. Why haven't you sent her to the main headquarters?" Qi Hui replied, "The fusion was only recently completed. I wanted to observe her condition before sending her to the headquarters." "Fair enough, but there's no need to observe further. We'll take her back for a more thorough examination. Who knows, this might lead to a breakthrough," the deacon said, waving dismissively. "Rest assured, we'll credit your contribution when we return." "Thank you, esteemed stewards," Qi Hui replied, knowing full well that no matter what he said, she would be taken. That night, after hosting the two stewards, as soon as he sat down, Shun Shengsheng toddled over and gently patted his knee. Qi Hui looked at the little girl, who wasn't even as tall as his knee. "Tomorrow, you'll be taken away." "Oh." Shun Shengsheng tilted her head, confused. "When you reach the headquarters, you might be fed all kinds of potions. Your skin and flesh could be torn apart. They might keep you locked in a cage, and once you've grown, they might use you as a tool for breeding," Qi Hui said bluntly. "Oh." Shun Shengsheng, not understanding, continued to look at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I have no reason to protect you. It's better if you go. At least I'll gain some merit for it." Qi Hui stared into her eyes. "I've said it before, I'm not a good person." "Oh." Shun Shengsheng sat down at his feet, wrapped her small arms around his leg, and rested her head on his knee. Before long, she had fallen asleep. "You really don't understand anything, do you?" Looking down at the little girl, Qi Hui sighed. He gently patted her head and then raised his eyes to the perpetually dark cave above. "Back then, when your mother wanted to take you and leave this world behind, perhaps she was right after all. All right, you can stop here. We'll take the girl from here," said the two Black God cult deacons to Qi Hui. "Don't worry. This time, you've done a great deed. If nothing goes wrong, thanks to this little girl, you'll become a deacon for the main branch. Then we can work together. Thank you, both of you." Qi Hui bowed respectfully. "Do your best. We have high hopes for you." The two deacons held Shun Shengsheng's hand and began to lead her away. "Oh." Shun Shengsheng turned her head to look at Qi Hui, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand why she was being taken away or why Qi Hui wasn't following. Qi Hui avoided her gaze. "Take care, both of you." Shun Shengsheng didn't understand what was happening. Her small hand was gripped tightly by the two strangers as they dragged her along. Even as she was being led away, she kept looking back at Chi Hui. Oh, when the two black god cult deacons had dragged her about 10 meters away, Shun Shang sensed something was wrong. She turned her head and bit down hard on one of the deacon's hands. This. The deacon winced in pain and let go of her hand. Shun took the opportunity to run back toward Chi Hui on her short legs. You little brat. The deacon pulled out a whip and lashed it harshly at Shun Shang. Oh, the lash sent Shun Shang curling up on the ground, hugging herself tightly. The whip kept falling relentlessly on her small body. Not far away, Chi Hui frowned deeply. When the deacon raised the whip to strike her again, his wrist was suddenly caught in a firm grip by Chi Hui. What's the meaning of this? The deacon demanded, glaring at Chi Hui. Don't tell me you've grown attached to this little thing. Chi Hui chuckled. Not all. But, dear deacons, she's quite valuable. If you damage her, it won't be good. The deacon shook off Chi Hui's hand. This isn't your concern. This little beast needs a few beatings to behave. Don't worry, your credit won't be affected. I won't kill her. With that, the deacon raised his whip again and continued to lash at Shun Shang. One strike. Another strike. Shun Shang cried out and rolled on the ground in pain as her skin split open and bled. She tried to resist, spitting a weak burst of black flame at the deacon. But at her young age, the flame was easily deflected, and her defiance only provoked more vicious blows. As the deacon's anger grew, he picked up a stone, ready to smash it down on Shun Shang's head. But his hand froze mid-air. The next moment, he felt the world spin. His vision twisted as his head separated from his neck, hitting the ground, his eyes staring at the dirt. Chi Hui, you! The other deacon was shocked and started to speak, but before he could finish, Chi Hui closed the distance in an instant and struck. The deacon's body exploded into a mist of blood. Oh, Shun Shang timidly moved her hands away from her head, looking up at Chi Hui with fearful eyes. Let's go. We're heading back, Chi Hui said as he pulled her up and patted the dirt off her clothes. Shun Shang looked around nervously, then nodded quietly. She took Chi Hui's large hand in her tiny one, and they began walking back toward the cave. Chi Hui staged the scene as if the two deacons had fallen victim to an accident in the wild. He reported the discovery of their bodies to the main branch and vowed to investigate their deaths. The deaths of the two deacons didn't draw much attention from the main branch. In a demonic sect like the Black God sect, which was hunted relentlessly by righteous sects, it was all too common for their members to be killed. Even when deacons came to investigate, Chi Hui managed to hide Shun Shang well. Remember this, Chi Hui said calmly, looking at the little girl in the courtyard before him. Just because I saved you this time doesn't mean I won't harm you. If one day I find it highly profitable to sell you, I won't hesitate. Do you understand? Shun Shang tilted her head, looking at Chi Hui, then nodded hesitantly, as if she understood. If I die someday, Chi Hui continued, his eyes deep and distant, you must take your mother and leave here. Go as far as you can, and never forget this. In this world, no one is reliable. Apart from your parents, anyone can betray you. You can only rely on yourself. In Xu Ming's line of sight, a little girl was biting down fiercely on a large black dog. The girl had vertical pupils, reminiscent of the dragons from the Western legends of his previous life on Blue Star. Two black horns protruded from her forehead, standing out sharply against her fair skin. She appeared very young, no more than 6 or 7 years old. However, her adorable doll-like appearance was starkly contrasted by the ferocity in her eyes, like a wild beast. The black dog was startled by the unexpected bite. What shocked it even more was the pain. It was no ordinary dog. It was a great demon at the Jade Purity realm. Even Xu Ming's full-strength punches were nothing more than tickles to it. Yet this little girl had managed to hurt it. The black dog used its paw to lift the girl by the back of her collar. She flailed her limbs wildly, baring her teeth, trying to bite it again. Are you human, demon, or a magical beast? The black dog asked curiously, sniffing at her. It could detect the scents of both humans and magical beasts on her. Awoo! The girl opened her mouth and let out a growl. Never mind. Let's take her back and let the Prime Minister examine her, the black dog muttered. Though it couldn't identify her species, keeping her alive seemed the safer option. Just as it was about to tie the girl up with a rope, the dog suddenly froze. Its paw, holding the girl's arm, had been cleanly severed. The severed paw and the little girl fell to the ground simultaneously. Run! Take her and go! Chi shouted, having launched a sneak attack. He blew a gust of wind with his breath, pushing the girl towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming immediately caught her. I told you already, there's no escape. Why keep running? A playful voice rang out as Bifong, like a divine bird, flapped its wings and flew towards Xu Ming. Sir, I'm entrusting my daughter to you, Zhao Qianman said, pressing a bracelet into Xu Ming's hand before striking him with her palm, sending him flying against a large rock. The bracelet emitted a glowing light, and runes emerged from it, falling onto the rock. In an instant, the rock disintegrated, revealing a hidden teleportation array beneath it. When Zhao Qianman first planned their escape, she had prepared 2 arrays. The first one had been destroyed during a failed attempt. The second was meant for her husband, herself, and their child to flee together. Unfortunately, her husband would never return. Fortunately, her daughter could escape using the teleportation array. Sensing something amiss, both Bifong and the black dog charged towards Xu Ming. Zhao Qianman and the flying zombie blocked Bifong's path, while Qi Hui held the black dog back with all his might. Despite his body being pierced through by the black dog again and again, he never let go. Awoo, awoo. The little girl, held tightly in Xu Ming's arms, struggled desperately to break free and rush forward. The glowing light of the array slowly enveloped her and Xu Ming. Bifong's flames engulfed Zhao Qianman and the flying zombie. Before their bodies dissolved into ash at a visible speed, Zhao Qianman turned to her child with a warm smile. Be well, my child, she said softly, before vanishing into ashes alongside the flying zombie. Oh, tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks as her small arms reached out helplessly toward the fading figure of her mother. Live on! Under the black dog's paw, Qi Hui grinned as he saw the array about to activate. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as Qi Hui detonated his own golden core. Before the shock wave could reach them, the light of the array enveloped both Xu Ming and the little girl, activating the teleportation. An instant later, Xu Ming opened his eyes to find himself standing on a mountainside. Without hesitation, he tucked the little girl under his arm and flew toward Qingyang County City. But before he could cover 100 meters, Xu Ming's instincts flared with danger. He twisted to the side, just as a fireball slammed into the spot where he had been a moment ago. Another fireball came straight at his back. This time, unable to dodge, Xu Ming spun around and threw a punch. The fireball exploded upon impact with his fist. The force of the explosion sent Xu Ming plummeting from the sky. When he landed steadily on the ground, Bifong and the black dog had already surrounded him. The black dog shook the dirt off its fur. Close one. Almost let you get away. Bifong pouted. This guy looks stubborn. Don't waste time talking to him. Just break his legs and take him away. Agreed. The black dog nodded and began to step closer to Xu Ming. Xu Ming knew that if he were captured and taken to the Wanxiang Kingdom, he'd face certain death, just a matter of how and when. Even the black dog felt it was a shame for such a talented individual to meet such a fate. But for the demon race, letting a genius like Xu Ming grow unchecked would be an unbearable threat. Xu Ming clenched his fists, racking his brain for any way to escape. The answer was clear. There wasn't one. He had no strength left to throw even a single punch, let alone fight 2 Jade Purity Realm opponents. His only choice now was to stop resisting, allow himself to be captured, and look for an opportunity later. Honk! A loud honking sound suddenly echoed through the air. Hearing the familiar sound, Xu Ming's face fell. Sure enough, a massive Tianxian goose dove straight onto the black dog's head, pecking furiously and flapping its wings wildly. Stupid goose. Get out of here. Xu Ming shouted anxiously. Xu Ming was in a panic, fearing that the black dog might strike the goose with a single paw and end its life. The black dog did indeed raise its paw, aiming to swat the annoying goose that was flapping and pecking at its head. But before it could act, Bifong jumped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the black dog flying far away. You damn mutt. Are you trying to die? The black dog was knocked aside, and Bifong's single foot bounced up and down, repeatedly stomping on the black dog. The Tianxin goose, unsure of what was happening, quickly flew back to Xu Ming's side. When the black dog had reached out to strike it, the goose had felt its life was in real danger, its life nearly snuffed out. After being thoroughly beaten by Bifong, the black dog climbed back up. It looked at the Tianxin goose by Xu Ming's side with a flash of fear in its eyes. If it had acted earlier, it would have been over. Xu Ming was confused. The black dog and Bifong now looked at Xiao Bai with eyes full of respect. All the previous arrogance had vanished. What happened next left Xu Ming even more puzzled. Subject, Miaohua. Subject, dead dog. Greetings, Your Highness, the princess. Xu Ming and the goose stared at them, utterly confused. Xu Ming looked at the goose. The goose stared at Shun Shang. Honk honk honk. This little girl is a princess? Where did you pick her up? The goose asked. You didn't kidnap a princess, did you? That would explain why they're after us. They're talking about you. Xu Ming hit the goose's head with annoyance. Wait, no. What kind of princess are you? Human. Show some respect to Your Highness. The black dog growled, looking disturbed to see its princess being struck by a human. Your Highness, we've been searching for you everywhere. Bifong transformed into a human form, no longer a single-legged creature, but a normal woman, and bowed respectfully to the goose. Honk honk honk. I'm not your princess. You've got the wrong goose. The Tianxin goose crossed its wings defiantly. There's no mistake, the black dog said, also transforming into a human form, its skin dark as if it had emerged from a coal mine. Your Highness, if you take this, the seal on your memories will break, and you will regain your memories and come back with us. Honk. No way. The goose refused immediately. Honk 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 honk. Back off. I'm warning you. I'm very powerful, and you won't harm us. Your Highness, you've been deceived by this human. Bifong said coldly. Humans are all untrustworthy. Honk honk honk. You're the untrustworthy ones. The goose stood protectively in front of Xu Ming. Bifong and the black dog exchanged a look. The black dog turned and bowed deeply. If that's the case, Your Highness, I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Honk. The goose, thinking an attack was imminent, opened its beak to unleash a wind blade. But before it could do so, the black dog pulled a transparent, crystalline pill from its robes and flicked it directly into the goose's mouth. Goose! The Tianxin goose gulped down the thing that had been fed to it. Startled, it suspected that the other party had given it poison. The Tianxin goose desperately tried to spit it out, but no matter what, it couldn't. The thing melted as soon as it entered its mouth, dissolving like water into its bloodstream. The Tianxin goose felt a fiery sensation all over its body, as if it were about to become a roast goose. Then it felt as if something inside its body was about to leave. Xiao Bai covered its head with its wings and rolled on the ground frantically, as if something was trying to burst out of its skull. Seeing Xiao Bai in such pain, Xu Ming instinctively stepped forward. However, just as he took a step, Bifong spat out a flame, forming a fiery barrier around Xu Ming. Do not interfere with our princess, Bifong said coldly, though his expression was extremely tense. Watching the big white goose suffer so intensely, the black dog grew anxious and glanced uneasily at Bifong. The princess won't be in danger, right? Is that thing really this painful? Are we sure what the Prime Minister gave us is safe? If anything happens to the princess, we'll be guilty for all eternity. Shut up. Don't jinx it. Bifong kicked the black dog and kept his eyes fixed on the Tianxin goose, not daring to look away for even a second. Don't worry, it should be fine. That old turtle wouldn't dare harm the princess. After all, The princess is... Bai Fong muttered to herself, more like self-reassurance, but halfway through, she stopped speaking and tightly pressed her lips together, anxiously watching the white goose. Though her words tried to sound confident, Bai Fong was deeply worried. What if that old turtle had truly gone mad? What if it intended to eliminate the last royal bloodline of the Wanxiang kingdom and pledge allegiance to another power? It wasn't impossible. Fortunately, after 10 breaths, the white goose's cries began to subside. Not because it had no strength left to cry, but because the pain it endured was visibly lessening. The big white goose lay on the ground, its mind flooded with strange images. The royal palace engulfed in flames, her mother holding her and fleeing. Imperial guards falling one after another before her eyes. "Live well, my daughter." "Mother." A woman dressed in imperial robes gently stroked the young girl's face. Her delicate, white fingers pressed lightly against the girl's forehead. The young girl's body shrank rapidly, eventually losing her human form entirely. I am. Xiaobai opened her eyes. Her body grew larger, her feathers lengthened, and her tail fanned out like an empress's trailing gown. Honghu. 2 words suddenly popped into Xu Ming's mind. Among phoenixes, there were 5 distinct types. As the saying goes, of phoenixes there are 5 kinds. The red is the Feng, the blue is the Wan, the yellow is the Yuan Chu, the white is the Honghu, and the purple is the Yuezhu. The blue phoenix is called He, the red phoenix is called Chun, the yellow phoenix is called Yin, the white phoenix is called Su, and the purple phoenix is called Zhua. All 5 phoenixes are divine beasts, equal in stature. Xu Ming had seen depictions of the 5 phoenixes in this world. Their forms were similar, differing only in color. This form, how could she still be the Tianxian goose? This is clearly the white phoenix, Honghu. Seeing their princess gradually regain her former appearance, Bai Fong let out a sigh of relief, his eyes full of joy. "Min!" Xiaobai stood up, and with a resonant cry, her phoenix song echoed through the skies. In the mountains and forests, white birds scattered and flew low, bowing their heads in submission. "Your servant greets the princess." Bai Fong and the black dog stepped forward again, kneeling on one knee before Xiaobai. As past and present memories began to merge, Xiaobai still felt her mind was slightly hazy, but it was becoming clearer by the moment. "My name isn't Xiaobai. My name is Bai Li Bing," she said, lowering her head, her voice now human. This was the first time Xu Ming had ever heard Xiaobai speak, and her voice was mesmerizing, ethereal, with a distant coolness that made her seem unapproachable. Hearing the princess state her true name, Bai Fong knew she had fully returned. "We have searched for the princess for 10 long years. To find you today is the greatest fortune for our Wanxiang kingdom," the black dog quickly said, flattering her. "Once we knock out these 2 humans, we'll escort the princess back." "How is my mother?" Bai Li Bing asked, her eyes filled with worry. "Princess," Bai Fong answered respectfully, "the empress is still missing. We continue to search for her. For now, the prime minister has stabilized the court, awaiting your return." Bai Li Bing's gaze hardened as she fell into deep thought. "Why were you so intent on killing him?" After a while, Bai Li Bing raised her head and asked. The black dog replied, "Princess, our Wanxiang kingdom is preparing for a grand sacrificial ceremony. It requires certain rare constitutions, one of which is the eternal spiritual root. Based on my judgment, this man likely possesses the eternal spiritual root. As for that little girl, she carries both human and magical beast sense. I was curious and planned to take her back to Wanxiang Kingdom to investigate further." Bai Li Bing's voice turned cold. "You may not harm this man, nor may you touch that little girl." The black dog's tone grew anxious. "But princess, the eternal spiritual root is incredibly rare. If we let it slip away..." "I told you not to touch them. Did you not hear me?" Bai Li Bing's tone carried reprimand, and the bloodline pressure emanating from her bore down heavily on the black dog. Even though Bai Li Bing's cultivation was far below the black dog's, the suppression from her bloodline caused cold sweat to form on his brow. Understood, Your Highness. The black dog finally relented, obeying Bai Li Bing's command. Although the sacrificial ceremony was of great importance, nothing was more crucial than the princess herself. She was the only remaining royal of Wanxiang Kingdom. Bai Li Bing's cold gaze moved away from the black dog. A cool breeze swept through the air, and snow-white feathers drifted down from above. Bai Li Bing transformed into her human form. The snowy white phoenix feathers turned into a pure white, phoenix-feathered strapless gown with a flowing skirt that trailed the ground. Her fair shoulders were exposed, resembling a bride in an immaculate wedding dress. A cascade of white hair flowed down her shoulders, ending just above her slender waist. Bai Li Bing turned, her almond-shaped eyes meeting Xu Ming's gaze. Looking into her eyes, Xu Ming felt a sense of familiarity, but also an unfamiliar, distant coldness. Contrary to Xu Ming's earlier assumptions, Xiao Bai's human form wasn't a hulking figure. She was incredibly graceful, her curves soft and elegant, like snow melting into water. Beneath her white lashes, her blue pupils and delicate, upturned nose exuded an exotic charm. "Thank you for taking care of me all these years," Bai Li Bing said softly, her voice directed at Xu Ming. Xu Ming stared directly into the young woman's eyes. "Are you still that silly goose?" Hearing Xu Ming call her silly, Bai Li Bing's small hands clenched tightly, her brows twitching in annoyance. But unlike before, when she would immediately lash out and hit Xu Ming whenever she felt displeased, Bai Li Bing now carried herself with a dignity befitting the eldest princess of Wanxiang Kingdom. "Remember this, I am Bai Li Bing, the eldest princess of Wanxiang Kingdom, and a sworn enemy of your human race." "Oh, and," Bai Li Bing smiled faintly, placing her hands gracefully in front of her. "Didn't you always hope I'd take on a human form? Now that I have, what do you think?" Xu Ming shook his head with a small smile. "Honestly, I preferred the big white goose you were before." Xu Ming wasn't trying to flatter her. He was simply telling the truth. Even though Bai Li Bing's bloodline was far more noble, being a Honghu, the white phoenix, and even though her human form was that of a poised, elegant young woman, no less stunning than Qin Xinhuan in both figure and appearance, Xu Ming still wished she could be the Tianqian goose she used to be. In fact, Xu Ming would have been happier if her human form had turned out to be an ordinary-looking, hulking warrior. "You're hopeless," Bai Li Bing said coldly, glaring at Xu Ming. "When you return to Wudu, tell Madam that Xiao Bai won't be coming back." With that, Bai Li Bing turned to the black dog. "Let's go. Back to Wanxiang Kingdom." "As you command, Your Highness." The black dog took out a void-breaking stone and opened a distorted void gate, the passage behind it leading directly to the Wanxiang Kingdom's royal capital. The black dog couldn't help but glance longingly at Xu Ming one last time, but a wing slap from Bai Fong sent his head spinning, and he reluctantly followed behind Bai Li Bing. "Do you want to remain Xiao Bai, or do you prefer being Bai Li Bing?" Just as Bai Li Bing was about to step into the void gate, Xu Ming asked. The young woman paused briefly before stepping forward. Her jade-like legs disappeared into the gate, and as it began to close, a cool, distant voice drifted back to him. "Bai Li Bing is Bai Li Bing." The girl's ethereal voice lingered in the air as the void gate vanished, leaving everything calm once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Cough, cough. Xu Ming, who had been holding in all this time, finally coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Utterly drained, Xu Ming slumped to the ground, his face pale. He had survived, but Xiao Bai had turned out to be the princess of Wanxiang Kingdom. Wanxiang Kingdom. Xu Ming muttered the words softly, as if trying to process their weight. "Oh!" While Xu Ming was lost in thought, the little girl who had been standing beside him suddenly scrambled toward the direction of the heart of the lava cave, stumbling as she went. Forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain, Xu Ming stood up, walked over, and picked her up. He dusted off the dirt from her clothes, then tucked the girl under his arm and flew toward the heart of the lava cave. The protective array around the mountain had already been destroyed, making it easy for Xu Ming to find the cave. However, the heart of the lava cave was in ruins, the entire cavern having collapsed. The little girl wriggled out of Xu Ming's arms and began digging at the rubble with her bare hands. Even when her fingers were scraped raw and blood mixed with the dirt and stones, she didn't stop. Xu Ming didn't stop her. Instead, he handed her a peachwood sword. "Use this," he said. The peachwood was harder than stone. Then, Xu Ming picked up a flat rock and started helping her dig. Neither of them knew how long they had been digging. Xu Ming knew deep down they wouldn't find anything. Her mother and that cultivator were gone, completely obliterated body and soul. Nothing remained. After digging for what seemed like an eternity, the little girl's movements grew slower and slower, her sweat dripping continuously from her forehead. Eventually, she unearthed a massive black stone. With the peachwood sword Xu Ming had given her, she kept striking it repeatedly. However, even though the sword was made from extraordinary material, it only managed to leave faint marks on the stone surface. Frustrated, the little girl tossed the sword aside and snatched the stone Xu Ming was holding, pounding it against the black stone with all her might. Awoo! 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 When the stone in her hand finally shattered into pieces, its fragments mixed with her blood, the little girl collapsed into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Deep down, she knew her mother and Qi Hui were gone, yet she couldn't bring herself to accept it. Xu Ming didn't understand why the girl was so attached to that black divine cultivator, to the point of seeing him as a family figure. That same cultivator was responsible for the death of her father. Even so, Xu Ming refrained from telling her the truth now. He knew that if she learned the reality of it all, she would break down even further. When her cries grew hoarse and she no longer had the strength to wail, slumping weakly against the stone, Xu Ming finally stepped forward and crouched down in front of her. The little girl, her eyes swollen and red from crying, looked at Xu Ming while sniffing back tears. Xu Ming met her gaze directly. "I owe your mother a debt. She entrusted you to me, asking me to take care of you. I'll do just that." He extended his hand to the little girl. "If you're willing to trust me." The girl glanced at his outstretched hand, then lifted her gaze back to meet his eyes. She didn't say a word, didn't make a sound. She just stared at him, unwavering. Xu Ming held her gaze, his eyes just as steady and patient. "Live," the girl finally managed to utter, her voice trembling and fragmented. Xu Ming was momentarily stunned, but once he understood her meaning, he nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, live on. Together, we'll keep living." The girl swallowed nervously, her small hand tentatively reaching toward Xu Ming's fingers. But just as her fingers were about to touch his, she recoiled as if shocked, pulling her hand back. It was as if she were transported back to the day she first met her mother. The hesitation and fear mirrored in her current actions. And just as Zhao Qiuman had patiently waited for her back then, Xu Ming now waited quietly, letting the little girl take her time to reach out. Finally, she placed her small hand into Xu Ming's palm. Looking up at him with nervous eyes, she waited. Xu Ming closed his hand gently around hers. "My name is Xu Ming. What's yours? Can you tell me?" "Shun. Shun." The girl struggled to speak, articulating each syllable with great effort. Xu Ming tilted his head slightly. Shun. Shung," she repeated haltingly. Where are you? Where are you?" Qin Xingwan muttered to herself while holding the 8 trigrams map, trying to deduce Xu Ming's location as she glanced around anxiously. But no matter how much she calculated, she couldn't pinpoint where Xu Ming was. Perhaps it was because she had been searching for too long, but she started to worry about Xiao by wandering too far from her. So, she used a talisman to track Xiao Bai's location, planning to reunite with her companion first before continuing the search. To her surprise, Xiao Bai's position hadn't changed at all. "Something's not right," Qin Xingwan muttered, unease creeping in her heart. Logically speaking, Xiao Bai should be moving around while looking for Xu Ming. Could something have happened to her? Could she have run into an enemy? Otherwise, why hadn't she moved even a little? Panic welled up inside Qin Xingwan as she flew toward Xiao Bai's location, praying desperately that nothing had happened to her. But when she arrived at the spot indicated by the talisman, she froze in place. The talisman was stuck to a tree. There were no traces of a struggle nearby. Recalling how Xiao had insisted they split up earlier, and now seeing the talisman left behind on the tree, Qin Xingwan felt as if she understood everything. If she guessed correctly, Xiao probably knew where Xu Ming was but didn't want her to get involved in any danger. So, she had intentionally shaken her off and gone ahead alone. Xiao, even you've learned to lie to me now. Qin Xingwan pouted, feeling both hurt and upset. When they were younger, the two of them, and the goose, always stuck together when causing trouble, never hiding anything from each other. And now, they were both leaving her behind. Don't think you can ditch me. Qin Xingwan pulled out the 8 trigrams map, intending to calculate Xiao's location. Since they hadn't been apart for long, and the talisman still carried Xiao's aura, it should be easier to track her compared to Xu Ming. Xingwan. Just as Qin Xingwan was concentrating on divining Xiao's whereabouts, a cold voice rang out. She looked up and was instantly overjoyed. Master! With her master here, everything would be fine. Xu Ming could be saved. Wang Xian descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside her disciple. Her delicate brows furrowed. What's happened? Why is your Tao Lotus missing from your body? Qin Xingwan froze. Master, how did you know? Wang Xian replied, the Tao Lotus in your body was planted there by me. How could I not know? When it disappeared, I feared you were in danger, so I broke through space to come to you. Qin Xingwan. Master, it's a long story, but there's something more urgent right now. Could you help me locate someone? My friend might be in mortal danger. Qin Xingwan grasped her master's hands, pleading earnestly, Please, master. Seeing the urgency in her disciple's eyes, Wang Xian suppressed her own questions for the moment. She threw a formation diagram onto the ground. Place something related to the person on this. Qin Xingwan quickly retrieved a painting scroll of Baiwa and placed it on the formation. As she glanced at the scroll, Wang Xian immediately recognized it as a miniature world. She activated the formation, her slender, fair fingers deftly forming intricate hand seals. As an immortal, Wang Xian could not only deduce the owner's location with ease, but could also use the scroll to glimpse the threads of cause and effect surrounding it. Through the formation, she saw a man standing on a heavenly staircase, gazing at a thunder dragon above. She saw her own disciple standing beside the man, feeding her Tao Lotus into his mouth. She saw the man enduring the tribulation, taking the scroll and giving it to her disciple. And that man's name was Xu Ming. How is this possible? Someone with severed spiritual roots, how could he cultivate? A moment later, after understanding the cause and effect, Wang Xian opened her eyes and spoke calmly. There's no need to look for him anymore. I just deduced that he survived the ordeal. He's injured, but his life is not in danger. What's important now is for you to return to Tianxian, sect with me immediately. Your cultivation thus far has been focused on nurturing the Tao Lotus. That Tao Lotus was essentially your foundation. But now that you've given it to Xu Ming, your foundation has been damaged. You need to return to Tianxian's sect to remedy this as soon as possible, or you'll never reach the Jade Purity realm in this lifetime. Qin Xingwan's cheeks flushed. Master, how do you know all this? Wang Xian sighed helplessly. How could I not know your little schemes? There's nothing I can't deduce. Qin Xingwan's tone grew anxious as she pleaded coquettishly. Master, please have mercy. Let me just go see Xu Ming for a moment. I'll feel at ease once I know he's okay. Then I'll come back with you, I promise. Xingwan, stop this nonsense. This time, Wang Xian didn't give in to her disciple's wishes. Do you have any idea what state your body is in right now? Every moment we delay only makes it worse. Hearing her master's stern tone, Qin Xingwan lowered her head. She knew he was genuinely angry. Her master rarely got angry. Seeing his disciple's dejected expression, Wang Xian let out a heavy sigh. That Tao Lotus of yours could have become your life-bound artifact. When you reached the Dragon Gate realm, it could have elevated you even higher. When you entered the Golden Core realm, it would have transformed into a Lotus Golden Core, ensuring an unobstructed path in your cultivation until the Jade Purity realm. Your cultivation base would have naturally surpassed most people in quality. And even after reaching the Jade Purity realm, that Tao Lotus would have become a bridge for you to connect with the laws of heaven and earth. But now all of that is gone. Tell me, was it worth it? From his deduction through the Baiwa scroll, Wang Xian had only seen that Xu Ming was undergoing a tribulation to become the master of the Baiwa secret realm, and that he was on the verge of failure before Qin Qingyuan intervened to help him. She didn't know that if Xu Ming failed, everyone would be trapped inside the scroll, nor that the Black God sect was using the scroll's light pillar to capture cultivators, potentially dooming them all. But even if she knew, Wang Xian wouldn't have cared. Her disciple, born with a natural Tao body, could adapt to the laws of any secret realm or miniature world and would never be expelled. The light pillar of the Baiwa secret realm would never fall on her. Even if Xu Ming failed and everyone else became trapped in the scroll, her disciple could connect with the Tao laws upon entering the Dragon Gate realm and leave the scroll on her own. Xu Ming is fine, Wang Xian said with a trace of regret in her voice. Qin Qingyuan looked up at her master with sparkling eyes and said softly, as long as Xu Ming is okay, it was all worth it. You defeated Mo.Bai of the Lanshu sect, strength +10, constitution +20. You defeated Qin of the Inquan sect, mana +20. You defeated Zhuang Yin of the Wanjian sect, sword chi +50, sword intent +50, sword Tao comprehension +50. Night had already fallen. Although Xu Ming wanted to hurry to the nearest town and find a safe place to recuperate, the surrounding area was teeming with magical beasts. Moreover, before the collapse of the lava heart cavern, quite a few beasts had likely escaped into the area. In his current condition, even a random 5th-rank magical beast could easily kill him with a single blow. Traveling now was far too risky. So Xu Ming decided to rest in a cave with Shun Shengsheng and set out again in the morning. Sitting on the ground, Xu Ming gnawed on a piece of roasted wild boar while listening to a series of notifications ringing in his head. These were the attribute points awarded by the system after his earlier battles. The system hadn't given them during the fight, as rewards were only distributed once he was out of combat. You endured the 9 heavens lightning tribulation, lightning affinity +1000, constitution +500, Tao comprehension +200. Acquired 9 heavens cloud thunder sword, 2nd tier magical artifact. 9 heavens cloud thunder sword. With a deafening roar of thunder, you enter the scene, sword in hand. It can't slash the heavens or the earth, but it can certainly cut down your enemies. Wield this sword, and you'll be the flashiest guy on the block. You obtained the Baiwa secret realm and became its master, receiving Tao Rain Talisman, Blueprint, 5 Tao Rain Talismans, 1,000 caddies of purple dew spirit rice seeds, and 5 portions of ancient divine beast bloodlines, usable only by native inhabitants of Baiwa secret realm. Tao Rain Talisman. Each use summons a Tao Rain over the Baiwa secret realm, enhancing its spiritual energy and increasing its Tao fortune. Purple dew spirit rice boosts the spiritual energy of demon clans in the Baiwa secret realm and aids in their cultivation. Ancient divine beast bloodlines include Xingyu, Qilin, Tangsha, Xuanwu, and Chengwang bloodlines. When used by demon clan cultivators, it purifies their bloodline, aiding in atavism. Note, this only assists in atavism and does not guarantee it. Ultimately, the greatest factor is the cultivator's own effort. You battled Qi Hui of the Black God sect in a hard-fought duel. Physical limit +50, fist chi +50, warrior's true chi +100, body strength +100. Rewarded, blood hairpin. Blood hairpin. Placed on the forehead, it conceals the presence of a magical beast bloodline. Detected that the host is traveling with Shun Shengsheng, which may attract trouble. Therefore, this reward is provided. You clashed with Baifeng and Yin Hua of the Jade Purity Realm. Endurance +100, fire resistance +300. Rewarded, small Chinkoan pouch. Small Chinkoan pouch. Market value of 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Though small, it offers a decent 100 cubic meters of storage. This pouch can be sold. All rewards have been distributed. A friendly reminder from a system. The gap in cultivation realms is too vast. No matter how talented you are, it's useless. Please stop risking your life unnecessarily. As the system's voice faded from his mind, Xu Ming felt his body growing stronger. Though his injuries hadn't healed much, the improvements in his physical attributes made the pain seem insignificant. It was as if he previously had 1,000 HP and had lost 500 in battle. Now, with his HP increased to 10,000, the same 500 damage felt like a mere scratch. Of course, this was just a metaphor. In reality, Xu Ming estimated his maximum vitality had only increased by about 50%. Sizzle, sizzle. The wild boar meat dripped with oil onto the campfire, producing an enticing crackling sound. Xu Ming sprinkled the meat with salt, cumin, and chili powder. While hunting earlier, he'd also discovered a beehive and harvested some honey, which he now brushed over the roasting meat. The sweet and savory aroma filled the cave, making Shun gulp in anticipation. From birth until now, Shun had never encountered food as fragrant as this. Xu Ming used the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder Sword to slice the roasted meat, placing it neatly onto lotus leaves. The sword itself might never have imagined that its first task after being forged wasn't to slay enemies, but to serve as a kitchen knife. Speaking of which, the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder Sword certainly had a grand name and a striking appearance. Its blade shimmered in a deep blue hue, its long and slender body etched with intricate lightning patterns. Yet, despite its impressive looks, it was merely a second-tier magical artifact. Magical artifacts were categorized into 9 grades, separated into 3 tiers. Grades 9 to 1 formed the first tier, above which were celestial weapons, and beyond those, imperial weapons. It's worth noting that imperial weapons didn't refer to the weapons of mortal emperors, but rather those wielded by immortal emperors. In truth, the so-called national treasures of mortal empires typically fell into the category of celestial weapons. Just based on looks alone, this 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder Sword could easily pass for a celestial weapon, right? Why does it feel like it's all style and no substance? Xu Ming held the sword horizontally, muttering to himself. Still, a second-tier magical artifact wasn't too bad. After all, even the core disciple of the Wanjian sect only used a second-tier flying sword. Consoling himself, Xu Ming continued slicing the roasted meat. Here, eat up. He handed a lotus leaf pile with about 5 pounds of roasted meat to Shun. She immediately grabbed the meat with her hands, eating with no thought of elegance or restraint. Slow down. There's plenty more if you're still hungry. Watching Shun devour the meat with oil glistening around her mouth, Xu Ming cut another half leg of the wild boar and placed it in front of her. Thoughtfully, he also prepared a bamboo tube filled with water, just in case she choked. While Shun feasted, Xu Ming decided to test some of the other rewards he had received from the system. Just like the talismans he had previously been rewarded with, the Tao Rain Talisman's blueprint was etched clearly into his mind. However, creating this Tao Rain Talisman gave Xu Ming a headache. The materials required were extraordinarily high grade. The ink alone had to be made from the essence blood of a flood dragon. The cost of such a requirement was nearly unbearable. It became clear to him just how precious the system's reward of 5 single-use Tao Rain Talismans truly was. Xu Ming decided to use one as an experiment. Even though the Baiwa scroll was not currently in his possession, the system's rewards could be used directly through his connection to the Baiwa secret realm. With just a thought, one of the talismans vanished. You have used a Tao Rain Talisman on the Baiwa secret realm. The resulting Tao Rain will last for 3 days and 3 nights. A system notification appeared in his mind. Xu Ming closed his eyes, and his awareness extended into the Baiwa secret realm. He could clearly sense a torrential rain falling within the realm, enriching its spiritual energy with every drop. Many cultivators within the secret realm quickly realized this rain was extraordinary. Some rushed to collect it in basins, while others stood out in the fields, welcoming the downpour to cleanse their bodies and souls. Most of the realm's inhabitants knelt on the ground, offering their gratitude to the master of the realm for such a divine blessing. Drawing his consciousness back from the secret realm, Xu Ming turned his attention to the 5 portions of ancient divine beast bloodlines stored in his spatial pouch. Now came the real question: who in the secret realm should receive these bloodlines? Xu Ming looked at the 5 strands of divine beast bloodlines in his hand and didn't know who to give them to for a moment. Perhaps he could hand them over to those demon clans he encountered on the heavenly staircase earlier, especially that toad. They seemed to be the strongest beings in the Biwas secret realm. This way, these 5 strands of divine beast bloodlines could help them reach even greater heights. With that thought in mind, Xu Ming sent the 5 strands of divine beast bloodlines into the Toad Temple. Inside the temple, a toad holding a hammer and busily hammering away suddenly froze. Putting down the hammer, it turned around and respectfully bowed to the air, saying, "Master." For this toad to address Xu Ming as master was entirely reasonable. After all, Xu Ming was the lord of the secret realm, able to control everything within it, from the smallest blade of grass to the fate of any individual. Even if someone left the secret realm, Xu Ming would still exert a natural, innate suppression over them. In other words, as long as Xu Ming willed it within the secret realm, this toad could be destroyed in both body and soul. Of course, Xu Ming couldn't act recklessly. The heavenly laws had their own constraints, requiring balance. For instance, Xu Ming could make someone the longest living individual in the secret realm, but he couldn't grant immortality to everyone. Otherwise, the laws governing the Biwas secret realm would be damaged, leading to its premature collapse. Xu Ming's consciousness took the form of his own image, floating in the air. He glanced at the golden Buddha statue behind the toad. Interestingly, the golden statue didn't resemble the toad, but rather had the appearance of a scholar. "What are you doing?" Xu Ming asked. The toad replied, "I am building a golden statue for you, master." Xu Ming chuckled. "You're making a golden statue for me, but what about you?" The toad also smiled and said, "Previously, when the Biwas secret realm had no master, I was more powerful than others, so the residents of Biwas City respected me and built this temple for me. Now that the Biwas secret realm has a true god, how could I continue to claim this honor?" Xu Ming shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary person. This temple was originally built to honor someone else, so it should continue to honor that person. There's no need to change it. I won't meddle much in the Biwas secret realm. If I take the incense offerings from the people but ignore their wishes, wouldn't that be wrong?" The toad replied, "Master, you're too modest. As the lord of the Biwas secret realm, it is only natural for you to receive incense offerings. If Master does not mind, I can help respond to the people's prayers on your behalf." "No need for that," Xu Ming said, unwilling to become the kind of person who enjoyed benefits while letting others shoulder the burdens. "Let everything continue as it was." The toad hesitated but said, "But Master, after the Tao reign you bestowed, the people are deeply grateful and wish to build a temple for you. This is their heartfelt desire." Xu Ming thought for a moment. "There's no need to build a temple. If they must do something, let them build a small statue for me in some remote area. But make sure they understand, worshipping me will bring no benefit, and they don't need to bow or offer incense." "Yes," the toad replied. Seeing Xu Ming's firm stance, it didn't press the matter further. The toad couldn't help but feel deeply moved. In the outside world, if someone acquired a secret realm, they would undoubtedly exploit all its resources for personal gain, paying no attention to the well-being of the realm itself. But Master not only refrained from taking anything for himself, he even brought the blessing of Tao reign. "Also, don't call me Master anymore," Xu Ming said. Xu Ming disliked the term. It made him feel as if the others were mere slaves, and no one was born to be someone else's servant. The toad blinked and hesitated. "If I don't call you Master, then?" It wasn't sure what to use instead. It couldn't just call him by his name, and young Master didn't seem appropriate either. It would suggest they were equals. How about Lord? The toad suggested after some thought. Anything but master will do. Xu Ming nodded. I have 5 items for you, Xu Ming said as he waved his sleeve. 5 small statues of divine beasts appeared in midair and descended. The toad reached out and touched them. The moment its hand made contact, it felt an overwhelming pressure coursing through its bloodline. These 5 small statues contain divine beast bloodlines, Xu Ming explained. They're the Xingyu bloodline, the Qilin bloodline, the Tangsha bloodline, the Xuanwu bloodline, and the Chenghuang bloodline. See which one suits you and choose one. As for the remaining 4, give them to the demon clan members who stood in front of me on the heavenly staircase earlier. Thank you for your generosity, Lord, the toad replied, but I follow the path of the ancient Tao Tai. None of these precious bloodlines are suitable for me, so I won't take them. What about the others? Xu Ming asked. They likely won't suit them either, the toad replied. The bird follows the path of the phoenix, which is fire-based, while Xingyu is water-based, unsuitable for her. The tiger follows the ferocious path of the Zhengni, and the wolf follows the path of the Geddon. Xu Ming nodded. If their paths are incompatible, then place these 5 bloodlines in 5 directions of the Biwa secret realm. Let fate decide who obtains them. As you command, Lord. The toad bowed in acknowledgement. Next, Xu Ming dropped 1,000 jin of spirit rice, packed in cloth bags, one after another in front of the toad. Lord, what is this? The toad felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from the piles of bags. Open them and see, Xu Ming replied. With permission, the toad stepped forward and opened one of the bags. Inside was dazzling white rice, spirit rice of an exceptionally high grade. These are spirit rice seeds, Xu Ming explained. Find a suitable spot in the Biwa secret realm and see if you can plant them. This spirit rice has a high yield and requires less stringent growing conditions than ordinary spirit rice. If it can be cultivated on a large scale, let the people of the Biwa secret realm eat this rice. Xu Ming wasn't entirely sure how productive this spirit rice would be or how easy it would be to grow. After all, spirit rice typically needed areas rich in spiritual energy and irrigation from spiritual springs. Yes, Lord, I'll make the arrangements tomorrow, the toad assured him, though it couldn't help but marvel at the sheer wealth of its master. It had initially wondered how the Biwa secret realm would sustain Xu Ming. But unexpectedly, it was Xu Ming who was sustaining the secret realm. That will be all, Xu Ming said, his consciousness within the Biwa secret realm beginning to fade. Oh, one more thing, what's your name? The toad shook its head. I have no name, Lord. The monk who saved me always just called me Toad. Xu Ming nodded thoughtfully. You should choose a name. Otherwise, I won't know how to address you. The toad bowed low. Then I humbly ask the Lord to bestow a name upon me. Xu Ming looked at the toad for a moment and then said, Yu. From now on, that will be your name. Thank you, Lord, the toad said, deeply moved. Xu Ming's consciousness faded completely. In the temple, the toad transformed into a chubby man dressed in a green robe. Yu, the man murmured softly, savoring the sound. So this is my name. Xu Ming's consciousness exited the Biwa secret realm. When he came back to himself, he found Shun Shengsheng staring at him, her mouth glistening with grease. In front of her lay the remains of a massive pork leg, stripped clean to the bone. Even the tiniest scraps of meat had been gnawed away. Still not full? Xu Ming asked. Shun Shengsheng nodded. Wait a bit longer. This one's still roasting, Xu Ming said. Shun Shengsheng understood and nodded again. Xu Ming glanced at the little girl's stomach. Even after devouring an entire pork leg, her belly hadn't so much as bulged. What is her stomach made of? How could she eat so much meat? Xu Ming roasted another pork leg and gave it to Shun Shengsheng. Even if she still wasn't full, it didn't matter. The wild boar weighed over 200 jin, plenty of meat to spare, even if some went uneaten. After finishing 2 pork legs, Shun Shengsheng's belly finally showed a slight bulge, and she let out a satisfied burp. Xu Ming ate only a small portion for himself. Come here. I have something for you, Xu Ming said after they had finished eating, motioning for Shun Shengsheng to come over. Shun Shengsheng glanced at him warily before cautiously approaching. Her reaction made Xu Ming want to laugh. If I wanted to harm her, I could have just poisoned the food she was so happily devouring earlier. Finally, Shun Shengsheng stood in front of him. Xu Ming reached into his small spatial pouch and pulled out a flower-shaped adornment. It was red, styled like a plum blossom, but it wasn't an ordinary accessory. Instead, it resembled a temporary tattoo. Xu Ming pressed the flower onto Shun Shengsheng's forehead, firmly smoothing it down. After patting it a few times and peeling off the backing film, a vivid plum blossom appeared on her brow. Shun Shengsheng rolled her eyes upward, trying to see what Xu Ming had done to her forehead, but she couldn't see anything. Frustrated, she began rubbing at it with her small hands. "Don't rub it off," Xu Ming said, catching her hands. "This is something I've applied to your forehead to protect you. When you've grown strong enough to defend yourself, you can remove it with spiritual power if you don't like it." "Okay." Shun Shengsheng nodded hesitantly, not entirely understanding. "All right, it's late. Time to sleep," Xu Ming said, closing his eyes to meditate. In truth, Xu Ming still wanted to sleep. Though he had reached the cave mansion realm and no longer needed sleep, it was still the best way to restore physical and spiritual energy. But since he had to keep watch through the night, he could only rely on meditation instead. Shun Shengsheng sat in front of him, observing Xu Ming with his eyes closed and motionless. She glanced left and right, then cautiously extended a hand to poke his knee. Xu Ming ignored her. "Awoo." Perhaps finding herself too bored, Shun Shengsheng wandered to a corner of the cave, curled up, and fell asleep, resembling a small, insecure animal. The night passed uneventfully. By the next morning, Xu Ming opened his eyes, his spiritual and physical energy significantly restored. At least now, if they encountered a magical beast, he wouldn't be completely helpless. He looked at the little girl curled up in the corner of the cave and walked over, intending to wake her up. As soon as he approached, Shun Shengsheng instinctively curled up tighter, her ears twitching slightly. "Time to wake up," Xu Ming said, patting her shoulder. "Oh, ah!" Xu Ming let out a hiss of pain. Xu Ming remained unguarded, but Shun Shengsheng suddenly turned around and bit into his arm with a feral intensity, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Blood dripped steadily from Xu Ming's arm. As her consciousness gradually cleared, Shun Shengsheng's gaze softened, her eyes becoming clearer. She blinked, released her grip on Xu Ming's arm, and took 2 steps back. Squatting on the ground with her head lowered, her eyes brimmed with guilt. "Let's go," Xu Ming said simply. He didn't blame her and stood up, heading toward the cave entrance. Shun Shengsheng hesitated for a moment, glancing around nervously, but ultimately followed him. Looking up at Xu Ming's arm, she noticed that the wound she had inflicted had already scabbed over. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xu Ming noticed Shun Shengsheng was drenched in sweat. He stopped under a tree where a stone provided shade and sat down to rest. He handed her a water gourd. Shun Shengsheng took a few sips before passing it back, and Xu Ming drank some himself. As Xu Ming tilted his head back to drink, he felt a wet, ticklish sensation on his arm. Turning to look, he saw Shun Shengsheng leaning over, licking the wound on his arm with her tongue. "What are you doing?" Xu Ming asked. "Oh, Shun Shengsheng whimpered apologetically, pointing at his injury. Xu Ming understood. This little girl seemed to be apologizing in her own way, much like a small beast would by licking his wound. "It's fine. I don't blame you," Xu Ming said. "But you'll need to suppress your beastly instinct a bit. Otherwise, it'll cause trouble when you walk among humans." "Oh," Shun Shengsheng nodded, lowering her head again. "Have you rested enough?" "We still have a long way to go," Xu Ming asked. Shun Shengsheng quickly nodded, hopping off the rock and bouncing on her feet a few times as if to show her energy. Xu Ming chuckled, then continued leading her toward a city nearby was city. "Brother Xu, Brother Xu." They hadn't gone far when Xu Ming heard voices calling from the sky. From the sound, it seemed to be Invincible and Meowphone. Just as Xu Ming was about to respond, he felt a powerful spiritual sense sweep across the sky, locking onto him. GRR. Standing beside Xu Ming, Sheng sensed the immense pressure of the spiritual sense. She bared her teeth and growled lowly, her hair standing on end. It's fine. They're friends, Xu Ming reassured her, patting her shoulder. His calm demeanor soothed Sheng, and she stopped growling. Brother Xu, we finally found you. Are you all right, Brother Xu? Invincible and Miao Feng descended from the sky, accompanied by a middle-aged man. I'm fine. As long as I'm alive, that's what matters, Xu Ming said with a smile, then glanced at the middle-aged man. And this is Lord Wang, the governor of Qingyang County, Invincible introduced. Greetings, Lord Wang, Xu Ming said, bowing politely. Haha, it's a relief that you're safe, Scholar Xu. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it to His Majesty, Wang Jie said, laughing heartily. Seeing Xu Ming alive eased a great burden from Wang Jie's shoulders. As the future prince consort of Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming's safety was of paramount importance. If anything had happened to him in Wang Jie's jurisdiction, he would surely have faced the emperor's wrath. Master Xu, who is this little girl? Wang Jie asked, turning his gaze to Sheng. The girl was undoubtedly human. There wasn't a trace of demonic energy about her. But why did she have horns growing from her head and dragon-like slit pupils? Lord Wang Jie looked at the little girl beside Xu Ming, his heart filled with doubt. This little girl gave off a human-like aura, but she had horns on her head and vertical pupils in her eyes. Yet, strangely, there was no trace of demonic energy on her. I encountered some trouble earlier, and this girl saved me, Xu Ming said, offering the explanation he had already prepared. Perhaps she's a half-blood between humans and demons. Her human bloodline seems to be dominant, so her demonic aura is faint. That's certainly possible, Wang Jie nodded. If the child was a half-blood of human and demon heritage, and further interbred with humans, it would indeed dilute the demonic aura to near non-existence. Without dwelling further, Wang Jie summoned a flying boat, which carried Xu Ming and his companions toward the governor of Qingyang County. On the flying boat, through their conversations, Xu Ming learned that Invincible and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, had gone to seek reinforcements. They had tried to recruit an elder from a nearby academy, but the elder was unavailable, and his disciples weren't strong enough to risk their lives for such a cause. Thus, they had no choice but to let it go. Fortunately, the governor of Qingyang County, Wang Jie, had come to their aid. Wang Jie was a nascent Soul Realm cultivator who had served as an official for the dynasty for 5 years. Though serving as a government official would deplete one's life essence, the Wu Kingdom offered generous compensation. Wang Jie's term was 10 years. Once completed, the Wu Kingdom would provide him with resources that could potentially allow him to break through, not only restoring the lost life essence, but even leaving him with a surplus, assuming he succeeded in advancing. Where's Qingwan? How is she? Knowing Qingwan's personality, Xu Ming was certain she would be tirelessly searching for him. Yu Wenci reassured him. Rest assured, Brother Xu, Miss Qin is safe. She's been taken away by Taoist Wang Xian. Miao Feng added, when we went looking for you, we happened to encounter Taoist Wang Xian returning with Miss Qin. It was also Taoist Wang Xian who guided us to your location. Otherwise, we might still be searching aimlessly. That's a relief, Xu Ming said, finally setting aside the last of his worries. That said, the fact that Elder Wang Xian had arrived so quickly likely meant she had sensed something unusual about Qin Xingwan's Dao Lotus, confirming its importance to her. She had even placed a spell mark on it for protection. Zhuang Yuanlang, top scholar. I need you to recount the events in Baiwa City and what happened afterward, Wang Jie said to Xu Ming. I must prepare an urgent memorial to send to Wudu. Of course, Xu Ming agreed, nodding. He truthfully recounted everything that had transpired in the Baiwa secret realm and the Lava Heart Cave, including the experiments being conducted by the Black God sect. Naturally, Xu Ming omitted any mention of Shun Shengsheng. He couldn't risk exposing her, unsure of what consequences she might face if her identity became known. Wang Jie, though shocked by Xu Ming's account, couldn't help but glance at the little girl beside him. He speculated whether she might be the result of some fusion experiment between humans and magical beasts. However, Wang Jie didn't question it directly, as it was clear Xu Ming was determined to protect her. In the end, Wang Jie instructed a healer to secretly take a drop of Shun Xingxing's blood during her diagnosis. Upon examining the blood, Wang Jie discovered it contained both human and demon characteristics, but lacked any trace of magical beast corruption. Xu Ming and Shun Shengsheng were assigned to a courtyard within the governor's residence. Every day, a healer would deliver medicine to Xu Ming to aid his recovery. In the courtyard, as Xu Ming recuperated from his injuries, he reflected on the battles he had experienced in recent days. One thought occupied his mind. How could he merge his martial qi with his spiritual energy? From an early stage, Xu Ming had realized that the martial qi and spiritual energy within him couldn't be used simultaneously. For example, when he threw a punch, the power of that punch came from his physical strength and martial qi, but it couldn't incorporate spiritual energy. Similarly, when he swung his sword infused with spiritual energy, he couldn't channel martial qi into it. At first, Xu Ming thought this was due to his low cultivation level. However, as his cultivation advanced, he discovered that the higher his realm, the more his martial qi and spiritual energy repelled each other. It now seemed clear why most cultivators didn't pursue both body cultivation and spiritual cultivation. It wasn't just because of the immense effort required, but also because the two disciplines didn't result in a simple 1 + 1 is equal to 2 increase in power. Despite this, Xu Ming still aspired to master both disciplines. After all, having an additional skill was akin to having an extra path of survival, and the resilience of a martial cultivator's body was undeniably advantageous. Meanwhile, Shun Shengsheng shared the same courtyard with Xu Ming. Every day, Shun Shengsheng seemed unsure of what to do with herself, often sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought. She didn't cultivate, nor did she know how to. Her happiest moments each day were when it was time to eat. Over the past few days, Xu Ming had been trying to teach Shun Shengsheng how to speak. While she occasionally managed to utter a few words, her progress was slow and challenging. Xu Ming also taught her to recognize words. Shun Xingxing's intelligence wasn't a significant issue. She was just slightly below average compared to others her age, but it wasn't too bad. The real challenge was her restlessness. Perhaps due to her beastly nature, she found it hard to sit still for long. 6 days later, Xu Ming bid farewell to Wang Jie, the governor of Qingyang County. Wenci and Miao Feng also needed to return to White Deer Academy to report on their mission. Brother Xu, during your journey across the world, if you ever have time, feel free to visit White Deer Academy as our guest. Wenci invited him warmly. Xu Ming nodded. After visiting Tianxin sect, I still need to make a trip to the Wanjin sect. If I have time, I'll definitely come find you two for a drink. I'm afraid someone might not let Brother Xu drink by then, Miao Feng teased with a laugh. Xu Ming frowned. Wenci froze for a moment. Brother Xu, you don't know? Know what? Xu Ming asked, puzzled. Well, Wenci began, only for Miao Feng to nudge him in the side with his elbow. Miao Feng quickly bowed. It's nothing. We'll wait for Brother Xu at the academy. Please take care on your journey. You too, Xu Ming replied, returning the gesture. The four of them parted ways, heading in 2 different directions. Xu Ming toward Tianxin sect, while Wenci and Miao Feng flew back to White Deer Academy. Once they were out of earshot, Wenci asked Miao Feng, "Why didn't you let me tell him? The talented girl from our academy has been waiting for Brother Xu for so long." Miao Feng sighed. Why bring it up? It looks like Brother Xu isn't aware of Miss Zhu's feelings. Besides, back in the Baiwa's secret realm, didn't you see his relationship with that Miss Qin? You think Miss Zhu is infatuated with him? Wenci clicked his tongue. The third-ranked beauty on the beauty rankings, secretly pining for a man, but unable to win his heart. If word of this got out, the entire world would be jealous of Brother Xu. Miao Feng chuckled. The 4th-ranked princess of the Wu Kingdom is also on that list, and Brother Xu turned down her marriage proposal. What do you say to that? Yuanci fell silent. What was there to say? Comparing oneself to Xu Ming was simply maddening. The fifth-ranked Qin Qinhuan had an ambiguous relationship with brother Su, clearly with a story behind it. The fourth-ranked Wu Kingdom princess had her proposal rejected by him. And now, the third-ranked Zhu Cixi from White Deer Academy was likely infatuated with him. You tell me, Yuanci said, sighing with frustration. I think I look quite similar to brother Su. So why doesn't Miss Qingqing like me? Miao Feng rolled his eyes. Do you have the guts to face hundreds of both human and demon cultivators alone? Yuanci, can you self-learn sword techniques and defeat a core disciple of the Wanjian sect? Miao Feng continued. Yuanci, can you carry an entire city on your back and step onto the heavenly staircase one step at a time? Yuanci, can you survive the 9 heavens lightning tribulation? Yuanci, can you write butterfly loves the flower and the rejection of marriage? Yuanci hurriedly waved his hands in surrender. All right, stop. I get it. I think it makes perfect sense why brother Su is so admired. Let's just head back already. 5 days later, Yuanci and Miao Feng returned to White Deer Academy. The first thing they did upon their return was report to their teacher. After hearing their report, the Jijio, sacrificial wine, of White Deer Academy, Guanyin, realized the severity of the Black God sect's actions and immediately reported it to the Academy's headmaster. How White Deer Academy decided to handle the Black God sect was now a matter for the institution and no longer involved Yuanci and Miao Feng. The two returned to their shared quarters to rest. White Deer Academy had limited housing. For gentlemen of the Academy, like Yuanci and Miao Feng, 2 people shared a room, while scholars of the Academy shared rooms with 4 people. Naturally, noble guests from royalty or aristocracy were given private rooms. They were, after all, esteemed visitors, and neglecting them would be improper. The next day, while Miao Feng was reading in their room, Yuanci hurriedly walked in. Stop reading, we have a guest. A guest? Miao Feng looked up, puzzled. Who? Yuanci smirked, looking like he was enjoying the drama. You'll see when you get there. But let's make this clear. If we slip up and brother Su blames us, we'll face it together. Hearing this, Miao Feng immediately guessed who the visitor might be. Let's go, Miao Feng said, putting down his book. As long as we don't mention Miss Qin, it should be fine. The two went to the courtyard, where they saw a stunning woman dressed in a black gown waiting for them. Greetings, senior brothers, Zhu Cixi said, placing her hands gently in front of her and bowing slightly. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhu, Yuanci and Miao Feng responded, returning the bow. Zhu Cixi was the personal disciple of the Academy headmaster, so her seniority was quite high. Thus, Yuanci and Miao Feng were required to address her as Martial Uncle. However, Zhu Cixi had always felt that, having joined White Deer Academy later in life, she didn't deserve such a title. So she preferred to address most people as senior brother or senior sister, which led to some rather awkward exchanges like this one. Please, don't call me Martial Uncle. It feels strange, Zhu Cixi said with a smile. Just call me Cixi like everyone else. Since they didn't interact much with Zhu Cixi and also found the title awkward, Yuanci and Miao Feng nodded in agreement. All right, please have a seat, Cixi, Miao Feng said, gesturing for her to sit. As Yuanci prepared tea, he asked, What brings you to see us, Cixi? Oh, it's nothing much, Zhu Cixi replied with a smile. Teacher asked me to check on you too and see if your injuries require anything for treatment. Yuanci and Miao Feng both knew that Zhu Cixi's inquiry about their injuries was likely just an excuse. Her real purpose was probably to ask about Brother Su. Thank you and the headmaster for your concern, Miao Feng said. We're fine, really. We owe our safe return entirely to a certain friend. Oh, Zhu Cixi's eyes lit up at the mention, clearly intrigued. She decided to forego subtlety and asked directly, May I ask who this benefactor is? Yuanci answered, Speaking of him, you probably know him, Cixi. He's that talented scholar from the Wu Kingdom, the one who, as a child, dedicated a poem to you, Xu Ming. So it's him. Zhu Cixi's cheeks flushed slightly. How is he? As Xu Cece asked the question, her bright eyes sparkled with emotion. The joy of hearing her beloved's name, coupled with the shy eagerness to learn more about him, was almost overflowing from her expressive gaze. Seeing this, both Yuwensi and Miao Feng couldn't help but feel their hearts race. No wonder she was ranked third on the beauty list. Brother Su is truly blessed. Yuwensi nodded with a smile. He's doing very well. Back in the Biwa's secret realm, when we were being bullied and everyone else stood by, it was Brother Su who stepped forward to help us. When we asked him why he helped, he said it was because he had an old acquaintance at White Deer Academy. So naturally, he couldn't just stand by. An old acquaintance, Xu Cece murmured softly, lowering her head as she repeated the words. Her delicate face was flushed with joy and shyness, as if she had already assumed she was the old acquaintance Xu Ming was referring to. Miao Feng, who was standing to the side, sighed inwardly and stomped on Yu Wenxi's foot, signaling him to stop speaking nonsense. Miao Feng knew Yu Wenxi's intent. He was trying to maintain Brother Su's image in Xu Cece's heart. But making up stories like this? What if something went wrong? After all, back then, Xu Ming had clearly said he helped because of Mr. Xiao. Yu Wenxi shot Miao Feng a helpless glance, as if to say, could you really bear to see such a devoted girl get hurt? Miao Feng looked again at the girl in front of him, and Yu Wenxi pressed on. I'm guessing the old acquaintance Brother Su mentioned must be Yu Cece. If it weren't for you, we might not have received his help. Right, Miao Feng? Huh? Yes. Honest Miao Feng nodded, going against his conscience. There's no need to say such things, senior brothers, Xu Cece said with a shy smile. Perhaps the old acquaintance Xu Ming mentioned wasn't referring to me. Besides, even if there wasn't any old acquaintance, I believe Xu Ming would still step in to help. That's true, Yu Wenxi nodded. Brother Su really is a great person. Otherwise, Miss Qin wouldn't have, Before Yu Wenxi could finish his sentence, Miao Feng stomped on his foot again, this time with even more force. It was only then that Yu Wenxi realized he had said too much. Xu Cece tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. Miss Qin wouldn't have what? Senior brother, are you referring to Qin Qingwan? Senior brother, the Miss Qin you mentioned earlier, are you referring to Qin Qingwan? Xu Cece looked seriously at Yu Wenxi and Miao Feng, her expression tinged with a trace of nervousness. It was as if she were worried that her long-separated lover had found someone new during her absence. Well, Yu Wenxi glanced at Miao Feng. Miao Feng nodded calmly. Indeed, it's Miss Qin, the very same Miss Qin from the Tianxian sect. She also went to the Biwa secret realm. The few of us collaborated inside the realm and helped each other to escape. However, it was mostly thanks to Brother Su. Xu Cece pressed her lips lightly. Are their relationships still close? Miao Feng carefully chose his words. From what we observed, their relationship does seem close. But that's only natural. They grew up together, after all. It's just the kind of bond between childhood friends. I see, Xu Cece said slowly, her expression visibly relaxing. Yu Wenxi glanced at Miao Feng, thinking, you talk about Brother Su and Miss Qin's relationship as if they're just ordinary friends. But what do they look like just ordinary friends? Have you ever seen ordinary friends willing to stand by someone's side and face death together? Miao Feng returned Yu Wenxi's gaze, his expression saying, what else could I say? Besides, Miao Feng didn't think he was entirely wrong. From his perspective, Brother Su and Miss Qin did look like just friends. Whether they were more than that, how would he know? Mr. Su has helped our academy greatly. Haven't the two senior brothers invited him to our academy for a drink? Xu Cece asked with a smile. Yu Wenxi replied, of course we have. But Brother Su said he wanted to continue traveling the world. He promised that if he passed by White Deer Academy and had the time, he would visit. After all, our academy is quite far from the Wu Kingdom. Indeed, Miao Feng added. Brother Su plans to return to the capital next year to participate in the selection for the Rootless Secret Realm. He likely won't have much free time. Both Yu Wenxi and Miao Feng knew exactly what Xu Cece was hinting at. She wanted to ask, when will Xu Ming come to the academy? But how could they say, Brother Su plans to visit the Tianxian sect and the Wanjian sect, but he probably won't come to White Deer Academy. That wouldn't do. That makes sense. The rootless secret realm will be opening for the last time. There are many opportunities within it. It's not to be missed, Xu Cixi said with a nod of understanding. Even so, a trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Could I trouble the two senior brothers to describe what Mr. Su looks like now? Xu Cixi collected herself and smiled. It's been years since I last saw him. Mr. Su once gifted me a poem, and I ought to return the favor. But I fear that when we meet again, I won't recognize him, which would be most impolite. Of course, Yuwensi replied after some thought. He then began to describe seriously. Brother Su is tall and lean, 5 inches taller than me, dressed in a blue robe. Yuwensi carefully recounted Xu Ming's appearance, and Xu Cixi listened intently, not missing a single word. After an incense stick's time, Xu Cixi rose and bowed. I won't trouble the two senior brothers any further. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Yuwensi and Miao Feng quickly stood and returned the bow. Many thanks. Xu Cixi turned and left the courtyard. As they watched her elegant figure retreat, both Yuwensi and Miao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, this is as much as we can help you. Back in her room, Xu Cixi took out her brush, ink, and a blank scroll. She closed her eyes and carefully recalled Yuwensi and Miao Feng's detailed description of Xu Ming. After a long time, she finally picked up the brush, rolled up her sleeves, and, with her imagination, began to paint stroke by stroke the image of Xu Ming in her heart. An hour later, Xu Cixi set down her brush. On the scroll before the young lady, a man dressed in a blue robe stood atop a mountain, gazing skyward. His elegance and carefree demeanor were vividly captured. As she gazed at the painting, the girl's eyes shimmered softly. She murmured as if speaking to herself, "Is this how you look, the way I imagine you?" Cixi. Just as Xu Cixi was lost in thought, staring at the painting, a familiar voice called out from the courtyard. Before she could hide the scroll, Xiao Wei pushed the door open and walked right in. "You little rascal, don't you know how to knock?" Xu Cixi quickly turned around and stepped forward to block the painting behind her, shielding it from Xiao Wei's view. "What are you talking about? I've never knocked when entering your room before," Xiao Wei said cheerfully. "I've got good news for you." Xu Cixi asked, "What's the good news?" "Well," Xiao Wei's gaze drifted to the scroll behind Xu Cixi. "Cixi, what's that on your desk?" "Nothing much, just a casual landscape painting to pass the time," Xu Cixi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She grabbed Xiao Wei by the arm and said, "Come on, let's talk in the courtyard. It's a bit stuffy in here during summer." No, something's off with you. Let me see what you've painted." Xiao Wei made a move toward the painting. "There's really nothing to see." Wherever Xiao Wei's eyes darted, Xu Cixi blocked her view. "If there's nothing, then why are you acting so guilty? Tell me, are you painting some sort of romantic art?" Xiao Wei asked teasingly. "How could I, hey?" Xiao Wei, stop right there. Taking advantage of Xu Cixi's brief distraction, Xiao Wei slipped past her and stood before the scroll. On the scroll was the image of a handsome man. "Humph. And you said you weren't daydreaming," Xiao Wei said with a mischievous smile. "Who's this dashing man you've painted?" Xu Cixi turned her head away. "I'm not telling you." Raising her chin, Xiao Wei smirked. "Even if you don't tell me, I can guess. You're so devoted, it must be Xu Ming, isn't it?" Caught red-handed, Xu Cixi's cheeks flushed red. "But wait," Xiao Wei said, suddenly puzzled. "Cixi, have you even seen what your childhood sweetheart looks like as an adult?" "No, I haven't," Xu Cixi admitted, her cheeks reddening further. "The two senior brothers Yuwensi and Miao Feng have seen him. I painted this based on their description and my own imagination." "You little dreamer. Just how much did you embellish him?" "This looks better than young Master Su of Wei Kingdom, who's supposedly the most handsome man in the world. Can Xu Ming really look as good as this?" Xiao Wei said, exasperated. "For others, I don't know," Xu Cixi replied, her eyes curving into a smile. "But in my heart, this is how he looks." The Southern Realm. In the Southern Realm, over 10,000 demon kingdoms coexist, large and small. Some demon kingdoms are no bigger than a single city of the human race, while others rival the size of the 10 great human dynasties. In this chaotic land, wars between kingdoms are a daily occurrence. Some demon kingdoms are destroyed, others are annexed, and some are fractured into smaller states. Amid this turbulence, only 10 demon kingdoms remain standing firm, resembling the great dynasties of the human race. Among these is a kingdom called Wanxiang. This day, Wanxiang was shaken to its core. The eldest princess, who had disappeared 10 years ago, the sole bloodline of Wanxiang's former emperor, Princess.I, had returned. There was no need for blood tests or verification of her identity. The white phoenix Honghu bloodline flowing through Bai Li Bing's veins was the ultimate proof. When Bai Li Bing, escorted by a black dog and a Bai Fong, approached the demon capital of Wanxiang, the civil and military officials were already lined up outside the city to welcome her. As she walked forward, her gaze swept over the officials, some familiar, some strangers. Bai Li Bing showed no trace of fear or hesitation, striding confidently onward. Upon returning to the palace, she bathed under the service of palace maids and changed into the royal attire of the Wanxiang imperial family. When Bai Li Bing stepped into the imperial study, her expression wavered slightly. 10 years ago, in this very room, her father had been sitting here reviewing memorials, while her mother stood by his side, attending to him. When she had free time, she would often come into the palace to visit. But now, her father had perished in the rebellion, all her brothers were dead, and her mother's fate remained unknown, either deceased or missing. In this vast palace, she was the only one left. During her journey back to Wanxiang, Bai Li Bing had learned some of the truth. Her bloodline had been sealed by her mother, who then sent her away from Wanxiang. After that, her mother disappeared without a trace. Beyond that, she knew little of what had transpired. The Prime Minister of Wanxiang and the Grand Protector had led forces loyal to the imperial family in a struggle against the rebels. After 3 years, the court succeeded in quelling the rebellion. All the rebel princes and dukes were executed, and peace was restored to Wanxiang. But now, the so-called peace was merely a facade. With all the imperial princes dead and the eldest princess presumed dead by many, there were calls to have a collateral branch of the royal family take the throne. However, the Prime Minister and the Grand Protector refused, declaring it too early to pass the throne to a collateral line, as the princess might still be found. Despite opposition from many, the officials could not reach consensus. Each faction had its own candidate for the throne, unable to agree on a single successor. Thus, the throne was left vacant under the pretext of In the meantime, national affairs were handled jointly by the Prime Minister and the cabinet. The rebellion had been suppressed with the support of several dukes and generals, but not out of sheer loyalty to the imperial family. Some were indeed loyal, but many were merely choosing sides, seeking to maximize their gains. After the rebellion, the lands of the defeated rebel dukes were divided and distributed as rewards. As a result, the power of the remaining dukes and lords not only remained intact but grew stronger. Though Wanxiang appeared to be a vast and unified kingdom, it was on the brink of fracturing. If not for the countless demon clans eyeing Wanxiang hungrily and the proximity of the human Wu kingdom, which demanded a semblance of unity, the kingdom might have already splintered. Moreover, the Bai royal family's centuries-old practice of cultivating loyalists served as another stabilizing factor. Otherwise, the dukes and generals might have declared independence long ago. Bai Li Bing sat in her father's chair, lost in thought. Her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, a turmoil she could not easily put into words. She thought of her mother, her father, and that person who often called her big, silly goose. Bai Li Bing knew full well that the wisest choice would have been not to return. Even if she came back, what could she truly achieve? Could she command the court officials? Could she make the powerful dukes submit to her authority? In the eyes of most, she was nothing more than a puppet, a tool for maintaining the balance of their power. But Bai Li Bing also knew she had no choice but to return. She had come back for those who could never return. for her deceased father, for her fallen brothers, and for her mother, whose fate remained unknown. She had to protect this kingdom to ensure it didn't fall into the hands of others. And could she truly stay away? If she didn't return, it would bring endless trouble to Xu Ming. "Your Highness, it is time to meet the court officials," said Bifang Niaohua, who had already changed into palace attire and now stood by Li Bing's side as her personal guard. "Let's go," Li Bing nodded. In the history of Wanxiang, female rulers were not unheard of. Even though Li Bing was a woman, she could still ascend the throne. However, there was a formal process to follow. "Her Highness, the princess, has arrived." In the grand Fengming Hall, Bifang's voice echoed continuously. The officials, who had been waiting, immediately knelt in greeting. "Greetings to your Highness." Li Bing walked up to the throne on the high platform, but in the end, sat on a chair next to it instead. "Your Highness's return is a blessing for Wanxiang," proclaimed one official loudly. "Now, more than ever, the kingdom needs your Highness to preside over its affairs. Your Highness must safeguard Wanxiang. Your Highness must safeguard Wanxiang." One after another, the officials knelt and bowed, imploring Li Bing to take charge. On the surface, it appeared as though they were eager for her to ascend the throne. In reality, Li Bing knew they had no choice. Her ascension wasn't just because she was the princess of Wanxiang. It was the result of a carefully calculated balance of power among the factions. Her gaze swept across the room. Prime Minister Qi Shan, Grand Protector Lin Wu, National Preceptor Wang Chun, the Minister of Personnel, and many others. Feeling the weight of her gaze, some officials grew uneasy. They couldn't tell what she was thinking, and a few even felt quietly frustrated. "Hurry up and decline the throne a few times," they thought. "We'll implore you again. You'll refuse 2 or 3 times, and then it'll be done. Everyone saves face, and you obediently become the figurehead we need." But the princess said nothing. Li Bing stood, walked to the throne, and sat upon it without hesitation. She extended her hand and said, "Rise, my loyal subjects. Xu Ming, you always spoke of the filth of court politics. Now, I'll see it for myself." Leaving the Qingyang County, Xu Ming took Shin Shengsheng and headed toward Tianxian sect. Since time was still relatively abundant, having left the imperial capital less than half a year ago, and with over a year remaining before he needed to return to Wudu to participate in the selection for the rootless secret realm, Xu Ming wasn't in too much of a hurry. After reaching Tianxian sect, his priority was to figure out the consequences of Qingwan losing her Dao Lotus and whether there was any way to remedy it. "Have you heard the news?" "Heard what?" "About Baiwa City, that border city in Qingyang County." "Baiwa City? What about it?" "Baiwa City is now nothing but an open plain. The entire city, along with the mountains spanning dozens of miles around it, has vanished without a trace. It's like the city never existed at all." "Huh? How did that happen?" "I heard it turned into a secret realm, merging into a scroll painting. Now, immortals from various sects are fighting over it." "And who ended up with it?" "Our kingdom's prince consort, Xu Ming." "The prince consort? Is he really that powerful?" "Exactly. I've heard the same. But apparently, his methods weren't entirely honorable." "Not honorable? How so?" "Well, from what I heard, the son of the Tianxian sect master had formed an alliance to fight against a demon from Baiwa City. In the end, our prince consort swooped in and took advantage of the situation." "That's what I heard too. They say he worked with a few others, set up an array, and then claimed the scroll." "Is that what happened?" "I heard a different story, that those people tried to besiege the prince consort, and only after he secured the Baiwa secret realm did he release them. I also heard the prince consort tricked Fairy Qin. She was the one who originally obtained the scroll, but he managed to deceive her and take it away." "Fairy Qin? Which Fairy Qin? Who else could it be?" "It's Qin Qingwan from the Qin family manor, currently training at Tianxian sect. The prince consort doesn't seem like the type to do such things." "Who knows?" In a corner of a bustling tavern, diners chattered animatedly. Seated at one of the tables were a young man and a little girl. The girl wore a straw hat, its wide brim concealing the pair of small horns on her head. She eyed the sumptuous dishes laid out on the table and reached out to grab a large drumstick with her bare hands. But just as her small hand was about to touch the drumstick, the young man tapped her palm lightly with a pair of chopsticks. Ow! The little girl withdrew her hand and looked up at him with wide, aggrieved eyes. The young man gestured to the chopsticks placed on the bowl in front of her. Okay. The little girl reluctantly picked up the chopsticks, struggling clumsily to grasp the chicken leg with them. After several failed attempts, she grew frustrated and looked like she was about to pound the table in anger. Finally, she came up with an idea. She stabbed the drumstick with one chopstick, plopped it into her bowl, and began munching on it with gusto. Xu Ming watched Shun Shengxing's antics, letting out a soft sigh, but refrained from stopping her. Compared to before, Shun Shengxing had made some progress. Over the past few days, Xu Ming had been teaching her how to talk, read, and use chopsticks. Many things required his patient guidance. Though she learned slowly, there were always small signs of improvement. Xu Ming wanted Shun Shengxing to understand that she wasn't just a magical beast, but a living, breathing human being. Perhaps the customs and way of life of the human race could gradually tame the beastly instincts ingrained in her bloodline. Xu Ming picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began eating. The discussions nearby naturally reached his ears. News about the Baiwa secret realm had gradually spread, and Xu Ming had offended many people during the events there. Though he had released them from the secret realm, he had left them to face the Black God sect afterward. Whether Xu Ming had done it intentionally or not, many of them harbored resentment. These cultivators, seeking to save face and vent their frustration, painted Xu Ming as a schemer in their retellings. However, not everyone from the secret realm was dishonest. Some spoke the truth about what had transpired. Moreover, Wu Kingdom wouldn't allow its prince consort's reputation to deteriorate too much, so they naturally worked to control public opinion. As a result, the events at Baiwa City had given rise to mixed narratives. Opinions about Xu Ming were divided, some praising him, others condemning him. Xu Ming, however, paid no mind to it. Once they'd finished eating, Xu Ming took Xin Shengsheng and left the small town. Just 500 more miles ahead lay the territory of Tianxian sect. As they left the town, Shun Shengsheng tugged lightly at Xu Ming's sleeve, looking up at him with her wide, blinking eyes. I know. It's fine. Don't worry, Xu Ming said with a nod, pretending not to notice anything amiss as he continued walking forward. When they reached the wilderness, Xu Ming suddenly vanished. Where did he go? How did we lose him? A group of cultivators stood where Xu Ming had disappeared, looking around in frustration. What business do you all have with me? Xu Ming's voice suddenly came from behind them. Startled, the group turned around hastily. Since you've noticed us, there's no point hiding it. Hand over the Baiwa scroll, and I'll spare your life, said the leader of the group. I suggest you reconsider, Xu Ming said calmly. Cultivation isn't easy. Don't throw your lives away. Huh? The leader sneered, waving his hand. Kill him. Xu Ming sighed and shook his head. Including you lot, I've killed about 100 people in the past few days. As he spoke, he stepped forward. In less than 3 breaths, the 5 cultivators were dead, each killed with a single punch. Their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist, leaving no trace behind. When a cultivator dies, the mark on their storage bag disappears. Xu Ming collected the silver coins and spirit stones from their storage bags, placing them into his own small Chinquan bag. This task was usually handled by Shun Shengsheng. Every time it came to looting, Shun Shengsheng was incredibly enthusiastic. She carried Xu Ming's Chinquan bag, tirelessly picking up everything from the ground, even the smallest copper coin, without missing a thing. She now understood that a single copper coin could buy a steamed bun. How long are you planning to keep watching? Haven't you seen enough? If you're done, come out, Xu Ming called out as Shun Shengsheng was happily looting. Hee hee. A soft, pleasant laugh echoed through the forest as a barefooted woman in a black dress stepped out from among the trees. Shun Shengsheng had been happily looting on the ground when she suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance, its source steadily approaching. The dangerous feeling that came with it made the hair on her head stand on end. When Shen Shengsheng looked up, she saw a woman. Hurriedly, she grabbed the storage bag in front of her, dumped its contents into Xu Ming's small Chinquan bag, and scurried to Xu Ming's side. Clutching his leg tightly with both hands, she bared her teeth at the woman in the black dress not far away. "How did you notice me?" Shura, barefoot and smiling faintly, looked at Xu Ming. Her tone was teasing, like a mischievous young girl intent on getting under your skin. "I didn't notice you," Xu Ming replied with a smile. "I was just guessing. Didn't expect someone really was following me, much less that it was you. Miss, you're quite persistent. Could it be that you've fallen for me at first sight?" "Of course. From the very first moment Shura laid eyes on you, I was completely captivated." Junior's voice was soft and alluring. "Every night, thoughts of you keep me tossing and turning, sleepless. Sometimes, I even have to press my thighs together. Xu Ming, if you like me that much, why not come back to Wudu with me? I can't make you my primary wife, but there's room for you as a concubine." "Oh, how naughty of you." Zhur waved her hand with a sly smile. "But I do enjoy it." "Huh." Xu Ming sneered coldly. "You're not interested in the living me. You prefer the dead me, don't you?" Zhur blinked, feigning innocence. "What makes you say that, my dear Su Gongzi, young master? For the past few days, I've been wondering. I've only left Qingyang County for less than a month, yet over 100 people have already tried to kill me. Am I really that easy to recognize? My whereabouts must have been leaked by you, right? Oh my, how could you accuse me of such a thing?" Zhur pouted playfully. "Do I look like that kind of person? Xu Ming, oh? Wasn't it you?" "I might have let slip a little hint," Zhur admitted with a sly grin. "But mostly it's because you're just so charming." Her seductive cat-like eyes glimmered as she gazed at him. "And look at you now. Such a short time has passed, and your strength has grown to such an impressive level. You're not just invincible among your peers. Killing Sea Observation Realm cultivators is like slaughtering chickens for you. How about I try killing you, then?" Before his words fully landed, Xu Ming appeared in front of Zhur and threw a punch. His fist, shrouded in swirling wind and compressed true energy, exploded with force as it neared her abdomen, scattering energy and air in a violent burst. Boom! Zhur's figure dissolved into black smoke. "Oh, Su Gongzi, you're so impatient." Her teasing voice echoed as her form reappeared on a tree branch. Her long black dress shifted slightly, revealing slender, porcelain-white legs crossed elegantly. "We meet again after so long, and the first thing you do is to try to touch my stomach? I wasn't prepared for that at all. Then how about you come down, and I'll spank you instead?" Xu Ming quipped with a grin. "Oh my, such a naughty Su Gongzi if you spank me. Won't the princess get jealous?" Zhuer's voice grew faint as her figure slowly faded. Her final words echoed through the forest. "But next time, if you can make me happy, I might let you spank more than just that." Silence returned to the forest. Xu Ming clenched his jaw in irritation. He hadn't expected Zhuer to be so persistent. Still, as long as he remained cautious and avoided falling for any tricks, she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Once Zhuer was gone, Shan Shengsheng returned to looting with renewed enthusiasm. Her small figure bent over as she scoured the ground for treasures. "Oh, after completely emptying the storage bags of the fallen cultivators, she trotted over to Xu Ming, her little hands outstretched. Resting in her soft, pale palm was Xu Ming's small Chinquan bag. "Thank you," Xu Ming said with a slight smile. Xu Ming took the small Chinquan bag from Shan Shengsheng and then picked up the other storage bags, hanging them from his waist. Since a storage bag couldn't contain another storage bag, the 4 or 5 bags dangling from his side gave him the appearance of an 8-bag elder. When they reached a small town, Xu Ming found a pawn shop run by a cultivator and sold all the extra storage bags. With some of the money he earned, he bought a newer, better storage bag for Shan Shengsheng. Personally tying it to her waist, he also placed some spirit stones and silver inside for her. "These are your rewards. For now on, we'll split the profits equally," Xu Ming said with a smile. Shang nodded eagerly, holding the lotus-embroidered storage bag in her hands, her joy evident as she admired it repeatedly. 3 days later, Xu Ming and Shang arrived at a village. Beyond the village lay a wide river, and, after crossing it and traversing a mountain range, they would reach the boundaries of the Tianxian sect. But the sky was growing dim. Xu Ming decided to find a household where they could spend the night. Knock, knock, knock. As the light faded, Xu Ming knocked on the door of a house. Coming, called a woman's voice from the courtyard. The gate creaked open, revealing a woman dressed in coarse linen. She looked about 25 or 26, with a plain yet delicate beauty. Even without any adornments, she would still be considered one of the prettiest women in the village or the nearby towns. Madam, my sister and I are passing through and would like to request shelter for the night, if it's not too much trouble, Xu Ming said politely, fully prepared to be refused. If this house turned them away, they could simply try another. And if no one agreed, they would make do outdoors, not unsafe but definitely uncomfortable. The young woman gave Xu Ming a once-over before nodding. Come in, then. Xu Ming was surprised by how easily they were let in. Bowing in thanks, he said, Thank you, madam. Huangsha, Yellow Sand, River, Shurjia Village. A girl in a black dress stood barefoot on the surface of the wide river, her delicate toes barely disturbing the water. I have a business proposition. I wonder if the Dragon Lord of Huangsha River would be interested. The girl's soft, playful voice echoed across the river. A whirlpool formed beneath her feet, and the corners of her lips curled up. With a light heave-ho, she dove into the swirling waters. Holy Maiden of the Black Lotus sect, Immortal, greets the Dragon Lord. Bowing slightly, Immortal faced the man before her. The Dragon Lord of Huangsha River turned around and scrutinized her, his gaze lingering as he said, They say the Black Lotus sect's Holy Maiden is a peerless beauty, ranked 10th on the beauty list. I'd say you deserve the first spot instead. I wouldn't dare, Immortal replied with a faint smirk. The first spot belongs to the Dragon Queen of Beihai, North Sea. Ha ha. The Dragon Lord chuckled, his eyes roving over her, pausing briefly on the pair of mesmerizing legs beneath her short black dress. His tone carried a hint of predation. So, what business does the Black Lotus sect wish to discuss? Lifting her chin, Immortal met his gaze directly. I need the Dragon Lord to help me kill someone. Kill someone? Who? The Yellow Sand Dragon Lord looked at the enchanting woman before him with confusion. With such a large organization like the Black Lotus sect, you still need my help to kill someone? Ah, well, this is part of the sect's test for me, Immortal said with a casual shrug. I can't handle it alone, so I have no choice but to ask for help. Besides, Immortal smiled. This person is no ordinary target. He is the son-in-law of the Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming, who is now a renowned figure in the kingdom. The Yellow Sand Dragon Lord, who operated within the Wu Kingdom's borders, naturally knew about the famous royal son-in-law. If I kill him, won't the Wu Kingdom's court come after me? What kind of reward are you offering that could make it worth the risk? Yourself. Dragons are naturally lustful creatures, and the Yellow Sand Dragon Lord stared directly at Immortal without a hint of shame. If Xu Ming dies and I offer myself to you, what harm is there in that? Immortal's tone was seductive. But our Black Lotus sect can provide you with something far more enticing. Oh, let's hear it. The Yellow Sand Dragon Lord folded his arms behind his back. This Yellow Sand River of yours, though not small, is far from enough if you wish to achieve enlightenment. In the western regions, there is a vast sea called the Tsang Sea, which connects to the Eastern Sea. While the Eastern Sea has its ruler, the Tsang Sea does not. When the time comes, you can cultivate in the Tsang Sea as its master. Wouldn't that be ideal? As for the Wu Kingdom's fury, what can they do? Would they dare extend their reach to our western territories? Moreover, I can promise you a vial of true dragon heart blood once the deed is done. Hearing the mention of true dragon heart blood, the Yellow Sand Dragon Lord's pupil shrank. To any flood dragon, True dragon heart blood was the most irresistible treasure imaginable. Empty words hold no weight. Why should I believe you? The yellow sand dragon lord fixed his gaze on Immortal. With a sly smile, Immortal retrieved a jade bottle from the storage bracelet on her delicate wrist. Inside, a crimson liquid shimmered with a powerful aura. Seeing this, the yellow sand dragon lord swallowed hard. There was no doubt about it. This was true dragon heart blood. Watching the dragon's greedy expression, with drool almost dripping from his mouth, Immortal chuckled inwardly before quickly putting the vial away. Well, I wonder if the yellow sand dragon lord is willing or not. Immortal's voice was sweet and seductive. If you agree, then once it's done, I might just deliver this heart blood to you while lying on your bed. The yellow sand dragon lord stared at Immortal for a long moment before finally speaking slowly. Where is this Xu Ming now? If nothing unexpected happens, Immortal said, he should currently be in Shura village. I'll be waiting for your good news, Dragon Lord. As rain began to fall, Missouri Zhuer's figure gradually faded from the yellow sand dragon lord's sight. When she reappeared, she was already standing on the surface of the yellow sand river. Humming a light tune, she stepped ashore and spat into the river. Bah! That slimy eel dares think I would actually serve him? True dragon heart blood? Once I've used him, I'll be taking his dragon tendons instead. Swaying her hips, Immortal left, humming as she went. Madam, my surname is Su, given name Ming. I hail from Wudu, traveling the world with my younger sister. Here is my travel permit for your inspection. Entering the courtyard, Xu Ming handed over his travel document. He needed to prove that he wasn't some shady wanderer. The young woman examined it briefly before returning it to him. Xu Ming put the document away. May I ask how I should address you, madam? The villagers call me Luo Sanyang, she replied with a smile. Madam, do you need to inform your husband about this? Xu Ming reminded her. Though she seemed kind, her husband might not approve. Luo Sanyang shook her head. My husband passed away many years ago. It's just me and my daughter at home. My apologies, Xu Ming said sincerely. Luo Sanyang, it's fine. I've long grown used to being a widow. Madam, perhaps I should look for another place to stay? Xu Ming hesitated. While he didn't mind, staying at the home of a widowed woman could lead to gossip. If word got out, it might damage her reputation. No need. You don't have to worry about that. Luo Sanyang walked ahead. My reputation has already been dragged through the mud. I don't care anymore. Xu Ming. Luo Sanyang prepared a guest room for Xu Ming and Shun Shengsheng. Xu Ming gave her a silver tael, which she accepted without objection. That evening, Xu Ming let her know he would be using the courtyard and, after receiving her permission, fetched some water to take a cold bath outside. Shun Shengsheng also wanted to strip down and bathe, but was stopped by Xu Ming. Instead, Xu Ming borrowed a wooden tub from Luo Sanyang, filled it with water, and closed the door so Shun Shengsheng could bathe in private. He instructed her to wash herself properly, put her clothes back on, and come out only when she was decent. Afterward, both Xu Ming and Shun Shengsheng felt refreshed. In the guest room, Xu Ming slept on the floor, while Shun Shengsheng took the bed. They lay sprawled in a shape, their exhaustion from the day washed away. At dawn, the rooster crowed, waking Xu Ming and Shun Shengsheng. As they stepped out of the room, the aroma of buns and porridge wafted through the air. In the courtyard, a little girl was crouched down, watching ants with great curiosity. After freshening up, the two sat down for breakfast prepared by Luo Sanyang. Shun Shengsheng loved eating buns because they didn't require chopsticks. As for the porridge, she simply tilted the bowl and drank it. Xu Ming would eat one bun, and Shun Shengsheng would follow by eating one bun. Xu Ming drank a bowl of porridge, and so did Shun Shengsheng. When Xu Ming put down his bowl and chopsticks, Shun Shengsheng did the same. However, her eyes remained glued to the remaining food on the table. She clearly wasn't full. But she had promised Xu Ming that she would only eat as much as he did. Little girl, are you still hungry? Let me make some more, Luo Sanyang said, feeling sorry for the adorable child who was staring longingly at the food. No need to trouble yourself, madam. My sister has already had enough, Xu Ming replied with a smile. He wasn't about to let Shun Sheng eat her fill. If she did, she could easily consume 10 pounds of meat in one sitting and wipe out the household's food supplies. Shun Sheng nodded in agreement. She wasn't full, but it didn't matter. Xu Ming had promised to cook her a special meal later. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. Since it's getting late, we should be on our way. Xu Ming preferred to leave early to avoid being seen and causing any unnecessary trouble for their host. Safe travels, sir, Luo Sanyang said without trying to keep them. There's no need to see us off. With that, Xu Ming and Shun Sheng left the courtyard and continued on their journey. However, Xu Ming couldn't shake a strange feeling. Normally, villagers would rise at dawn to work in the fields, so why hadn't they seen a single person? Let go of my son. I beg you, please spare my son. Mother, I don't want to go. Mother. As Xu Ming walked through the village, sensing the unsettling quietness, the cries of a woman and a young boy caught his attention. Looking ahead, he saw villagers gathered in front of a house. A mother clung desperately to her son's hand, but amidst the struggle, she was pushed aside, falling to the ground. The woman tried to rush forward again, but her husband held her back tightly. Let go! Let go! Don't take my child! Give him back to me! The woman screamed, her hair disheveled and her face soaked with tears. Xu Ming frowned and stepped forward. He never considered himself a hero. There were things beyond his capabilities that he wouldn't meddle with. But if there was something within his power to address, he wouldn't turn a blind eye. May I ask why you're forcing this mother and child apart? Xu Ming asked as he stepped into the crowd. Hearing his voice, several villagers turned to look at him. Realizing he was an outsider, one of the men snapped, What's it to you, outsider? Mind your own business and leave. A burly man shoved Xu Ming, but it was like trying to move a mountain. He didn't budge an inch. Instead, Xu Ming effortlessly pushed the man to the ground. Ignoring the startled crowd, Xu Ming swiftly retrieved the young boy and returned him to his mother. The woman hugged her son tightly, whispering, It's okay, it's okay. You outsider know nothing. An elderly man stepped forward, his trembling finger pointing at Xu Ming. We're taking her child to offer as a sacrifice to the Yellow Sand River Dragon King. Every year, we must give that dragon a pair of children, one boy and one girl. It's been this way for years. Ask anyone here who hasn't lost a son or daughter to the dragon. And now it's the Wang family's turn. Do they think they're special and can refuse? How is that fair to the rest of us? Looking at you, you seem to be some kind of wandering swordsman, right? You so-called warriors always talk about justice, don't you? If the Wang family's son isn't sacrificed, then another family's child will have to take his place. If no children are offered, the dragon will get angry, and the entire village will die. Xu Ming was silent. Hearing the elder's words, he could already piece together what was happening, even without further explanation. The elder turned to the woman behind Xu Ming. Madam Wang, you're part of this village. You should have prepared for this long ago. We're all in this together. Does your family think it's exempt? I. Madam Wang bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face. Her husband sighed heavily, pried her hand away from their son, and stepped forward. Village chief, I apologize. It's my wife who was being unreasonable. As long as you understand. The elder snorted. Let's go. Next, we head to the Luo family. Mother, father, mother, the boy cried as he was taken away. Madame Wang fell to her knees, covering her mouth as she wept. Luo family. Xu Ming repeated the name under his breath, watching the direction they headed. If his guess was correct, Luo Sanyang's daughter was likely the girl chosen as this year's sacrifice. He planned to follow and see for himself, but first, he needed to understand the full situation. Thank you for stepping in, brother, but this is something beyond your ability to interfere with, the man said with a dejected look. After all, who could watch their own child being taken away without grief? Yet, over the years, every family had gone through the same. What made his family any different? What's the deal with this Yellow Sand River Dragon King? Xu Ming asked. Only a true dragon would dare to call itself a Dragon King. In such a small place, With such a minor river, how could something so insignificant assume the title of Dragon King? The Yellow Sand River Dragon King is nothing more than a water serpent, the man explained. Years ago, it made its way to the Yellow Sand River, where it eventually transformed into a flood dragon and decided to settle down, calling itself the Yellow Sand Dragon Lord. 20 years ago, there was a drought. The village chief and others prayed for rain, and the Dragon Lord granted it. In return, he demanded we build a temple in his honor and worship him. Not only that, but on his birthday, we are required to slaughter chickens, cows, and ducks as offerings, and we must also sacrifice a pair of children, a boy and a girl. After the drought ended, we thought about breaking free from his control. Or at least, we figured we could keep worshiping him with livestock, but sacrificing children was just too much. However, the Dragon Lord refused. He insisted that the sacrifices were non-negotiable, or else he'd flood the entire village. Hearing the man's account, Xu Ming frowned. Sacrificing children wasn't exactly a requirement for survival or power for most creatures. Why was this Yellow Sand Dragon Lord so fixated on it? The Wu Kingdom Court has explicitly forbidden private worship of rogue deities. This Yellow Sand Dragon Lord is quite bold. Hasn't the court done anything about it? Xu Ming asked further. The man sighed heavily, his expression even more despondent. Sir, how could the court possibly intervene? This village is under the jurisdiction of Huangye County, but the magistrate there is in cahoots with the Dragon Lord. It's not like we haven't reported this before, but what good has it done? Xu Ming's brow furrowed. The magistrate is corrupt. What about the prefect? The man let out another heavy sigh. Ah, sir, this Xinjiang prefecture is under the governance of Prince Qing, one of the Wu Kingdom's autonomous feudal lords. Xu Ming remained silent. Now he understood. In the Wu Kingdom, the power of feudal lords was immense. While it wasn't as extreme as the infeft states of the Zhou dynasty on Blue Star, it wasn't far off from the semi-autonomous states of the early Han dynasty. Feudal lords held both administrative and military power. This was precisely why the Central Court constantly pushed for the reduction of feudal powers. If Prince Qing's territories were rife with corruption, any reports from the people would only reach him. Whether or not the prince even cared was another matter entirely. As for leaving the village, the Wu Kingdom strictly regulated the movement of its populace. Their farmland and household registrations were tied to this place. At most, some villagers could move to the county seat if they had relatives to rely on. But for most, leaving would render them refugees. Those who could leave had already done so. The remaining villagers had nowhere else to go. Do you know the cultivation level of this Dragon Lord? Xu Ming asked. He didn't expect a villager to know such specifics, but decided to ask anyway. The man hesitated, then said, Last year, the dragon held some kind of banquet, inviting many guests. It seemed to be celebrating reaching some core level. Golden Core Realm? Yes, that's it, Golden Core Realm. I see. Xu Ming nodded. In that case, it wasn't impossible to kill. If the opponent were at the Nascent Soul Realm, I'd have to think twice. But since they're at the Golden Core Realm, it's not impossible to kill them. Back during the battle in the Lava Heart Cave, Xu Ming fought against a branch leader of the Black God sect, which gave him a pretty clear understanding of his own strength. Now, with his current Heroic Soul Martial Realm and Cave Mansion Realm cultivation levels, defeating opponents of the same rank is almost effortless. Most of them couldn't last a single exchange against him. Against Sea Observation Realm cultivators, they could put up some resistance, but even then, they wouldn't last for long. Dragon Gate Realm cultivators were more on par with him in strength, but even then, defeating most of them wasn't particularly difficult. It was only against Golden Core Realm cultivators that he could say the fight was evenly matched. Frankly, Xu Ming was somewhat startled by his own power. For most cultivators, defeating an opponent 2 ranks higher is already considered extraordinary, often requiring exceptional talent or rare treasures. Yet here he was, relying solely on a basic intersect sword technique from the Wanjian sect and his bare fists, able to defeat enemies 3 ranks above him without the aid of any treasures. It was absurd, to say the least. Of course, Much of this was thanks to the system and the incredibly useful attribute points it provided. It also helped that the power gap between ranks below the nascent soul realm wasn't as insurmountable as the chasm between Furnace Foundation and Cave Mansion realms. Once he reached the higher 5 ranks and faced opponents from those levels, even a single rank difference would likely become a significant challenge. The higher 5 ranks. Xu Ming softly repeated the phrase in his heart, a small smile forming on his lips. The higher 5 ranks, that was still far away for him. He'd deal with it when the time came. After Xu Ming bid farewell, he turned to head back, making his way to Luo Sanyang's residence. Sure enough, when Xu Ming arrived outside Luo Sanyang's house, he saw a group of burly men from the village banging on the door. "Sanyang, open the door. Locking it won't help, Sanyang." The leader of the group looked hesitant, but still pressed forward. One villager muttered, "Sanyang only has one daughter. If her daughter is taken, isn't that too cruel?" Another villager shot him a glare. "Then why don't you offer up your daughter instead?" The first villager immediately shut his mouth, too afraid to speak further. "Sanyang, if you don't open up, we're going to break down the door." The burly man knocking on the door issued a final warning. Still, there was no response from within the courtyard. The group exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Bang! The wooden door of Luo Sanyang's courtyard was kicked open. "Let's see who dares to lay a hand on my daughter." "Sanyang, calm down. Sanyang, put the knife down first." As the crowd rushed into the courtyard, they saw Luo Sanyang standing there with a kitchen knife in her hand, facing them defiantly. Nobody dared to step closer, afraid she might do something drastic. "I know times are tough for everyone, and I understand it's our family's turn this year." Luo Sanyang gripped the knife tightly, her voice trembling. "But she's my only daughter. If you want to take her, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Sanyang." The village chief hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Given her temper, it was clear that she was more than capable of following through on her threat. Just as the standoff between Sanyang and the villagers reached its peak, Xu Ming walked into the courtyard and headed toward Luo Sanyang. Luo Sanyang's attention shifted to Xu Ming, her eyes blinking in surprise. This guest already left, didn't he? Why is he back? Luo Sanyang wondered, her heart filling with doubt. Wary that Xu Ming might be colluding with the villagers, she took 2 steps back, uncertain about his intentions. Xu Ming walked to the space between the villagers and Luo Sanyang. Turning to face the crowd, he clasped his hands in a polite bow and spoke directly, without any pretense. "If you trust me, I can help you eliminate the Yellow Sand River Dragon King. From then on, you'll no longer need to sacrifice boys and girls to that so-called Dragon King." The moment Xu Ming finished speaking, the crowd fell into stunned silence, as though they hadn't processed what he'd just said. "What did he say? He said he can kill that wicked dragon? How could that be? That's a dragon we're talking about. If he can kill it, great. But if he fails, that dragon will unleash its fury, and our entire village will be wiped out." Before long, everyone began chattering, their doubts about Xu Ming's claim filling the air. "Quiet." The village chief's shout silenced the crowd. He stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and looked at Xu Ming. "We appreciate your good intentions, hero," the chief said. "But that Yellow Sand River Dragon King is incredibly powerful. How do you plan to kill it? If you fail, not only would you lose your life in vain, but the Dragon King would surely take its anger out on us. At that point, we'll all be dead." "I understand, and your concerns are valid." Xu Ming nodded calmly. "That's why this is something you'll have to think carefully about. In this world, there's no such thing as a perfect solution. I will do my best to help you, but you must also bear the associated risks. If you trust me, then cooperate with me. I'll have a much better chance of succeeding. If you don't trust me, I won't intervene, and your village will have to continue as it has." However, Luo Sanyang allowed me to stay for a night, and I consider that a kind of fate. If you want to sacrifice the children of other families, that's none of my business. But this little girl, you won't touch her. I will take Luo Sanyang and her daughter away. You?" The village chief was momentarily at a loss for words. How should he describe this warrior? He was willing to risk his life to slay the Yellow Sand River Dragon King, which was undeniably courageous and noble. But at the same time, he was only willing to save Luo Sanyang's daughter, indifferent to the fate of others. Was this truly righteousness? Or perhaps, put another way, Xu Ming was only willing to save the people he cared about. As Xu Ming's words settled, a wave of unease swept through the villagers. This man claimed he could kill the Yellow Sand River Dragon King, which meant he was clearly no ordinary person. If someone like him wanted to protect Luo Sanyang's daughter, what could they do? In other words, Luo Sanyang's daughter was untouchable. That much was clear, but that meant they would have to choose another girl from another family to take her place. Yet who would willingly send their own child to die? Xu Ming gazed at the crowd indifferently and said, "I will remain here until noon. If you decide, let me know. If not, once noon passes, I'll leave with Luo Sanyang and her daughter." Thank you for your help, young master. After the villagers of Shurja village left, Luo Sanyang poured Xu Ming a cup of water and bowed slightly in gratitude. She never imagined that the man she had simply given shelter to would end up saving her and her daughter. "Thank you, young master." The little girl, mimicked her mother's actions, bowing as she expressed her thanks. "It's nothing," Xu Ming said, shaking his head. "I just couldn't stand by and watch." "You're a good man, young master," Luo Sanyang said, smiling at him. Xu Ming chuckled lightly. "I wouldn't call myself a good man. Didn't you see their expressions? Because I protected you, they'll now have to pick another family." The way they looked at me was full of resentment. "While I saved your daughter, I've also caused harm to someone else." Luo Sanyang shook her head. "Others may think that way, but to me and Yaya, you are a good man." Xu Ming paused for a moment, then smiled. "Fine, if you insist, I'll reluctantly accept that. But, young master, you should leave," Luo Sanyang said earnestly. "This is my problem to handle. I'll let you stay here, and you paid me for the lodging. We're even. If you really get involved in this matter, it will be extremely dangerous." "It's fine," Xu Ming replied, taking a sip of tea and glancing toward the courtyard gate. "I need to kill a flood dragon anyway to harvest some of its materials for talisman crafting. What do you think your village will decide, Sanyang?" Xu Ming asked. An hour earlier, after the village chief left with the others, Xu Ming had been waiting for their response. "I'm not sure," Luo Sanyang admitted, shaking her head. "But there are many people in the village who harbor hatred toward that Yellow Sand River Dragon King. After all, so many boys and girls have been sacrificed. If they had the strength, many men would have already gone to fight it. Let's see." Xu Ming gently swirled the tea in his cup. "If the villagers are still unwilling to defy the dragon, I'll take you and Yaya to Wudu. With the letter I write, someone from the Xu family will take care of you." "Thank you, young master." Luo Sanyang knelt to the ground in gratitude. Seeing her mother kneeling, Yaya quickly followed suit, dropping to her knees as well. "There's no need for such formalities," Xu Ming said, hurriedly helping the mother and daughter to their feet. "Knock, knock, knock." Just as Luo Sanyang and Yaya stood up, the sound of knocking came from the courtyard gate once more. "Come in," Xu Ming said, knowing that the villagers had made their decision. As his words fell, several burly men entered the courtyard, clasping their fists in respect. The village chief invites the young master to his home for a discussion. Xu Ming clasped his hands behind his back and took a step forward. "Let's go." Nearby, Yaya, who had been playing in the dirt, quickly got up. She wiped her dirty hands on her skirt and trotted after Xu Ming with her short legs. Before long, Xu Ming and Yaya arrived at the village chief's residence. The chief's home wasn't much different from the other houses in the village, except the courtyard was slightly larger. Immortal master. Unlike his earlier attitude, the village chief now greeted Xu Ming with utmost respect, stepping forward and bowing deeply. "The weather is hot. Please come in and have some tea, Immortal master," the chief offered. Xu Ming glanced at the village chief, then stepped into the courtyard and sat on a stone stool. The chief closed the gate and respectfully poured Xu Ming a cup of tea before sitting beside him. Xu Ming asked, "Have you made a decision?" The chief nodded slowly and replied, "We've decided. We will leave the Yellow Sand River Dragon King to the Immortal Master." "And the rest of the villagers agree with this?" Xu Ming asked. The village chief forced a smile. In past years, the children to be sacrificed were already decided well in advance. But this year, the chief glanced at Xu Ming and trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Xu Ming didn't need the village chief to finish his thought. He understood perfectly well what the man meant. "We had everything decided, but then you, a meddler, showed up." The village chief sighed and said, "We discussed this for a long time, but no one is willing to take the place of Luo, Sanyang's daughter. Moreover, quite a few of the men in the village are deeply resentful of that Yellow Sand River Dragon King. So this is a chance." The chief stood up, then deeply bowed to Xu Ming again. "Our Shura village will have to trouble you, Immortal Master." Xu Ming looked at the old man in front of him. Instead of avoiding the gesture, he accepted the bow with a calm expression. "I wonder if the village chief could tell me more about this Yellow Sand River Dragon King." The chief straightened up and nodded. "I will tell you everything I know." Xu Ming asked, "Earlier, I heard from that boy's father that the Yellow Sand River Dragon King is at the Golden Core Realm?" The chief confirmed, "Yes, though I don't fully understand what Golden Core Realm means. But not long ago, the Yellow Sand River Dragon King reached a new level of power. He even held a banquet to celebrate, calling it the Golden Core Banquet, and invited his demon friends. He also demanded we help prepare supplies for it." "Good," Xu Ming said, his confidence growing. If the dragon had only recently broken through to the Golden Core Realm, it likely hadn't yet consolidated its power. But why does it insist on having pairs of young boys and girls? "Do you have any idea, Chief?" Xu Ming asked. This was the part that puzzled him most. For a powerful demon at the Golden Core Realm, acquiring and devouring human children should be easy. It could take as many as it wanted. Yet it demanded only one pair each year, which seemed oddly specific. The chief shook his head. "I don't know. When were you planning to conduct the offering?" Xu Ming continued. "The day after tomorrow," the chief replied. "How do you normally perform the offering?" "We place a small boat on the river, loaded with sacrifices, chickens, ducks, livestock, and a pair of children. The boat drifts to the center of the Yellow Sand River, where a massive whirlpool appears, dragging everything down into the depths." Xu Ming frowned. "The dragon doesn't show itself?" The chief shook his head again. "It rarely shows up in recent years." Xu Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "I'm not skilled in water combat, and fighting it in its lair puts me at a great disadvantage. Do you have any way to lure it on a land?" The chief looked troubled but clenched his fists tightly. "I will try. I also need time to set up a formation to increase my chances," Xu Ming added. "If the offering is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, there won't be enough time. You'll need to find a way to delay the ceremony," he continued. "How long do you need?" the chief asked nervously. "For days," Xu Ming replied firmly, staring straight into the chief's eyes. "4 days from now, if the dragon isn't dead, I won't leave. To slay the evil flood dragon, it was clear that the cooperation of the people from Shura village would be essential. Without their help, the creature would remain hidden underwater, making the task exceedingly difficult. Charging into the dragon's lair alone would be akin to walking into a death trap. However, involving the villagers would undoubtedly expose them to significant risks. To prevent them from backing out, Xu Ming declared firmly, "I will not leave until the flood dragon is dead," putting their minds at ease. Of course, Xu Ming would still take precautions against the village chief. Trusting him completely would be unwise. If the chief were to betray him and inform the flood dragon, the situation could turn dire. With adequate precautions in place, even if the chief betrayed him, Xu Ming was confident he could retreat unscathed, though he might not be able to slay the flood dragon. A mere Golden Core Realm demon wasn't enough to stop him. Killing the flood dragon wasn't purely altruistic. It served Xu Ming's purposes as well. He planned to use the dragon's heartblood as ink to create Dao Rain talismans, which would enrich the spiritual energy in the Baiwa secret realm and improve the yield of spiritual rice. Dao Rain talismans were finite, and once he used up his 5 remaining talismans, he would need to craft more. The flood dragon's heart blood was indispensable for this purpose. Moreover, the flood dragon's body was a treasure trove. Its tendons, scales, and demon core were all invaluable. Even its dragon whip was a prized item, highly sought after by noble families, middle-aged cultivators, and aristocrats for its renowned health benefits. Throughout the ages, such supplements have always been in high demand. The dragon's flesh was a delicacy for martial artists, enhancing their true chi. Though the dragon's blood wasn't as potent as that of a true dragon, it was excellent for body refinement or could fetch a high price if sold to other martial artists. In essence, slaying this flood dragon was as much about self-benefit as it was about aiding the villagers. The village chief agreed to Xu Ming's plan, pledging to delay the dragon and coax it onto land. The next morning, the village chief led a group of strong men to the banks of the Yellow Sand River, while Xu Ming observed from a distance. The villagers erected an altar, lit incense, and performed a solemn ceremony of worship. The chief then called out loudly, "Honorable Dragon King, we are grateful for your blessings that have brought prosperity to Shura village. Today, we were prepared to present offerings to you. However, the pair of children you requested will not reach 9 years of age for another 4 days, which is the age you specified. We beg for your understanding and forgiveness." Swallowing hard, his legs trembling, the chief continued, "Furthermore, in 4 days, our village wishes to host a grand festival in honor of the Dragon King's 2 decades of protection. If possible, we humbly invite the Dragon King to grace Shura village with your presence. It would be the ultimate blessing for all the villagers, young and old, to see you in person, a moment we would cherish for a lifetime." The chief's voice echoed across the Yellow Sand River. After finishing his plea, he fixed his gaze on the river, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't tell if his excuses would fool the Dragon King, if it had already sensed the deception. The mere thought of the latter filled him with dread. Time passed slowly as the chief and the villagers waited anxiously by the riverbank. Despite the calm surface of the water, no one dared to move. Suddenly, a loud rumble broke the silence. The Yellow Sand River began to churn violently, forming massive whirlpools. With a loud splash, a column of water shot skyward before crashing back down, sending waves crashing against the shore and drenching everyone present. Suspended in the air above the river was the fearsome flood dragon, coiling and twisting in all its malevolent glory. Xu Ming gazed at the creature with unflinching resolve. Aside from the thunder dragon Xu Ming encountered during his tribulation in the Biwa's secret realm, this was his first time seeing a living dragon species in the flesh, even if it was just a flood dragon. He recalled a line from a book he had read. A snake transforms into a python in 500 years, a python into a boa in another 500 years, a boa into a flood dragon after 500 more, a flood dragon into a chi in 500 years, a chi into a chio in another 500, and a chio into a true dragon after yet another 500. The first stage, the snake, is its most vulnerable form, small, fragile, limbless, with no ears, born from eggs, and reliant on shedding its skin to grow. It is defenseless against both natural disasters and human threats. At the python stage, its size and strength grow significantly. It becomes a fearsome predator, yet still limbless and vulnerable to external calamities, growing only by shedding its skin. The third stage, the boa, is much like the python but even larger and stronger. Typically living near water, it dominates its territory but remains unable to resist major disasters or human intervention. However, as a master of the wilderness, it holds dominion over its domain. The fourth stage, the flood dragon, is where the transformation becomes profound. A boa must traverse great rivers and waterways to gain the chance of becoming a flood dragon. The river it transforms and becomes its sacred land. Once transformed, a flood dragon typically cultivates in its sacred land for a time before seeking further evolution. While a flood dragon is not yet a true dragon, it is a transitional form. It lacks horns, has a snake-like body, a head resembling a blend of dragon and tiger, a voice like a bull, and the ability to control winds and rains. It can resist human threats, but remains vulnerable to natural disasters. To advance further, the flood dragon must enter the sea, a perilous process filled with natural phenomena that ancient people referred to as a heavenly tribulation. Surviving this tribulation, the flood dragon becomes a chi dragon. A chi dragon, typically at the nascent soul stage equivalent for cultivators, has 4 legs and resides in the sea. The chi dragon's evolution into a chio dragon represents the emergence of true dragon traits. A chio dragon gains iconic dragon horns and unparalleled abilities. It can soar into the heavens, dive into the earth, and alter its size at will. Capable of creating clouds and mist, it possesses divine strength and can establish its own domain in the sea, even forming an undersea kingdom with subjects. Finally, the ultimate stage that all dragon species dream of, the true dragon. A true dragon has a scaled body, a long, imposing head, sharp teeth, prominent brow ridges, and a tail that is both powerful and slender. It can carve rivers and redirect waterways with a flick of its tail, ruling over dragonkind. According to Xu Ming's understanding, there are only 4 true dragons in the current world, all at the Ascension realm. One of them was the unparalleled North Sea Dragon Queen, ranked 2nd on the beauty list. In practice, though, the time needed for a snake to evolve into a python often took mere decades, with gifted individuals taking less than 10 years. However, for a flood dragon to ascend to true dragon status, particularly from Chio to true dragon, the process could take thousands of years, and many would never reach that stage in their lifetime. Your humble servant pays respects to the Dragon King. As the malevolent flood dragon emerged, the Shura village chief quickly knelt and kowtowed, followed by the villagers. The yellow sand dragon lord swept his gaze over the group. You've never held a temple festival before. Why do so this year? T2 respond to the Dragon King. The chief stammered, trembling. This year marks the 20th year of your grace upon Shura village. The number 20 is considered significant to us, so we wish to celebrate and honor you, Dragon King. Is that all? The yellow sand dragon lord furrowed his brows. The Shura village chief stammered, yes, that is all. Look me in the eyes and say it, the dragon commanded coldly, its oppressive aura spreading across the riverbank. Besides Xu Ming, Shun, who had been standing at a distance, sensed the threat and bared her teeth at the yellow sand dragon lord. Her vertical pupils contracted sharply in defiance. It's fine, Xu Ming reassured her, patting her head gently. Shun lifted her head to look at Xu Ming, blinked once, then clung to his leg while continuing to glare and bare her teeth at the distant dragon. By the yellow sand river, the Shura village chief trembled as he raised his head and met the dragon's gaze. For an ordinary man to look directly into the eyes of a golden core-level flood dragon under such immense pressure was an extraordinary act, and Xu Ming couldn't help but feel concerned. He worried whether the chief could withstand the pressure and keep from spilling the truth. The chief's voice wavered as he said, to respond to the Dragon King, this humble servant does have another reason. His voice broke as he dropped heavily to his knees and kowtowed, striking the ground so hard that his forehead split open. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Speak, the yellow sand dragon lord demanded coldly. In truth, this humble servant wishes to request something, the chief said, nearly in tears. I humbly ask if, in the future, we could use other offerings in place of the children to forego the boy and girl sacrifices. The flood dragon's eyes narrowed sharply. I have already decreed that the sacrifices must be a boy and a girl. There will be no exceptions. Consider yourself fortunate that I am sparing you this time because of your past service. If you ever dare bring this up again, I will feed your old bones to the fish and shrimp of the yellow sand river. Yes, this humble servant would never dare again. Please forgive me, Dragon King, the chief pleaded, kowtowing repeatedly. 4 days from now, ensure that the celebration is grand and lively. I will invite some friends to attend. Do not disgrace me. Do you understand? The yellow sand dragon lord seemed eager for the festival, not just to bask in the villagers' reverence, but also to showcase his power and influence to his peers. Rest assured, Dragon King, I will ensure everything is perfect and to your satisfaction, the chief said quickly. There is something I wish to ask you, the dragon continued. Please speak, Dragon King, the chief replied, still prostrated on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Has a young man come to your village? Around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a blue robe, looking something like this. The yellow sand dragon lord tossed a painting onto the ground in front of the chief. The chief picked it up and, upon seeing the image, felt his heart skip a beat. Isn't this the immortal master? Judging by your expression, it seems you have seen him, the dragon said, letting out a cold chuckle. To respond to the Dragon King, this humble servant has indeed seen this young man. The chief began carefully. Just yesterday, he came to my home, saying it was late and asking for a place to stay the night. This humble servant allowed him to stay. Oh, is he still at your house? The dragon's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, the chief nodded. The young man is still there. He seems to be resting and said he would leave tomorrow. He even gave me a tael of silver. Good. The dragon nodded before waving his sleeve. A small bottle containing a green liquid fell at the chief's feet. Find a way to keep him in the village for a few days. Isn't your festival in 4 days? Keep him until then. Pour the contents of this bottle into his tea and make him drink it. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely. Understood, the chief replied, trembling as he picked up the bottle and tucked it into his clothes. Remember, do not let him leave. If he escapes, I will bury your entire village alongside him. With that final warning, the yellow sand dragon lord transformed back into his true form and plunged into the river, disappearing beneath the water surface. The river gradually returned to calm. Only then did the village chief finally let out a sigh of relief. Village chief. One of the burly men stepped forward to help the chief up. That immortal! Before the man could finish the words, immortal master, the chief shot him a sharp glare, silencing him immediately. Let's head back. We must prepare for the Dragon King's festival without any negligence, the chief said firmly. Understood, chief. The burly man nodded. Together with the other villagers, they began gathering their belongings by the riverbank and heading back to the village. From the distant mountaintop, Xu Ming watched the scene unfold, having heard every word. Xu Ming's lips curled into a faint smirk. He wanted to take this flood dragon's life, but it seemed the flood dragon also wanted his. The question was why? They had no grievances between them. Was it because the flood dragon coveted Baiwa's secret realm? Or had someone else pulled the strings? Someone like Shura? Recalling Shure's parting words the last time they met, Xu Ming couldn't dismiss the possibility. After all, Shura was of the Dragon Gate realm. Previously, she might have had a chance to kill him in a one-on-one fight, but now the tables had turned. If anything, she would be the one at risk of being slain. Seeking an ally, such as this flood dragon, would make sense. Still, Shura remained a tricky opponent. Was there a way to deal with her while also eliminating the flood dragon? As Xu Ming pondered, his fingers brushed his chin thoughtfully while he descended from the mountaintop. When Xu Ming returned to the village, the chief and the others had already arrived. The chief informed Xu Ming that the festival would take place on the village's largest open area. Xu Ming nodded and instructed the chief to keep others away from the site. Each night thereafter, Xu Ming went to the designated area and began setting up an array. He drew over a dozen terrifying mind talismans, laying them as the foundation for the formation. After finishing this groundwork, Xu Ming sent his consciousness into the Baiwa's secret realm. Master, the golden toad, Yu, greeted Xu Ming with a respectful bow from inside the temple. Xu Ming acknowledged him with a nod. Looking at the golden core stage toad, he asked, Yu, I need your assistance with something. Do you have the time? I need your help with something, Xu Ming said slowly, looking at Yu. Master, please tell me. As long as it's something Yu can do, I will certainly help, Yu nodded. Seeing the serious look on his master's face, Yuan Yu knew it must be something important. This was also the first time his master had asked him for help, so Yuan Yu's expression carried a sense of solemnity. I noticed you also seem to have something you want to tell me. Xu Ming's eyes fell on a letter in the palm of this golden-bodied toad. On the envelope, it read, "To the master." Indeed, Yuan Yu scratched his head. There's something I've wanted to tell you. I've written it all down, and I was just about to burn the letter so you could sense the contents through it. Xu Ming nodded. There's no need to burn it now. Just tell me directly. But should you go first, or should I? You go ahead, master. If I can't help you, then I'd have no right to make any requests, Yuan Yu said with a smile. All right, I'll go first then. Xu Ming clasped his hands behind his back. Do you know how to set up formations? Or is there anyone in the Baiwa's secret realm who can? Yuan Yu chuckled. To be honest, I know a thing or two about formations. But may I ask what kind of formation you wish to set up, master? I want to kill a golden core realm flood dragon, Xu Ming said bluntly. Yuan Yu froze for a moment. In that case, Yuan Yu said after a pause, I do have several formations taught to me by a certain great monk back in the day. They are particularly effective against flood dragons and similar creatures. Moreover, if you don't mind, master, I could assist you during the fight. Good. Xu Ming did not refuse. He released a wisp of his divine sense and sent it into Yuan Yu's mind. This wisp contained the location of Shura village. How long will it take for you to leave the Baiwa's secret realm and get here? Yuan Yu carefully sensed the location. 2 days. I'll be by your side within 2 days. Xu Ming nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Master, there's no need to be so polite, Yuan Yu replied. Xu Ming looked at him. I've finished my matter. Now, you can tell me yours. Yuan Yu smiled. Master, I, along with Coyote, Sparrow, and Tiger, would like to leave the Baiwa's secret realm. We wish to venture outside, search for opportunities of our own, and see if we can make further progress in our cultivation. You wish to leave? Then leave. The door to the outside world only requires you to be at the Dragon Gate realm. There's no need to ask for my permission, Xu Ming said. Yuan Yu shook his head. Master, the Baiwa's secret realm, though small, has its own social order. There are good demons and bad demons. While we're here, the bad demons don't dare act recklessly. But once we leave, I fear the realm's order might descend into chaos. So, before we go, I humbly ask you to appoint a demon to manage the Baiwa's secret realm. Xu Ming understood what Yuan Yu meant. Once their strongest fighters were gone, it would be like the tiger leaving the mountain, and the monkeys would take over. However, if he were to appoint a capable demon to act as the manager of Baiwa's city, that chosen demon would receive the world's blessing of fortune, and their cultivation might advance by 1 stage. Do you have anyone in mind? Xu Ming asked. I do, Yuan Yu replied. The one who runs the beef stall, Shi Dalong. His strength is at the late Dragon Gate realm. He's been stuck at this level for years, unable to break through. If you appoint him master, the Baiwa's secret realm will grant him fortune, and he might ascend to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. If he leads the Old Dog Constable Squad, maintaining the order of Baiwa's secret realm should be relatively easy. All right. Xu Ming wasted no time. He reached out and pointed into the air. In the skies above the Baiwa's secret realm, a sheet of white paper materialized. The citizens of Baiwa's secret realm all looked up at his stall, where he was chopping beef. Shi Dalong paused, lifting his head to gaze at the sky. He had a feeling. This sheet of white paper seemed to be directed at him. The next moment, Xu Ming's commanding voice echoed throughout the Baiwa secret realm. From this day forth, Shi Dalong is appointed as the magistrate of the Baiwa's secret realm county office. He will lead the Old Dog Constable Squad to maintain the realm's order and stability. The diners all turned to look at Shi Dalong, surprised that this man had gained the favor of the Heavenly Master. Shi Dalong was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly stepped forward, knelt down, and accepted the decree. This humble citizen shall not fail the mission. The decree transformed into a stream of light and entered Shi Dalong's body. Shi Dalong felt his body grow warm. The bottleneck in his cultivation, which had held him back for so long, seemed to loosen ever so slightly. Overjoyed, Shi Dalong kowtowed several more times toward the invisible heavenly master. He had a strong sense that if he retreated to cultivate for a few days, no more than 5, he would be able to break through into the golden core realm. After the appointment, Xu Ming withdrew his divine sense from the Baiwa's secret realm. Using a Dao rain talisman, he summoned a gentle rain imbued with Dao energy to bless the land. In the courtyard of the Shurja village chief's home, Xu Ming opened his eyes. All he needed to do now was wait for Yuan to arrive. Meanwhile, beside a small creek, a twisted portal of light opened. Out stepped a toad, a coyote, a tiger, and a sparrow. So this is the outside world? The sparrow transformed into a young woman and looked around curiously. Doesn't seem all that different from our Baiwa's secret realm, does it? The coyote chuckled. The laws of the greater world are far more complete than those of the Baiwa's secret realm. In the Baiwa's secret realm, reaching the golden core realm is already the limit. But in this vast world, there are higher realms. Nascent soul, jade purity, immortal ascension, and even 2 legendary stages beyond that. The tiger laughed. Well, what can we do? Our homeland simply doesn't have enough resources. Everyone, Yuan the toad spoke, this is where we part ways. Please don't forget what the master told us. Remember, do not commit evil against humans or kill the innocent. The sparrow rolled her eyes at Yuan. You chubby toad, we're not some bloodthirsty monsters. Why would we go around killing people for no reason? Speaking of which, are you sure you don't need us to help the master? An extra hand is an extra edge. Yuan shook his head. The master is dealing with a wicked flood dragon. With just me assisting him, it should be manageable. Even if we can't kill it, I can at least ensure the master's safety. But if you all come along, I might not be able to protect everyone. The sparrow sighed. Fine. Then we're off. Yuan nodded. Take care, everyone. Don't get yourselves killed. Ha ha ha. The coyote laughed loudly, waving as he walked away. The Baiwa's secret realm was too small. Now that we're out, we'll become demon kings in our immortal master. Someone is here to see you. Xu Ming, who was meditating with his eyes closed in the village chief's courtyard, heard the voice of the Shurja village chief. Slowly opening his eyes, Xu Ming asked, Who's looking for me? The village chief replied, It's a chubby man, shorter than you by a head. He calls himself Yuan. Xu Ming hadn't expected Yuan to arrive so quickly. He's a friend of mine. Let him in, Xu Ming said. Understood, immortal master. The village chief nodded and quickly went out to bring in the plump man. Yuan greets the master. A round, middle-aged man respectfully bowed as soon as he saw Xu Ming in the courtyard. There's no need to be so formal, Xu Ming said as he stood and helped Yuan to his feet. He sized up this chubby middle-aged man. So this was Yuan's human form. It was pretty much what Xu Ming had imagined. Considering Yuan's original form was already quite plump, this appearance wasn't too surprising. Village chief, I'd like some time to talk privately with my friend, Xu Ming said. The village chief immediately understood. Of course, immortal master. Call me if you need anything. He left and carefully shut the courtyard door behind him. Come, have a seat. Xu Ming gestured to the spot beside him. Yuan hesitated. It's fine, master. I'll stand. Xu Ming chuckled. There's no need to be so reserved. While I may be the lord of the Baiwa's secret realm, I'm still just a small cultivator. You don't need to fear me. Just treat me as a friend. Yuan looked a bit awkward, but didn't want to upset Xu Ming. Reluctantly, he sat down beside him, though only a small part of his large frame touched the stone stool. Xu Ming poured Yuan a cup of tea, and Yuan quickly stood again to take it with both hands. Xu Ming didn't say much more. He figured Yuan would understand his personality with time. Near Shurja village, there's a yellow sand river. In that river lives a wicked flood dragon. A few days ago, I arrived in Shurja village and stayed one night at the home of a woman named Luo Sanyang. Xu Ming got straight to the point, explaining the situation in Shurja village. When he was done, he asked, What do you think? Are you confident we can kill that flood dragon? Yuan grinned. Confidence? Of course. especially since the flood dragon has just entered the golden core realm. Even if I were to face it alone, I'd be able to skin it and pull its tendons. Good. Xu Ming nodded. I'm just worried it might have some reinforcements, which could complicate things. Standing up, Xu Ming brushed off his clothes. Let's go. I'll take you to the clearing near Shura village. Familiarize yourself with the terrain. Tonight, we'll set up the formation. Once it's done, aside from the flood dragon's heartblood, you can take whatever you want. Thank you, master. Yu bowed deeply again. Xu Ming led Yu to the clearing. Yu measured the area with his steps and used a tree branch to mark the ground, seemingly sketching out a formation. By evening, Xu Ming and Yu were eating dinner at the village chief's house. The village chief didn't ask too many questions about Xu Ming's friend. In his heart, he felt more at ease. With an extra helper, they'd have a better chance of killing the flood dragon. Yu couldn't help but notice the little girl sitting by Xu Ming's side. The child, Sheng, had dragon-like eyes that exuded an invisible pressure. Curious as he was, Yu decided not to ask. The little girl seemed to trust the master deeply, and Xu Ming clearly cared for her as well. That night, Xu Ming and Yu headed to the clearing. Yu was busy setting up the formation, while Xu Ming watched closely, intending to learn something from the process. Most cultivators had a few secondary professions, like formation masters, alchemists, puppet masters, beast tamers, and so on. These trades often branched out from their primary cultivation techniques. Xu Ming didn't plan to master every secondary profession. If he could achieve some proficiency in formations and alchemy, that would be enough. Yu, understanding Xu Ming's intentions, explained the process as he worked. Even though he doubted the master could fully grasp it right away, there was no harm in gaining some basic understanding. After 2 nights of effort, the clearing where the temple fair would take place was layered with formations. Xu Ming had laid down a fearful heart array, while Yu added a dragon-trapping array, a heart-rending array, and a dragon-slaying array. To top it off, Yu set up a concealment array to ensure the formations would remain undetected until it was too late for their target. Xu Ming looked up at the sky. Now, all that was left was to wait for the temple fair to begin. That night, Xu Ming stayed up, sitting in the courtyard and repeatedly simulating the events that might unfold the next day. "Brother Xu, have some water," came a soft, childlike voice beside him. Xu Ming turned to see the little girl's clear, innocent eyes looking up at him. This was Luo Sanyang's daughter, Luo Xiaoman. Though the girl was a bit dark-skinned and her face dotted with freckles, unlike Shen Shengxing's porcelain-like beauty, she had large, bright eyes full of life, giving her an innate charm. "Thank you," Xu Ming said, taking the bowl and drinking the water in one gulp. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Xu Ming asked with a gentle smile, ruffling Luo Xiaoman's hair. "Can't sleep." Luo Xiaoman sat on a stone stool beside him, her legs pressed together, hands neatly placed on her lap, looking every bit the obedient child. "So young and already having trouble sleeping, huh?" Xu Ming chuckled. "When you grow up and have even more worries, how will you handle that?" Hearing this, Luo Xiaoman lowered her head. "What's wrong?" Xu Ming asked. "Brother Xu, do I even have a chance to grow up?" Luo Xiaoman looked up, her large, lively eyes blinking at him. Xu Ming frowned slightly. Why would you say that?" Luo Xiaoman hesitated before softly asking. "Brother Xu, am I going to be eaten tomorrow?" Her bright, flickering eyes momentarily dimmed Xu Ming's expression. "You won't," Xu Ming said with a smile, placing his large hand gently on her head. "Tomorrow, all you need to do is sit quietly. If you get tired, take a nap. When you wake up, everything will be over. After that, you'll live a safe and healthy life, grow up to be a fine young woman, marry someone you love, raise a family, and live a peaceful, happy life." "Really?" Luo Xiaoman's eyes lit up with hope. "Really?" Xu Ming said, tapping her nose lightly with his finger. "If I say it's true, then it is." Dawn had just broken. Shura village suddenly came alive with activity. The men and women of the village rose early, busily preparing for the Dragon King Temple Festival. Over the past few days, They had made significant arrangements, leaving only the final touches for the morning. Not long after, a woman arrived at Luo Sanyang's house, bringing a new outfit for Luo Xiaoman. She helped Luo Xiaoman into the clothes, applied some light makeup, and turned her into a doll-like figure. Soon after, four strong men arrived at the door carrying a small flowered sedan chair. Luo Xiaoman glanced at her mother, then at Xu Ming. Xu Ming smiled and nodded. Luo Xiaoman swallowed hard. Despite her fear, she stepped into the sedan chair. Lift the sedan. At the call of an old woman, the suona began to play, gongs and drums sounded, and the four men hoisted the sedan chair, carrying it away into the distance. Luo Sanyang stood at the courtyard entrance, her small hands roughened by farm work gripping the doorframe tightly. Her thin lips were pressed together, and even as her daughter disappeared from sight, she didn't look away. "She'll be fine," Xu Ming said gently, standing beside her. Hearing his words, Luo Sanyang came back to her senses and looked at the young man by her side. "I believe you, sir. You're a good person." Xu Ming chuckled. "I've said it before, I'm not a good person. A good person wouldn't save Xiaoman only to let another little girl be sacrificed in her place." Luo Sanyang shook her head. "To my family, sir, you are a good person. All right then." Xu Ming brushed off his sleeves. "I'll be going now. Please take care, Xiaoman," Luo Sanyang said, bowing deeply to him. Xu Ming didn't say more. He simply returned her bow before heading off with Yuan Yu toward the festival grounds. Meanwhile, most of the villagers in Shurja village had also donned new clothes and stepped out of their homes, ready to join the temple festival. Elsewhere, a young boy was dressed in a brand new outfit and carried away in another sedan chair by strong men. The boy's sedan chair soon joined Luo Xiaoman's. Thinking he was about to be sacrificed, the boy sobbed uncontrollably inside the sedan chair, wiping his tears. Luo Xiaoman, seated in the neighboring sedan, could hear his cries clearly. But Luo Xiaoman didn't cry. "I trust Brother Su," she muttered, gripping the fabric of her skirt tightly. More and more people joined the procession. Leading the way was the village chief, followed by one representative from each household. Behind them was the band, playing gongs, drums, and suonas, followed by the sedan chairs. At the very end were the villagers of Shurja village. The procession stretched long and far, as the village was home to over 1,000 people. Xu Ming and Yuan Yu didn't hide themselves, but casually walked alongside the procession as though they were there to enjoy the festivities. Before long, the procession stopped in front of a temple in the village. The temple, built 20 years ago, housed a statue of the Yellow Sand River Dragon King. The village chief, several elders, and some young, strong men entered the temple. 20 years ago, Shurja village suffered a severe drought. It was the Dragon King of the Yellow Sand River who brought us rain. To this day, the Dragon King has protected our village for 20 years. Today, we hold this festival to express our gratitude to the Dragon King and to pray for his continued blessings of favorable weather for our village. The chief's son lit 3 sticks of incense for each person, handing them to the chief and the others. They bowed 3 times to the statue at the front, then inserted the incense into the burner. "The Dragon King sure knows how to enjoy himself," Xu Ming remarked with a smirk. Immortal stepped into the palace of the Yellow Sand Dragon King. At that moment, the Dragon King was leisurely sipping tea while enjoying the dance of several female demons from the Yellow Sand River. These demons wore revealing clothing, their slender waists and curvaceous figures swaying seductively as they moved. In addition to the dancers, the palace was filled with various other demons. At a glance, Immortal spotted tiger spirits, loach spirits, and snake spirits among them. The demonic energy emanating from these creatures ranged in strength. The most powerful had reached the Dragon Gate realm, while most were in the Sea Observation realm. Well, the saintess has arrived," the Yellow Sand Dragon King said with a smile, sitting up as he noticed Immortal. "Come, let me introduce you all. This is Immortal, saintess of the Western Black Lotus sect, and one of the top 10 beauties on the beauty list. Tell me, How many centuries has it been since you've seen someone this stunning? Greetings, Lady Mo. The mountain spirits and wild demons all rose and saluted her. Lady Mo, this is true Lord Jinshan, and this is Taoist Bai Mei. The rest are all my friends. We're all on the same side here, the Dragon King said, introducing her. Xu greets you all. Mo, Xu said with a polite bow. Lady Mo is too kind. Lady Mo truly is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. I have never seen a woman as stunning as Lady Mo. What man wouldn't be utterly captivated by Lady Mo? The demons all stared at her with fervent admiration. For these mountain spirits and wild demons, who had lived in seclusion, even the most enticing women they'd encountered were nothing more than cheap imitations compared to the radiant beauty standing before them. Mo Xu responded to their flattery with a faint smile, though inside, she felt nothing but disgust. Demons will always be demons, she thought, wild and untamed. The way they look at me is as if they want to strip me bare on the spot. No, not just demons. Men are all the same. Xu Ming has already appeared in Shura village. I wonder when the Dragon Lord plans to take action. Mo Xu asked, her smile serene as she looked at the yellow sand dragon king. No rush, no rush, the Dragon King said, brushing the folds of his robe. I'm waiting for news as well. Today, we'll have our answer. When the time comes, we'll capture Xu Ming together and use his severed head as a wine vessel. Oh, Mo Xu looked at the Dragon King skeptically. Is that so? When have I ever? Before the Dragon King could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, the teacup in his hand pausing midair. A faint trace of incense-fueled merit reached him. Closing his eyes, the Dragon King could see the villagers, those decrepit elders, offering sacrifices and prayers to him. Ha, it's time. The Dragon King stood up and laughed heartily. Everyone, Shura village is holding a temple festival in my honor. Let's go join the fun. And while we're at it, kill a man for Lady Mo. Well, that sounds fantastic. To kill someone for Lady Mo? Even if it were 100 people, I wouldn't bat an eye. Speaking of which, the Dragon King truly commands the respect of the people. Not like me, just eating humans all day. You're just a tiger spirit who raises vengeful ghosts. The Dragon King, on the other hand, is destined to become a true dragon and rule the seas. The demons flattered the yellow sand Dragon King endlessly, each compliment inflating his ego further. With growing confidence, the Dragon King rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with self-assurance. To him, Xu Ming was as good as dead. Lady Mo, would you like to accompany me on this trip? The Dragon King asked. Mo Xu bowed gracefully, her figure elegant and enchanting. Since the Dragon King has invited me, Xu will naturally accompany you. The Dragon King's gaze burned with desire as it lingered on Mo Xu. When this is over, don't forget what you promised me. Mo Xu's eyes were like hooks, full of allure. But of course, then I'll be waiting. Lady Mo, the Dragon King said with a sly grin. The yellow sand Dragon King licked his lips, barely able to contain his eagerness to savor Mo Xu. Let's go. With a wave of his wide sleeves, the Dragon King transformed into a flood dragon and shot out of the yellow sand river. The horde of demons followed close behind. Ugh, disgusting, Mo Xu muttered, rubbing her arms as goosebumps rose all over her skin. Meanwhile, the open space in Shura village was bustling with activity. There were dragon and lion dances, opera performances, and even singers performing folk tunes. Xu Ming and Yu mingled among the crowd, enjoying the festivities. By the time the villagers finished their prayers at the Yellow Sand Dragon King's shrine, it was already 9:30 a.m., according to the timekeeping system of Blue Star. By 10:30, the operas and dragon dances had concluded. Now, many villagers were setting up tables, covering them with red cloths. The aroma of food filled the air, signaling the start of the feast. Although the square appeared crowded, there were only about 100 people present. Most of the villagers had returned home, ready to flee should a fight break out. Please take a seat, gentlemen. Luo Sanyang led Xu Ming and Yu to a table. Thank you, Xu Ming nodded, brushing his blue robes aside as he sat down calmly. Luo Sanyang's gaze kept darting toward the shrine. Inside the shrine, Luo Xiaoman and the young boy knelt before the statue of the yellow sand dragon king, waiting for his arrival. Sanyang, don't worry. Xiaoman will be fine. Xu Ming reassured the still beautiful widow. Luo Sanyang smiled faintly. I trust you, sir. Yuan Yu watched this interaction silently, wondering to himself, could my master be interested in widows? He dared not ask, and kept his thoughts to himself. But he couldn't help his curiosity. Initially, his master hadn't asked for his assistance, merely tasked him with setting up a few auxiliary formations. Yet Xu Ming seemed confident enough to take on a Golden Core Realm flood dragon alone. Should I admire his confidence or his recklessness? Yuan Yu mused. He was also in the Golden Core Realm and had once fought Xu Ming in the Baiwa Secret Realm. But that was different. Back then, his cultivation level had been partially suppressed to match Xu Ming's, and he hadn't used his full strength. This time, however, Xu Ming was facing a genuine Golden Core Flood Dragon. They're here. Just as Yuan Yu's thoughts began to drift, Xu Ming took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Yuan Yu looked up, startled. In the distance, waves of oppressive demonic energy were surging like a storm, sweeping toward them. His eyes widened, not because of the overwhelming demonic aura, but because his master's perception was sharper than his own, a rare feat, even for someone in the Golden Core Realm. A flood dragon flew through the sky, its massive form casting a shadow over the village. The villagers, seeing it, dropped to their knees and chanted in unison. Welcome, Dragon King. The flood dragon transformed into human form and descended from the sky. Behind him followed other demons and an exceptionally beautiful woman. When the group landed, the villagers' gazes were drawn to the woman. She was barefoot, her pale ankles exposed. Her black dress didn't even reach her knees, revealing her snow-white thighs. They were stunned. Never before had they seen such an enchanting woman. Unbeknownst to them, as the group stepped into the formation, Xu Ming calmly took a sip of wine. Just as Xu Ming set his cup down, Luo Sanyang rolled up her sleeves and poured him another drink. Xu Ming looked at her, slightly surprised. Aren't you going to pay your respects to this Dragon King? Luo Sanyang shot him a sharp glance. How could you say such a thing? That wretched flood dragon wants to devour my daughter. Why would I ever bow to him? I wish I could cut him into pieces. Xu Ming paused for a moment, then clasped his hands in apology. My mistake. You're absolutely right. The yellow sand dragon king stood amidst the kneeling villagers, his heart brimming with pride. With the other demons and Shura watching, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. To Shura, however, his smugness was laughable. A Golden Core Realm demon basking in the worship of a mere few hundred villagers and already acting like he's invincible? Truly pathetic. The Yellow Sand Dragon King's antics only highlighted his ignorance and lack of experience. In the Southern Demon Kingdom, a Golden Core Realm demon would typically rule a small city, not waste time in backwater displays like this. Soon, the Yellow Sand Dragon King noticed a small group not far away, calmly eating and drinking. Xu Ming, Yuan Yu, and Luo Sanyang. They were conspicuous, standing out like sore thumbs amidst the kneeling crowd. Which one of them is Xu Ming? The Yellow Sand Dragon King asked. The most handsome man of the two, Shura said, extending her delicate finger towards Xu Ming. The Yellow Sand Dragon King scowled at Xu Ming, then let out a cold laugh. No wonder he could become a prince consort. He does look the part. The other demons exchanged glances, murmuring to themselves. Prince consort? What's this about? Well, let's go pay our respects to the prince consort, the Yellow Sand Dragon King sneered. Wouldn't want him complaining we lacked courtesy before he dies. With that, the flood dragon strode towards Xu Ming. Stopping in front of him, the Yellow Sand Dragon King smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Who would have thought I'd meet the esteemed prince consort in this backwater village? What an honor for someone as lowly as me. Xu Ming calmly took another sip of wine, then set his cup down. His gaze shifted briefly to Shura before returning to the flood dragon. "So, you found help to kill me?" he asked. Imogen's eyes curved into a smile. "I did. Is that so?" Xu Ming's lips curled into a faint smirk as his gaze locked onto the yellow sand dragon king. "And do you truly believe that this crawling lizard can kill me? You don't seriously think that a crawling lizard like this could kill me, do you?" Xu Ming looked at Imogen, his expression calm, even tinged with mockery. Faced with Xu Ming's derision, Imogen was utterly indifferent. After all, the disdain wasn't directed at her. Instead, her charming eyes glanced at Yellow Sand Dragon King beside her, silently repeating the word lizard in her mind. She found it surprisingly fitting. Having been insulted, Yellow Sand Dragon King's face turned incredibly grim. Far worse than if he'd swallowed something vile. Sensing the tension between the two, Imogen's lips curled into a sly smile. This was perfect. She no longer needed to fan the flames. The situation was already combustible enough. Does the prince consort dare repeat that? Yellow Sand Dragon King stared coldly at Xu Ming, his gaze deadly. To the Yellow Sand Dragon King, Xu Ming was as good as a dead man. The other villagers kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably as they listened to the sharp exchange between the Dragon King and this immortal master. For most of the villagers, they had no idea that the village chief had already resolved to sever ties with this vile flood dragon, nor did they know that the immortal master was here to eliminate the Dragon King. All they knew was that someone claiming to be a righteous hero had stepped in to protect Luo Sanyang's family, seemingly trying to save her daughter. But the village chief ultimately announced, "We will continue to worship the Dragon King, and not only that, we will host a grand temple festival for him. As for the girl to be sacrificed, it will still be Luo Sanyang's daughter." Thus, most villagers believed that this so-called hero had chickened out in the face of the Dragon King, deciding to stay in the village only to freeload. Who could have expected that today this hero would directly confront the Dragon King? The villagers were so frightened they didn't dare lift their heads. If this escalated, their own lives might be at risk. Xu Ming glanced at the village chief, still kneeling in the distance. The chief, catching Xu Ming's gaze, instantly understood his intent. The village chief quickly got to his feet and patted the shoulder of a nearby man. The man immediately grasped the message and began calling others to leave, ushering them out. Yellow Sand Dragon King didn't care at all about the villagers' departure. His face was flushed with humiliation, his eyes fixed solely on Xu Ming. After all, where could these villagers possibly escape to? Xu Ming cast a clear glance at Luo Sanyang, indicating the distant path. His meaning was clear: go. Luo Sanyang shook her head. "The children aren't here," Xu Ming said plainly. Luo Sanyang froze, then looked toward the temple. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She bit her lip gently, torn between her desire to stay and her fear of burdening Xu Ming. In the end, she bowed deeply and reluctantly left. Is young Master Xu clearing the area to avoid collateral damage?" Imogen's bewitching eyes blinked playfully. Could it be that young Master Xu was actually waiting for us to arrive? "That's right," Xu Ming replied with a smile, sitting back down. "Now that you're here, you might as well stay, especially this noisy little lizard. Courting death." Yellow Sand Dragon King roared, slamming his palm towards Xu Ming's head. Yuan Yu, who had been standing by Xu Ming's side, was just about to intervene when Xu Ming preemptively grabbed Yellow Sand Dragon King's wrist. Yellow Sand Dragon King's hand couldn't move an inch further. The creatures accompanying Yellow Sand Dragon King stared in disbelief. Flood dragons were part of the dragon clan, renowned for their immense physical strength and resilience. Yet here was Yellow Sand Dragon King, utterly overpowered. But Yellow Sand Dragon King's hand couldn't move an inch further. Boom! Xu Ming didn't hold back. Rising to his feet, he kicked Yellow Sand Dragon King square in the chest. The flood dragon was sent flying backward like a kite, with its string cut. Seeing the fight break out, Yuan Yu immediately activated the dragon trapping formation. Flags emerged from the ground, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow rhythmically. threads of energy intertwined to form a cage, enclosing the entire clearing. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. The other demons were struck with panic. I'll handle this myself. You just watch from aside, Xu Ming said to Yuanyu. Before Yuanyu could respond, Xu Ming was already charging forward. Thick, robust martial energy surrounded Xu Ming, and his punches carried the force of a mountain, aimed straight at the vile flood dragon. Many of the demons were torn. If they didn't help Yellow Sand Dragon King, he would surely come after them for revenge later. But if they did help, could they survive this man's terrifying fists? As for escaping, the formation had already sealed the area. Where could they run in such a short time? While the demons hesitated, Xu Ming's fist arrived. Boom! With one punch, a bear demon at the sea observation realm was reduced to a mist of blood. Assist me in killing him, and I'll reward you handsomely. Otherwise, Yellow Sand Dragon King ruthlessly killed another demon, silencing the rest. The gathered demons felt their resolve harden. If retreating meant death at the hands of this vile flood dragon, they might as well fight. Besides, Yellow Sand Dragon King was a golden core realm cultivator, and the Black Lotus sect Saintus was present. The odds were in their favor. Their choice was made. The demons surged towards Xu Ming. Wherever Xu Ming's fists landed, blood sprayed, and bodies exploded. Yellow Sand Dragon King formed hand seals, conjuring a sword of water from his mouth and launching it at Xu Ming. Xu Ming leapt into the air, snatched the water sword, and closed the distance in an instant. When Yellow Sand Dragon King locked eyes with Xu Ming, an uncontrollable shudder ran through his body. Those eyes, they were terrifying, as if they could pierce directly into his soul and lay him bare. What kind of eyes are these? Boom! Xu Ming spun in midair, landing a powerful roundhouse kick to Yellow Sand Dragon King's head. The flood dragon crashed to the ground like a sandbag. Xu Ming followed up immediately, diving down with both feet, stomping repeatedly on Yellow Sand Dragon King's abdomen like an eagle striking its prey. Yellow Sand Dragon King finally found an opening, grabbing Xu Ming's ankle and flinging him outward. As Xu Ming flew through the air, a tiger demon opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow him whole. A martial artist with such rich blood and chi would be an incredible supplement. Perhaps consuming him would allow the tiger demon to break through to the golden core realm. But before Xu Ming could enter the tiger demon's mouth, a cold flash of light appeared. The tiger demon's eyes dimmed as its massive head rolled off its neck and onto the ground. Even in death, the tiger demon likely never imagined that this man was also a sword cultivator. A dual cultivator of body and sword? The prince consort is indeed ambitious, someone remarked grimly. Normally, no cultivator would choose to pursue both body and sword cultivation. It was simply too much to handle, and the returns were meager at best. Typically, only those who aspired to be pure chi refiners but lacked the talent to advance to the cave mansion realm would reluctantly switch to martial arts as an alternative for gaining strength. However, the martial cultivation of such individuals was usually of very low quality. This was why Yellow Sand Dragon King looked down on Xu Ming with utter disdain. With a cold sneer, Yellow Sand Dragon King struck out, summoning a massive dragon claw apparition that smashed down towards Xu Ming's head, locking firmly onto his aura. Xu Ming, with his long sword strapped to his back, responded with a single punch. The dragon claw apparition shattered on impact as Xu Ming closed in on Yellow Sand Dragon King once more. At the same time, Yuanyu activated the other formations she had prepared. Xu Ming also triggered the Fear Heart formation. As Xu Ming thrust his sword toward Yellow Sand Dragon King's heart, a sudden wave of terror surged within the flood dragon. Panicked, Yellow Sand Dragon King dodged to the side. He knew perfectly well he could have intercepted the sword, but his body instinctively chose to avoid it. Though he dodged, he didn't escape unscathed. Xu Ming's sword pierced into Yellow Sand Dragon King's shoulder. Frost-like, piercingly cold sword energy spread through Yellow Sand Dragon King's blood vessels. Roaring in anger, Yellow Sand Dragon King exhaled a blast of dragon breath towards Xu Ming, forcing him to withdraw his sword and creating distance between them. Yellow Sand Dragon King's fury only grew. To think he'd been injured by such a lowly cultivator. In his rage, Yellow Sand Dragon King reverted to his true form, a massive flood dragon, and lunged at Xu Ming. Xu Ming channeled his spiritual energy into his sword, unleashing one sword strike after another. The sword energy rained down like a storm. Despite the flood dragon's attempts to evade, several strikes inevitably landed. Sword scars marred Yellow Sand Dragon King's scales, leaving him battered and humiliated. Roar! Yellow Sand Dragon King charged forward, slamming Xu Ming to the ground and pinning him down with a massive dragon claw. The flood dragon raised his head, sensing the danger. Yu prepared to intervene. But then she felt the sudden, violent surge of Xu Ming's blood energy, a sensation that reminded her of the time she had fought him in the Baiwa's secret realm. Back then, she couldn't discern what technique Xu Ming had used, only that his strength had skyrocketed, as if he had become a completely different person. It felt as though, no matter who faced him, he could drag them into mutual destruction. Boom! Xu Ming threw a punch that struck Yellow Sand Dragon King squarely on the jaw. The flood dragon's head snapped upward, releasing the gathered dragon breath into the sky. Seizing the moment, Xu Ming gripped his sword tightly and heaved, prying the massive dragon claw off his chest. Flood dragons naturally lack claws. This one had conjured them for convenience, and to make himself seem more like a true dragon. Xu Ming leaped into the air and drove his sword toward the flood dragon's head. Yellow Sand Dragon King recoiled, narrowly dodging. But a piercing scream followed. The sword had left a deep gash on the flood dragon's head, from which dragon blood now flowed. Flipping onto Yellow Sand Dragon King's back, Xu Ming plunged his sword into the dragon's body and followed with relentless punches. Each strike thundered like war drums, growing more ferocious with every blow. One by one, the flood dragon's scales were torn off, as if they were fish scales being scraped away. The dragon's spine was nearly shattered under the onslaught, and Yellow Sand Dragon King writhed on the ground in agony. While dragonkind was known for its powerful regenerative abilities, the dragon-slaying formation drastically suppressed this capability. The formation also hindered the flow of spiritual energy within the flood dragon, leaving Yellow Sand Dragon King unable to unleash his full strength. Seeing that the situation was turning dire, Immortal quickly retrieved her magical artifact and rushed forward to intervene. If this continued, Xu Ming might very well beat the flood dragon to death. And whether the flood dragon lived or died, what did that have to do with her anyway? Immortal knew one thing for certain. Xu Ming had to die. Even more so now that she was trapped within the formation and couldn't escape. If this wretched flood dragon died, she wasn't confident she could defeat Xu Ming on her own. But once this battle concluded, if she managed to kill Xu Ming, then dispatching the heavily wounded flood dragon afterward would be a simple task. She could then extract its tendons and bones to sell for a handsome profit. The black silk ribbon in Immortal's hand whipped towards Xu Ming, aiming to bind him. Xu Ming frowned. First, he delivered a punch to the flood dragon beneath him, then slashed upward with his sword, slicing the black ribbon apart. Immortal's eyes shimmered like blooming flowers, a kaleidoscope of patterns spinning within them as she tried to pull Xu Ming into an illusion. Unfazed, Xu Ming met her gaze with his Dao pattern eyes, locking eyes with her directly. Those eyes again. Immortal's frustration surged. She knew her illusions were utterly ineffective against him. Two sharp spikes appeared in her hands, each about half a meter long, with handles capped by round loops at the end. With an eerie, serpentine movement, Immortal closed the distance in an instant, her spike already thrusting towards Xu Ming's throat. Xu Ming tilted his body to evade it. The spike grazed past his neck as he released the grip on his sword and slammed a punch into Immortal's chest. The soft sensation beneath his fist registered briefly, but there was no room for such thoughts in a life-and-death struggle. This was a fight for survival. There was no time for distractions. Immortal dissolved into a black shadow that scattered like smoke. When she reappeared, another spike was already stabbing towards Xu Ming's neck. Once again, Xu Ming dodged. Grabbing her wrist mid-strike, he pulled her forward and delivered a punch directly to her face. Yet, once more, she dissolved in a black mist. She continued appearing and disappearing around Xu Ming, her shadows forming and dissipating while circling him in waves. Xu Ming struck whenever possible, and even managed to land a few more punches on the flood dragon while at it. Suddenly, over a dozen shadow clones of Immortal appeared, attacking from all directions with spikes aimed at Xu Ming as if trying to turn him into a pincushion. With his Dao pattern eyes, Xu Ming saw through the assault. He leaped backward, causing Immortal's thrust to land on the flood dragon beneath him instead. Just as she was retracting her spikes, Xu Ming grabbed her hands and used her momentum to drive the spikes deep into Yellow Sand Dragon King's body. Roar! The flood dragon let out an anguished howl as the spikes pierced into it. Taking advantage of the moment, Xu Ming delivered a fierce kick to Immortal's stomach, sending her flying several meters away. She crashed into the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Xu Ming then turned his attention back to the flood dragon, locating its reverse scale. With a forceful yank, he tore it out. The flood dragon's body convulsed violently before it crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of sand and dust. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ming drew his sword and plunged it into the area where the dragon's tendons were located. Tightening his grip, he began to cut downward with relentless precision. The flood dragon's entire back was split open under Xu Ming's merciless strikes. Reaching into the exposed cavity, Xu Ming grabbed hold of the dragon's tendon and yanked it out with a single pull. The massive tendon coiled in his hand, writhing like a whip as it snapped through the air with a resounding crack. Roar! Underneath Xu Ming, the evil flood dragon let out a pained cry. To this malevolent creature, killing its opponent should have been an easy task. It had slain countless heroic Soul Realm warriors and even more Cave Mansion Realm cultivators. Now, the one it faced was merely a cultivator who was both at the heroic Soul Realm and Cave Mansion Realm. Nothing worth fretting over. Even if the opponent was dual cultivating in body and spirit, the gap in their cultivation levels was undeniable. Moreover, what difference did it make if the human had set up an array to ambush it? Before absolute power, all schemes were meaningless and futile. But never in its wildest imagination did the Yellow Sand Dragon King expect this Xu Ming to be so strong. His physical body was incredibly tough, his strength immense, and his spiritual energy astonishingly vast. Adding to that, his sword aura was razor-sharp, unlike anything the Dragon King had encountered before. This young man's cultivation realm felt utterly unreal. Or was it that its own early golden core stage strength was nothing more than paper thin? Regret overwhelmed the Yellow Sand Dragon King. It regretted ever agreeing to this endeavor. It should have focused on its growth, biding its time to wander the rivers and seas. Only after evolving into a mighty Chi dragon would it have been wise to grow arrogant. But now it was too late for what-ifs. Spare me. I'll do anything. Just spare me. The Yellow Sand Dragon King lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Its dragon tendons had already been extracted, leaving it completely immobile. Even if Xu Ming spared it, such grave injuries meant it would be forever stuck in the golden core stage. It would never progress further. For a cultivator, stagnation was despair. But for the Yellow Sand Dragon King, even a lifetime in the golden core stage was better than death. At worst, it could dominate a small river or stream, living a life of minor tyranny. Xu Ming stared directly into the dragon's eyes. When you devoured those children and slaughtered those people, did you ever think about sparing their lives? When they begged for mercy, did you show them any? From this flood dragon, Xu Ming could sense an overwhelming, murky demonic aura. A demon's aura could be either clear or murky. A clear aura indicated that the demon rarely harmed innocents, and if it did kill, it was usually other cultivators, with some justification or cause. But a murky aura meant this demon had killed countless innocent mortals. The clarity or murkiness of its aura wouldn't affect a demon's cultivation. However, in the eyes of righteous sects that specialized in subduing demons, they would never let a demon with such a filthy aura go unpunished. Judging by the dense murkiness of this flood dragon's aura, it had probably slain no less than 1,000 innocents. The yellow sand dragon king continued to plead, "Immortal master, I swear I'll never harm another innocent again. Don't those monks always say, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Please spare me. I'll even become your mount and dedicate my life to doing good deeds." Xu Ming chuckled. "You're not repenting because you realize your wrongs. You're begging because you realize you're about to die." I, the yellow sand dragon king was at a loss for words. "Let me ask you this. Why did you insist on eating the children from the Shura village? And why one boy and one girl every year?" Xu Ming voiced the question that puzzled him the most. "If you give me a good answer, I might consider giving you a chance." Though Xu Ming said he might give it a chance, it was just that, a chance. He never promised to let it live. In the end, the flood dragon was destined to die under his sword. The yellow sand dragon king's gaze darted around nervously, cold sweat dripping down its face. "Not going to answer, are you?" Xu Ming raised his sword, ready to strike. No, Prince Consort. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that I can't say." The dragon's voice trembled, and its eyes were filled with panic. "If I don't tell you, you'll kill me. But if I do, I'll still die." Xu Ming replied coldly, "If that's the case, then you might as well die now." And with that, the sword began to fall. "Prince Consort, I really can't say. But what I can tell you is this. I never touched those children from the Shura village. I didn't dare harm them. All those children." Before the yellow sand dragon king could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Not good. Sensing danger, Xu Ming swiftly distanced himself. The moment he moved, the dragon's head exploded into a mist of blood. Staring at the headless corpse on the ground, Xu Ming frowned deeply. It was clear now. Someone had placed a restrictive spell on the flood dragon. The moment he tried to reveal the truth, the spell was triggered, resulting in his death. The dragon hadn't planned to confess everything. It had only wanted to skirt the truth, hoping for mercy. But even that triggered the restriction, ending its life. "Didn't dare to eat?" Xu Ming replayed the dragon's words in his mind. What did it mean by didn't dare to eat? Could it be that those children had something special about them? With the dragon dead, the remaining creatures were pale with fear. They now had a clear understanding of this man's terrifying power. Some of the surviving monsters wanted to beg for their lives. But seeing the murky demonic aura radiating from their bodies, Xu Ming showed no mercy. With a punch, he annihilated each one, leaving none alive. "Yuan, could I trouble you to help gather the demon cores from these creatures? Also, collect any usable parts from their bodies. As for their storage pouches, just leave them." Xu Ming turned and spoke to Yuan. Yuan smiled and bowed slightly. "Master, you honor me. It's merely a small task." With a small knife in hand, Yuan began to work on the corpse. The demon cores and certain body parts of these creatures were valuable materials that could fetch a good price. Unfortunately, many of the monsters had been blown to bits by Xu Ming, leaving nothing behind. While Yuan busied herself with the corpses, Xu Ming turned his gaze to Immortal, who stood quietly nearby. Noticing his attention, Immortal raised her hands high, then stretched them forward as she obediently walked up to him, looking as if she were surrendering. It was as though the thought of escape hadn't even crossed her mind. Xu Ming chuckled and looked into her eyes. "You're not planning to run?" Immortal blinked innocently. "Run? Where would I run to? Do you think you could disable the formation and let me leave?" "That's impossible," Xu Ming admitted. "Exactly, since I can't escape, and I can't beat you. Why wouldn't I just surrender?" Immortal said with a playful smile. Xu Ming let out a wry laugh, but the killing intent in his heart didn't waver. He wasn't the kind of person who would spare someone just because they were beautiful. If she tried to kill him, she had to pay the price. Still, Her calm demeanor made Xu Ming suspect she had another card to play. You think just because you're begging, I'll spare you? Who do you think you are? Xu Ming asked, testing her. Why? I'm the holy maiden of the Black Lotus sect, of course. Immortal, he said matter-of-factly. Xu Ming, so what? You think that means I won't kill you? Why wouldn't you? Immortal smiled. Of course you would. I tried to kill you, so it's only natural for you to kill me. But, she added, her voice teasing, I do have a reason you can't kill me. Xu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Aren't you curious why the Black Lotus sect wants you dead? Immortal continued. What good would killing me do? They'd just send someone else after you. Instead of that, why not keep me alive? That way, we can play a little game. I try to kill you, you try to catch me. Wouldn't that be a lot more fun? I promise I won't strike a lethal blow, she said with a sly grin. Yeah. Xu Ming let out a cold laugh. Do you really expect me to trust the oath of a demoness? Gripping his longsword, Xu Ming radiated killing intent as sword energy danced violently around him. Immortal had no doubt that the next moment would see Xu Ming's blade slicing through her throat. Clang! A flash of sword light gleamed in Immortal's eyes. Your martial chi and spiritual power must be in chaos by now, right? I guess you're struggling to hold on, aren't you? The tip of Xu Ming's sword pressed against Immortal's pale, delicate neck, breaking her skin. A bead of crimson blood trickled down, sliding along the blade. Xu Ming stared at her coldly, but Immortal maintained her calm smile, her gaze locked with his. Stop pushing yourself. I can see through you. Immortal gently placed her soft, fair hand on Xu Ming's shoulder. It's not good for a man to act so stubborn, you know? The moment her words fell, blood began to drip from Xu Ming's mouth, eyes, and ears. Master, are you all right? Yu, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, rushed over in alarm. I'm fine. Xu Ming waved him off. Immortal smiled faintly and continued. I have a way to resolve your problem. In fact, I'm the only one in the world who can help you. If you don't believe me, you can kill me now, but then you'll face a choice later. Will you abandon the martial path or give up your cultivation as a spiritualist? Yu, Xu Ming called out. Yes, master, Yu responded. Back in the Baiwa's secret realm, didn't you have a rope that could bind someone and seal their cultivation? Xu Ming asked. I do, master, Yu nodded. Any cultivator below the golden core stage will be rendered powerless if bound by it. Good, Xu Ming said with a nod. Tie her up for me. Understood. Without hesitation, Yu summoned a golden chain-like rope, which swiftly coiled itself around Immortal, binding her tightly. Immortal didn't resist at all. Xu Ming then flicked a pill directly into her mouth. This pill was a gift to the emperor from the poison sect of Wu Kingdom. Once ingested, it causes intense heat, blood surges, and requires a daily antidote to keep the effects at bay. Without the antidote, you'll dissolve into a pool of blood. After swallowing the pill, Immortal indeed felt her body heating up, her blood boiling within her veins, just as Xu Ming had described. Quite the gentleman, aren't you, Master Xu? Immortal said coldly, her composure now replaced by resentment. Not as much as the holy maiden of the Black Lotus sect, Xu Ming replied, ignoring her sarcasm. Whoa. From nearby came the sound of a young girl's voice. Sheng ran towards Xu Ming on her short little legs, her face full of concern. Tugging on Xu Ming's trousers, the girl tilted her small head up, looking at him worriedly. I'm fine. Xu Ming patted her head gently, then removed the small storage pouch hanging from his waist and handed it to her. Go on, we've got plenty of spoils this time. It's all yours. Sheng cheered happily, clutching the pouch as she ran off with a joyful bounce to collect the loot. Watching Xu Ming's gentle demeanor, Immortal couldn't help but think back to his earlier frenzy while killing enemies. The stark contrast left her feeling that this man was strangely contradictory. Before long, the noise from the temple area quieted down, and curious villagers began to approach to see what had happened. When they saw the headless body of the flood dragon on the ground, many couldn't help but break into tears. It wasn't sorrow for the death of the yellow sand dragon king. It was relief. At last, they were free from his threats and oppression. On this day, Shurja village held a grand celebration, a true festival at the temple. Ironically, it was still in honor of the yellow sand dragon king, but this time to celebrate his death. Xu Ming carefully collected the heart's blood of the dead flood dragon, while Yuan was instructed to choose anything he wanted as a reward. Yuan initially declined multiple times, insisting that he had done nothing more than set up a few formations. But under Xu Ming's insistence, Yuan reluctantly chose the dragon gall. Without hesitation, Xu Ming tossed it to him. Yuan then separated the dragon's meat, blood, scales, and other useful parts, organizing them neatly for Xu Ming's convenience. Whether Xu Ming wanted to sell or use them later, it would all be easy. Later, Xu Ming had Immortal lead him to the Dragon Palace, where they thoroughly looted Yellow Sand Dragon King's treasure vault, leaving not even a grain of sand behind. You haven't noticed, have you? Quite a few villagers are harboring grievances against you. Immortal remarked with a sly smile, still bound tightly in the room. You killed Yellow Sand Dragon King and destroyed their favorable weather. To them, all it cost was a pair of children each year to ensure good harvests and prosperity. Xu Ming let out a cold laugh. A mere flood dragon like him. What right does he have to command the wind and rain? At most, he could predict some upcoming weather changes. That beast took advantage of the rainy season, claiming credit for the rain that was naturally coming. The reason Shurja village didn't experience drought for the past 20 years was pure luck, nothing more. For 2 decades, there was no drought, not because of him but coincidence. Meanwhile, that flood dragon did nothing but bask in offerings, demand a pair of children annually, plunder the village, and enslave its people. Immortal raised her eyebrows. You know all this, but the villagers do not. I explained it to the village chief, Xu Ming replied. But many of the villagers don't believe it, Immortal pointed out. That's normal, Xu Ming said indifferently. People tend to believe only what they already want to believe. Immortal chuckled. And you don't care about that? I don't, Xu Ming said simply, turning to face her. Then what do you care about? Immortal asked, stepping closer despite her bindings. Her smile was soft, her voice teasing like a wisp of fragrant breath. She sat down beside him, close enough to feel his warmth. Enough with your nonsense, Xu Ming said coldly, cutting her off. Tell me, what is your method for resolving the imbalance between my martial qi and spiritual energy? Speak. What method do you have to help me regulate the qi and spiritual energy within my body? Xu Ming looked at Immortal, who was still bound tightly. If I just tell you, what's stopping you from killing me afterward to silence me? Immortal's charming eyes blinked. Even though her life was hanging by a thread, her tone always seemed light and carefree. If you tell me, I won't kill you this time. I promise to let you go. But next time we meet, all bets are off, Xu Ming replied. Why should I believe you? Immortal tilted her head playfully. Then what do you want? Xu Ming asked. It's simple. Immortal's lips curved into a sly smile. Just give me the antidote to the poison. Untie these ropes, and I'll tell you the method. You're dreaming, Xu Ming frowned. Well, then there's no deal. I won't tell you. Immortal sighed as if truly regretting the situation. People like us have been deceived too many times. Trust doesn't come easy anymore. You think you have another choice? Xu Ming's tone grew colder. Of course, Immortal's eyes curved mischievously. At worst, I die. For cultivators like us, death is always a possibility. Nothing surprising about it. Or, Immortal leaned closer to Xu Ming, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Or you could do something unpleasant to me. If that's the case, well, I don't mind. Just be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. But, of course, you'd have to take responsibility afterward. Afraid of pain, huh? Xu Ming sneered. Huh? Before Immortal could react, Xu Ming grabbed a dragon tendon whip, long since cleaned of blood, and hoisted her up to the ceiling beam. Sheng, bring me 2 candles, Xu Ming ordered, turning to Sheng. Oh! Sheng jumped off the bed with a little thud, her tiny legs moving quickly as she left the room. Moments later, she returned, carrying 2 large candles. "What are you planning to do?" A bad feeling rose in Zhu's mind. Xu Ming chuckled coldly. "What do you think I'm going to do?" Sheng, step outside for a bit," Xu Ming said. What he was about to do was not suitable for children. He couldn't risk leaving a bad impression on her. "Oh," Sheng pouted slightly, not wanting to leave her big brother. But since he insisted, she obediently left the room. "Have you ever played with candles?" Xu Ming asked. Zhu had never played with them, but she certainly knew what playing with candles implied. "What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand." Her heartbeat quickened. "Don't understand?" Xu Ming tilted the candle, letting the melted wax drip. The hot red wax landed drop by drop on Zhu's smooth, snowy white thighs, cooling and solidifying slowly. Outside in the courtyard, Sheng watched ants crawling along the ground. Growing bored, she turned her attention to the cicadas in the trees. After a while, she opened her mouth wide and devoured a cicada in one bite. Crunch, tastes like chicken. Strange sounds occasionally drifted out from the room behind her. Curious, Sheng wanted to take a peek, but was afraid of upsetting her big brother. So, she kept herself entertained by watching ants again. Creak, the door to the room opened. Hearing it, Sheng quickly ran over with her little legs. Xu Ming patted her on the head. "Keep an eye on her for me. I need to step out for a bit." "Awoo." Sheng nodded firmly, patting her small chest as if to say, "Leave it to me." She ran into the room and saw the hateful big sister still half suspended in the air. However, the big sister's legs were now marked with patches of red here and there. "Xu Ming!" Zhu bit her thin lips tightly, her voice filled with rage. "I will kill you for this humiliation." The North Sea. In this boundless expanse of ocean, numerous islands were scattered across the waters. These islands were collectively known as the 10,000 Islands Nation. Each island had its own lord, who also served as the ruler of the island's people. However, all these lords pledged allegiance to one person alone. Beneath the vast expanse of the North Sea lay a massive palace. Patrolling the palace's perimeter were serpentine dragons, hornless dragons, and giant whales. They guarded this royal palace, which was 10 times larger than the imperial palace of the Wu Kingdom. The palace was divided into an outer palace and an inner palace. The outer palace was filled with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, led by commanding dragons and brimming with elite guards. The inner palace, on the other hand, housed only women, clam maidens and merfolk, whose laughter and chatter echoed continuously within its walls. At the very center of the palace was a coral garden. Although it was situated deep under the sea, sunlight inexplicably filtered down, illuminating the entire palace as brightly as if it were broad daylight on land. It was nothing short of miraculous. In the garden, a woman sat on a chair, gazing up toward the surface of the sea. She wore a deep-sea blue imperial robe, and the sunlight spilling across her exquisite and radiant face made her beauty shine like liquid silver, enhancing her unparalleled elegance. Even though the imperial robe obscured her legs, one could still sense their long, slender, and perfectly proportioned shape from the way the hem of her skirt draped against her thighs. A wave of sea breeze swept through like the wind, causing her waist-length hair to dance gently before it fell back into place. Amber-colored, otherworldly pupils, long, curled lashes, flawless, translucent skin, and a cold, detached gaze that seemed to suggest the affairs of the world were of no concern to her. The scent emanating from her was unique and unforgettable, eternal, pure, and icy. The icy blue star-shaped earrings dangling from her earlobes added to her unapproachable aura, while the silver bracelet on her wrist, adorned with tiny diamonds, reflected sunlight into a dazzling rainbow, adding an extraordinary allure. Noble, elegant, regal, and majestic. These 4 words found their perfect embodiment in her. It was as if her very existence had given meaning to these words. This woman was one of the only 4 true dragons in existence and the ruler of the North Sea. For countless millennia, she had held the top spot on the beauty rankings. Although a female monk had recently appeared and pushed her to second place, in the hearts of countless people, this woman would forever be the number one. She was Xiao, the Eternal Dragon Empress of the North Sea. For the past half hour, the Eternal Dragon Empress had not moved a muscle. If not for the occasional blink of her eyes, one might suspect that a master craftsman had poured their life's work into carving this exquisite statue. Your Majesty, a clam maiden dressed in palace attire approached the Dragon Empress and bowed respectfully. A total of 1,100 virgin boys and girls have been delivered. Your Majesty, a total of 1,100 virgin boys and girls have been delivered. The soft voice of the palace maid reached the Dragon Empress's ears. At that moment, the stunning figure resembling a flawless sculpture finally moved. The Dragon Empress slowly rose to her feet. The clam maiden before her was already quite tall, but the Dragon Empress stood a full head taller, approximately 5.5 feet, as tall as Xu Ming himself. Even with the loose imperial robe draped over her, it couldn't conceal her strikingly graceful figure. "Let's go." The Dragon Empress didn't open her mouth to speak, yet her ethereal voice echoed through the garden. "Yes, Your Majesty." The clam maiden nodded, standing up and leading the way. A quarter of an hour later, the Dragon Empress arrived at a palace in the outer court. Inside, 1,100 boys and girls stood obediently, looking around nervously. Their faces were tense with fear, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Next to these children stood shrimp soldiers and crab generals, each armed and vigilant. "Her Majesty arrives." A pleasant, melodious voice rang out in the palace. The children, still unsure of what was happening, saw the weapon-wielding monsters kneel on one knee, facing the entrance. For a moment, the children panicked, unsure whether they should kneel as well. The next second, they saw a woman step inside, someone so breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed like a celestial figure straight out of fairy tale. Even the oldest among the children, no more than 9 years old and devoid of any romantic notions, thought to themselves, "This big sister is incredibly beautiful. Greetings, Your Majesty." The kneeling soldiers and generals shouted in unison. The Dragon Empress paid them no mind, her long legs elegantly striding forward as she approached the crowd. Standing before the group of children, she towered over them. The little ones had a second thought. This big sister is so tall. Her amber, slit-pupiled eyes scanned every single boy and girl, one by one, as if searching for something important. But it was clear that the Eternal Dragon Empress hadn't found what she was looking for. After half an incense stick's time, the Dragon Empress shook her head gently. Her amber eyes betrayed a trace of disappointment so profound that it made everyone present, though unconnected to her thoughts, feel an inexplicable sense of guilt and regret. Distribute these boys and girls among the islands. Find them good families to raise them. The Dragon Empress instructed the palace maid beside her. "Yes, Your Majesty," the maid replied. She was no stranger to this task. In the past, batches of boys and girls would be sent to the various islands of the North Sea, each child placed with a family to be raised properly. Yet, the maids couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did their empress keep summoning so many boys and girls, only to glance at them briefly before sending them away? The Dragon Empress waved her hand, dismissing the maid and the shrimp soldiers. Together, they escorted the children out of the palace. These boys and girls would grow up well, cared for by their new families. But barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would never leave the North Sea. Once the children were gone, the vast palace became eerily empty. The Dragon Empress ascended the steps to the throne at the very front of the hall. She sat upon the dragon throne, her delicate head bowed slightly, her long, slender, fair fingers gripping the armrests. Why haven't I found it yet?" she murmured to herself, her heart filled with confusion and an overwhelming sense of loss. "Your Majesty." A palace maid entered and knelt before the Dragon Empress. "What is it?" The Dragon Empress collected her thoughts and raised her head. "Reporting to your majesty, in a fiefdom belonging to Prince Qing of Wu Kingdom, there is a river called the Yellow Sand River. A flood dragon in that river has been loyal to our North Sea Dragon Palace. We have just received word that the flood dragon in the Yellow Sand River is dead," the maid reported directly. "Dead is dead." The Dragon Empress's voice echoed through the palace. Across the world, many flood dragons pledged loyalty to the dragon kings of the four seas. The flood dragon of the Yellow Sand River had been persuaded to submit by the Dragon Empress's emissaries. Its only obligation was to send a pair of virgin boys and girls to the North Sea each year, in exchange for modest rewards from the Dragon Palace. Such arrangements were handled by her subordinates. The Dragon Empress had never met this flood dragon and had even forgotten its existence. The flood dragon's actions were of no concern to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Whether it committed good or evil, the palace would neither interfere nor defend it. Thus, the death of the Yellow Sand River flood dragon was inconsequential. However, the nearby Shura village was an important settlement. It would be necessary to either send someone from the palace or persuade another flood dragon to take its place in the Yellow Sand River. "Your Majesty, there is another matter." The maid hesitated before continuing. At the exact moment the flood dragon in the Yellow Sand River died, the 9-dragon pillar in the Yunshang Hall displayed strange behavior. The Dragon Empress narrowed her eyes, her tone turning cold. "Why was this not reported sooner? This servant is guilty. This servant is guilty." The maid banged her head against the floor 3 times, the sound ringing through the hall. At first, this servant believed it to be a mere malfunction in the formation. But who could have known? The anomaly in the 9-dragon pillar has not ceased to this day. The Dragon Empress stared at the maid, her intent to kill flickering dangerously in her amber eyes. But as certain words echoed in her mind, her chest rose and fell sharply. She suppressed the murderous intent within her heart. "Half a year's salary docked. Go to the ice cavern and reflect for half a month." As the Dragon Empress's words fell, the dragon throne at the front of the hall was already empty, yet her voice continued to resonate within the chamber. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." The maid hurriedly turned and kowtowed 3 more times toward the door. The Dragon Empress used her technique of shrinking the earth to a single step. Within 3 breaths, she arrived at a forbidden area within the inner palace. This place was surrounded by layer upon layer of defensive formations. At the heart of the formations stood 9 towering pillars. The 9 pillars formed a circular pattern, with their centers connected by grooves through which blue liquid flowed. 9 royal palace attendants tasked with guarding the formation immediately prostrated themselves upon seeing the Dragon Empress. "This servant greets Your Majesty." The Dragon Empress waved them off without a word, striding directly to the center of the 9 dragon pillars. Her gaze locked onto the southwestern pillar, which was glowing intermittently. She extended a hand, her sleeve brushing against her snow-white wrist. With a light touch of her finger, the pillar burst into a beam of dazzling light, piercing through the depths of the sea, breaking through the surface, and surging straight into the clouds. The North Sea roared, waves towering high. The Dragon Empress closed her eyes as the ocean currents surged. Her imperial robes clung tightly to her graceful figure, highlighting her unmatched beauty. Crash! Suddenly, the pillar of light vanished. The waves subsided, and calm returned to the North Sea. The Dragon Empress slowly opened her eyes. "Shura village," she murmured, her heart repeating the name over and over. Her amber eyes glimmered with uncertainty, and her delicate lips pressed into a tight line. After Xu Ming killed the Yellow Sand Dragon King, he stayed in Shura village for 3 days. The first reason was that the Yellow Sand Dragon King's palace was filled with treasures. There were all kinds of jewels, gold, medicinal pills, and formation diagrams. Whether useful or not, the Yellow Sand Dragon King had hoarded them all. Xu Ming only collected what he deemed useful. As for the rest, he didn't waste it either, ordering Yuan to move everything to the Baiwa secret realm. Who knows? Maybe among this junk, there's some fragment of a celestial scripture. The second reason was that Xu Ming needed time to recover. When he killed the Yellow Sand Dragon King, it wasn't a flawless victory. He sustained significant injuries. He needed to restore 70 to 80% of his combat power before hitting the road again. Otherwise, if someone ambushed him, all the loot he painstakingly collected would end up as someone else's prize. During these 3 days, Xu Ming spent some time every day playing with candles with Immortal. However, no matter what, Immortal refused to reveal the method to resolve the conflict between Xu Ming's martial qi and spiritual energy. Xu Ming tried negotiating with her. Immortal demanded her freedom in exchange for the information, claiming she would swear an oath to ensure her sincerity. But oaths, while binding for the honorable, are as light as a feather to a shameless enchantress like her. In response, Xu Ming also offered to swear an oath, promising to let her go as long as her method proved even slightly useful. But Immortal didn't trust him either. Thus, the two were locked in mutual suspicion. Xu Ming had no choice but to give her an ultimatum, 20 days to consider. If she still refused to talk after that, he'd deliver her head back to the Black Lotus sect of the Western regions. The 20 days weren't meant to spare her, but to torment her. Dying instantly might be painless, but knowing the exact time of one's death and feeling it approach is a torment few can endure. Xu Ming was curious to see if Immortal could handle it. "Brother Xu, are you leaving?" On the day of his departure, Luo Xiaoman approached Xu Ming, clutching the hem of his robe reluctantly. "Yes, brother, Xu has to leave." Xu Ming knelt down and gently patted her head. "From now on, Xiaoman has to be a good girl and listen to your mother, okay?" Luo Xiaoman nodded earnestly. "I'll be good. But brother Xu, will I ever see you again?" "You probably will," Xu Ming replied with a smile. "When you grow up healthy and safe, you'll get to see brother Xu again." "Really?" Luo Xiaoman's eyes lit up. "Really," Xu Ming assured her. Men are liars." From aside, Immortal scoffed. Anyone could tell Xu Ming was just comforting the little girl. Hearing her sarcasm, Xu Ming pulled out a candle from his robe. Immortal's face instantly turned pale, and she fell silent. "Oh, by the way, those books I gave you, practice them at your own pace. There's no rush. But remember, don't let anyone else see them, okay?" Over the past few days, Xu Ming discovered that Luo Xiaoman actually possessed spiritual veins. While not particularly remarkable, they were good enough for her to join an ordinary sect. So, Xu Ming gave her a few basic cultivation manuals. How far she progressed would depend on her own efforts. "Okay." Luo Xiaoman nodded. "I understand, brother Xu." "All right." Xu Ming stood up, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture toward Luo Sanyang, and said, "Madam, we'll take our leave now. If you ever need assistance, you can send a letter to Xu Manor and address it to someone named Xu Pongda. Mention my name, and he should be able to help you." "Thank you, benefactor. Your kindness is something Sanyang can never repay." Luo Sanyang knelt to the ground in gratitude. "There's no need for such formality, Sanyang." Xu Ming quickly helped her up. "You and Xiaoman, take care of yourselves." Luo Sanyang and Luo Xiaoman escorted Xu Ming out of the courtyard and all the way to the village entrance. The village chief and the villagers had already gathered there to bid him farewell. After leaving Shurja village, Xu Ming resumed his journey toward the Tianxin sect. Yuan, you mentioned he wanted to see the outside world and search for clues about the ancient gluttonous beast, Tao Tai. "Clues about the Tao Tai? Do you have any leads?" Xu Ming asked. Yuan Yu smiled faintly. "An old monk once told me about a place in the southwest called Ashen Valley. It said that an ancient Tao Tai is buried there. Do you know where Ashen Valley is?" Xu Ming turned to Immortal, who was still bound. "No idea," Immortal replied promptly. Worried that Xu Ming wouldn't believe her, she added, "I've heard of White Ash Valley in the Western regions and the Bone Pit in Qi Kingdom, but I've never heard of this so-called Ashen Valley." Xu Ming glanced at Immortal, but didn't press further. "Be careful," I'll also ask around for information about Ashen Valley. If you can't find it, you can return to the Baiwa's secret realm. If I have any news, I'll leave a note in your temple, Xu Ming said. Thank you, Master. Yu seemed deeply moved. Master, please take care of yourself as well. This woman may be stunningly beautiful, but she's a cunning enchantress, like poison. If she becomes useless, it's better to deal with her quickly to avoid future trouble. Hey, you fat idiot. If you're going to urge him to kill me, at least do it behind my back. Can't you show me a little respect? Immortal snapped. After a few days of Xu Ming's candle sessions, Immortal no longer maintained her coquettish facade. Her true personality had emerged, blunt and unrestrained. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Xu Ming replied with a nod. Since Xu Ming had spoken, Yu said no more. He simply bowed deeply before turning to leave, setting off to seek his own fortune. Let's go too. I'll take you to meet a beautiful elder sister, Xu Ming said gently, tapping Shun Shengxing's nose with his finger. Shun Shengxing nodded happily, grabbing Xu Ming's hand tightly. Xu Ming held Shun Shengxing's small hand in one of his, while the other held a rope tied to Immortal. Together, they continued on their way to the Tianxian sect. Walking beside Xu Ming, Immortal's eyes sparkled mischievously as some strange idea brewed in her mind. Su Gongzi, young master, Immortal called out in a seductive tone. What is it? Xu Ming replied coolly. Tonight. Immortal leaned close to Xu Ming's ear, her breath warm as her sultry voice brushed against his earlobe. Shall I serve you tonight? Shall I serve you tonight, young master Su? Immortal said softly, her breath brushing against Xu Ming's earlobe like a warm breeze. The seductive tone in her voice seemed to stir the most primal instincts deep in Xu Ming's DNA. You're the one who suggested it, Xu Ming replied with a faint smile, smacking her thigh sharply. The crisp sound echoed, and the sensation was soft and smooth. Don't regret it later. Immortal froze for a moment, nearly grinding her teeth to pieces in her heart. In all her life, no man had ever touched her thigh before, much less slapped it. Yet, despite her inner fury, Immortal kept her charming smile intact. Xu Ming's agreement meant things were moving in her favor. Her lips curved into a sly grin. Of course, it's this humble one's idea. Tonight, I'll make sure to serve young master well, let you experience the pinnacle of earthly pleasures. All right, Xu Ming chuckled, but inside, he felt nothing but disdain. How could he not see through her scheming? The two continued their journey, and by evening, Xu Ming untied the rope binding Immortal. He no longer needed to suppress her spiritual power. If she wasn't worried about the poison in her body, she could leave any time. The first thing Immortal did after regaining her spiritual power was to inspect her body with her inner energy. But to her shock, there were no signs of poisoning at all. Could it be this man was bluffing? Am I not poisoned at all? A wave of doubt washed over Immortal. Yet, when she looked at how casually Xu Ming untied her, she hesitated. If she truly weren't poisoned, would he trust her this much? Don't look at me like that. You shouldn't be able to detect the poison in your body, right? That's normal. After all, this is one of Wu Kingdom's finest creations. Unless you reach the nascent soul stage, you'll never sense it. Xu Ming made a sweeping gesture. If you don't believe me, you can leave now. Immortal. What are you saying, young master? Immortal chuckled lightly and stepped closer, resting her delicate hand on his shoulder. If I left now, wouldn't I be throwing my life away? Besides, I promised to serve you tonight, didn't I? Xu Ming let out a short laugh and didn't say more, walking ahead without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Immortal clenched her fists tightly, but she hurried to keep up. As the three walked through the forest, the sky grew darker. After a long day of travel, Shun Shengxing looked visibly tired. Her little hands clung to Xu Ming's robe, her head drooping as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Xu Ming made quick work of hunting a deer in the forest and found a cave for shelter. When the fire was lit, the entire cave was illuminated in its warm glow. You said you'd serve me, didn't you? Xu Ming turned to Imo. Imo blinked in surprise, but nodded, stepping closer with a sultry smile. Of course, what does young master wish for this humble one to do? Skin this deer, Xu Ming instructed. Then cut the meat, wash it clean, and skewer it with sharpened branches. We're roasting it tonight. Imo stared at him, wondering if she'd misheard. What Get to work. Xu Ming leaned back against the wall. Hurry up. We're hungry. As you wish, young master. Imo had no idea if Xu Ming had some peculiar hobby or if he simply wanted to boss her around. But it didn't matter. The night was still young. This man, after all, was a young man full of vigor and passion. Imo refused to believe she couldn't take him down, as long as he harbored any improper thoughts or tried to touch her. A glint of cold light flashed in Imo's eyes. The humiliation you've subjected me to these past days, I'll repay it tenfold. Following Xu Ming's instructions, Imo skinned the deer, cut the meat, and began roasting it over the fire. But Xu Ming's voice constantly rang in her ears. Can't you move faster? I told you to skin it, not take the meat along with the skin. You didn't clean the fur off this piece of meat. This branch is too thin. How is this supposed to skewer the meat? The fire's dying. Add more wood. Are you useless at everything? Flip the meat. It's time to turn it over. Brush some honey on it. Are you an idiot? Why so much honey? If you want to drown me in sweetness, just say so. Imo clenched her teeth, nearly smashing the deer leg she was holding into Xu Ming's face. Why am I doing all the work while he just sits there criticizing me? Do you think I'm your servant? She inhaled deeply to suppress her anger. No, I need to endure this. Xu Ming, just wait. If you give me even the slightest chance, you'll regret it. When the roasted venison was finally ready, Xu Ming placed an entire deer leg in front of Shun Shengsheng. She grabbed it with both hands and started gnawing on it happily. Imo also tasted her own cooking. With just one bite, her eyes lit up. I made this. How is it so delicious? Xu Ming, too, sat back, chewing on a deer leg. Though he had reached the cave mansion realm and could survive without food, his identity as a martial artist still required him to replenish his blood energy. Later that night, Xu Ming assigned Imo to stand watch while he rested inside the cave. Shun Shengsheng snuggled tightly against him, her small body curled up like a kitten. It seemed that only by clinging to Xu Ming could she feel safe. Young master, Shun Shengsheng is sound asleep now. Imo approached Xu Ming, her voice dripping with sweetness, her eyes shimmering as though they could spill spring water. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks. And Xu Ming opened his eyes lazily, and Imo's gaze turned even more enticing, as though it could melt ice. Does the young master wish to do something pleasurable with me? As she spoke, she let her robe slip slightly off her shoulders, revealing her smooth, snow-white skin. Xu Ming glanced at her and replied calmly, I've heard that in the western regions, there's a rare and deadly poison. Girls are exposed to it from a young age, and the toxin seeps into their clothing. If anyone harbors ill intentions toward them, they'll die instantly from the poison. It's said to be a way to protect their chastity. Am I wrong? Imo's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Xu Ming to know so much. Still, she maintained her composure, flashing a coy smile. What are you talking about, young master? I've never heard of such a thing. Never mind, then. Xu Ming closed his eyes again. Go stand watch. Don't bother me. On the 5th day after Xu Ming left Shurja village, the temple of a yellow sand dragon king had already been dismantled by the villagers. The village chief initially proposed building a temple in Xu Ming's honor, but he flatly refused. Incense offerings might aid cultivation, and the merits accumulated from them could even provide a crucial boost during tribulations. However, incense also carried karmic consequences, an invisible bond that could be both beneficial and detrimental. Xu Ming preferred cultivating alone, free from entanglements of karma. This was also why he declined Yuan Yu's suggestion to establish a temple in the Baiwa's secret realm. After the death of a yellow sand dragon king, life in Shurja village returned to normal, though a sense of relief lingered on everyone's faces. At least they no longer had to live under the Dragon King's oppressive shadow. Every day, Luo Sanyang continued with her needlework, taking her crafts to the town market to earn a living. In the courtyard, Luo Xiaoman practiced occasionally with the cultivation manual Xu Ming had given her, while also helping her mother with chores. The manual, though basic, focused on guiding spiritual energy, and no matter how she practiced, it was beneficial for her health. Just as the village was beginning to regain its peace, two women arrived at Shurja village. "Is this the place?" asked a woman in a white dress, gazing at the signboard at the village entrance that bore the characters Shurja village. "It should be." The woman in the green dress nodded. "Let's go in and ask around. Let's settle this quickly. I can't stand being on land. It's so dry and nothing like the comfort of the sea." The two women, named Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi, walked into the village. The villagers, going about their routines, couldn't help but glance curiously at the pair. Such elegant and refined women were clearly out of the ordinary, with a demeanor that even the noble ladies of the county couldn't match. "Where's your village chief?" Ruo Yi, clad in green, asked a woman washing clothes by the riverbank. "And who might you two be?" The woman stood up, wiping her damp hands on her clothes as she respectfully regarded the two strikingly beautiful strangers. "We have some questions to ask," Ruo Lan said, stepping forward and handing over a lustrous, high-grade pearl. The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the pearl, but she hesitated to accept it, fearing that such a gift might bring trouble later. She pulled her hand back. "There's no need for that, young ladies. I've just finished washing. Let me take you to him." "Thank you," Ruo Lan nodded. "Please wait here a moment." The woman placed her laundry in a wooden basin and quickly climbed up the bank. "This way, ladies." "Apologies for the trouble." Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi followed the woman, who led them to the village chief's courtyard not long after. Standing at the entrance, the woman called out a few times, prompting the chief to step out. "And who might you two be?" the chief asked, his expression tinged with unease as he regarded the two graceful women. Considering the Yellow Sand Dragon King had only recently died, could these two possibly be his associates, come to seek revenge? "We have some questions for you," Ruo Yi said coldly. "And if you dare lie." Before finishing her sentence, Ruo Yi extended her hand toward a nearby tree. With a simple clench of her fist, the tree was instantly snapped in half, its trunk crashing to the ground. The village chief's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "Ruo Yi, what are you doing?" "Don't be rude." Ruo Lan tugged her younger sister back and bowed slightly to the chief. "My apologies, village chief. My sister has a rather impatient temperament. We truly mean no harm and only wish to ask a few questions." Of course, of course. Please come inside, ladies." The chief wiped the sweat from his brow. "I will answer everything to the best of my ability. Thank you for your time." Ruo Lan smiled and led her sister inside. "What is it you wish to ask?" The chief poured tea for Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi. "It's about the flood dragon from the Yellow Sand River. Do you know anything about it?" Ruo Lan asked with a calm smile. The chief's hand trembled slightly, spilling some tea. Ruo Yi chuckled, noticing his reaction. "Sister, it seems the old chief does know something." "Don't be nervous, village chief," Ruo Lan reassured him with a gentle smile. "Whether the flood dragon from the Yellow Sand River is dead or alive has nothing to do with us. No one cares about that creature. Just answer our questions honestly." As she spoke, Ruo Lan retrieved a box of pearls from her storage pouch and placed it in front of the chief. "I can't accept such a valuable gift," the chief said hurriedly, waving his hands. "Please, ask your questions. I will tell you everything I know." Judging by their demeanor, the chief felt certain these two were not here for revenge. "Please recount, in as much detail as possible, the events surrounding the death of the flood dragon from the Yellow Sand River, as well as any visitors who have come to Shurja village in recent days," Ruo Lan said with a serious and earnest expression. "Indeed, it was an immortal from another village who slew the flood dragon," the chief began. "That immortal stayed with a family in our village for a time. The chief recounted every detail with meticulous precision. After half an hour, his account concluded. Without further questions, Ruolan and Ruoyi left the village, leaving the box of pearls behind. Elder sister, could this Xu Ming of Wu Kingdom be the person Her Majesty is searching for? Ruoyi asked as they walked. I'm not sure, Ruolan replied, shaking her head. There are 4 possible candidates, 2 men and 2 women. Then who do we pursue first? Ruoyi inquired. Let's follow Xu Ming for now, Ruolan decided after a moment's thought. Understood. Ruoyi nodded and waved her sleeve toward the sky. Sheets of white paper scattered into the air. With a few hand seals, the papers folded themselves into origami cranes. Ruolan then retrieved the pillow Xu Ming had used during his stay in the chief's house. One by one, the cranes flew to the pillow, sniffed it, and took off in the same direction. You're heading to the Tianxian sect? That's right. What are you going there for? To meet someone. Meet someone? A man or a woman? A woman. Oh, I remember now. You told Shen Shengshang earlier that you'd take her to meet an older sister. That must be the person you're talking about. So what if it is? Nothing. Just didn't expect you'd go out of your way to meet a woman. I thought you were like a stone, unmoved by anything. Is this person your lover? Don't you think you're talking too much? Am I? Doesn't seem like it. Shut your mouth. No one will mistake you for a mute. Oh, come on, young master. But I must say, your stern expression is quite handsome. If you like it so much, keep looking. I'm afraid you won't get many more chances. Don't forget, I only gave you 20 days and not much time is left. Oh, young master, don't say that. What if I change my mind by then? Xu Ming continued walking forward as Zhuer chatted beside him. The two appeared to be making casual conversation, chatting about anything and everything. But in truth, they were testing each other. If you answer a few questions for me, I might let you go if I'm in a good mood, Xu Ming said to Zhuer. Oh, is there such a good deal? I'll answer everything to the best of my ability, Zhuer replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Of course, she didn't believe that simply answering a few questions would earn her freedom, but if the questions were harmless, she didn't mind indulging him. The flood dragon in the Yellow Sand River used to take a pair of children each year, a boy and a girl, but not for eating. Yet, in its palace, there were no signs of any of those children. What do you make of that? Xu Ming asked, his gaze fixed on Zhuer to see how she would respond. I wouldn't know. Didn't you ask the flood dragon yourself? It self-destructed on the spot, didn't it? Its head was blown clean off, quite terrifying. Since that's the case, how could it have told me anything? Zhuer replied with a smile, meeting Xu Ming's gaze. I see. On that note, your Black Lotus sect also collects boys and girls. What's your purpose for that? Xu Ming pressed on. Why, for sacrifices, of course. He said matter-of-factly. We use them to worship an evil god who ensures the Black Lotus sect's prosperity and longevity. As she spoke, Zhuer quickly added, but that's all the leader's idea, nothing to do with me. I'm just following orders. Otherwise, I'd be the one to die. Killing me out of anger won't solve anything, young master. And this evil god you worship, does it have a name? Xu Ming asked again. Zhuer shook her head. I don't know that. Not even you, a saintess of the Black Lotus sect, know its name? Xu Ming said skeptically. Now, young master, don't say that. Zhuer replied with a playful laugh. Although I'm a saintess, who said there's only one saintess in the Black Lotus sect. There are 5 saintesses and 5 saints in total. Only one among us can emerge as the leader. And what happens to the other 9? Xu Ming asked casually. They all die. Zhuer replied without hesitation. Xu Ming. Zhuer's tone was calm, but beneath it was a chilling edge. The 10 of us must eliminate the other 9 to claim the leader's position by any means necessary. Even if there's only one left, that's the rule. If, after 100 years, there's still 2 people alive, all of us will die. Then the Black Lotus sect will select 10 new saints and saintesses, and the cycle will repeat until there's only one left. Xu Ming frowned slightly. Your sect system is no different from raising goo insects. Who says it's not? Immortal spread her hands helplessly. But the Goo King is always the strongest, isn't it? No way to escape? Xu Ming asked. None at all, Immortal smiled. A strand of our soul is anchored to the Black Lotus sect. If we try to escape, the sect can track us down anytime, anywhere. We'd be hunted to the ends of the earth, never knowing peace for the rest of our lives. Quite pitiful, Xu Ming remarked with a sigh. Immortal's lips curled into a sly smile. Could it be that the young master is pitying me? Xu Ming nodded. A life out of one's control is truly pitiful. Being so blatantly pitted, Immortal found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I've been pitted? For a brief moment, annoyance flickered in her heart. Pity was the most useless of emotions, something she disdained being offered by anyone. Xu Ming didn't bother himself with whatever thoughts might be running through Immortal's mind. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was lying to him. Not about the Black Lotus sect selection process, as that could easily be verified and wasn't worth the effort to lie about, but about the issue with the boys and girls. Although he had no direct evidence, Xu Ming was convinced there was a connection between the Black Lotus sect's collection of boys and girls and a Yellow Sand Dragon King's similar practice. You seem to be enjoying yourself, young master. Can I have my antidote now? Immortal asked with a grin. Xu Ming replied flatly. You know nothing worth sharing, so no. Immortal clenched her fists but maintained her smile. Understood. 2 more days passed, and Xu Ming drew closer to Tianxin's sect. He was nearing Yanji City. Once past Yanji City and then Xianyu City, he would practically be at Tianxin's sect's territory. It's getting late. Let's rest for the night and continue tomorrow, Xu Ming said, glancing at the sky. It was already halfway through the Sioux hour, and the wilderness outside, Yanji City, was teeming with magical beasts. To ensure safety, it was best to wait for daylight before traveling further. This time, Xu Ming took out some flood dragon meat to roast. Initially, he had refrained from eating it due to his incomplete recovery and concerns about handling its potent blood energy. But now, he was fully healed, and there was no such worry. Chunks of dragon meat were skewered and roasted over the fire. The aroma was far richer and more enticing than any meat Xu Ming had ever tasted. Shun Sheng, unable to contain her hunger, was already drooling. Even Mosher couldn't help but swallow a bit of saliva. To avoid wasting such a rare delicacy, Xu Ming took charge of the roasting himself. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, its tantalizing fragrance filled the entire cave. He placed a large portion of dragon meat, wrapped in lotus leaves, in front of Shun Sheng before taking a piece for himself. As Immortal reached out for a piece of dragon meat, Xu Ming slapped her hand lightly. The dragon meat is for us. You get the venison. Immortal. Stingy. As if I've never had flood dragon meat before. Immortal muttered as she picked up a piece of venison, nibbling at it grudgingly. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, both Xu Ming and Immortal suddenly tensed. Their hands moved in unison, hurling the bamboo skewers they had been holding toward the cave entrance. Immortal and Xu Ming simultaneously hurled the sharpened wooden sticks in their hands. The pointed sticks shot through the dark night like swords, piercing forward with great force. Why are you two so tense? A moment later, a pair of feminine voices echoed from outside the cave. 2 women walked in, each holding the bamboo stakes that Xu Ming and Immortal had just thrown. Seeing them, both Xu Ming and Immortal frowned. The 2 women wore long dresses, one in green and the other in white, bearing an 8 to 9 point resemblance in their facial features. Their figures were identical, making them particularly striking. Although their beauty was not on par with Qin Qingwan or Immortal, they were still attractive, especially as a pair of sisters. Their presence exuded a certain captivating charm. A gust of mountain wind swept through, and Xu Ming caught a faint scent of seawater coming from them. What brings the 2 of you here? Xu Ming asked cautiously. In this desolate wilderness, 2 young women suddenly appearing was far from ordinary. There was no doubt they were anything but simple. Perhaps they were even here specifically for him. May I ask if you were Xu Ming? The woman in green, Ruolan, asked, tossing the bamboo stake on the ground with a smile. Emoji glanced at Xu Ming suspiciously, her gaze seemingly questioning. Another admirer of yours here to chase you down? Xu Ming nodded. That's me. And you are? Greetings, young Master Xu, Ruolan said with a slight bow. Her Majesty would like to invite you to visit. Might I ask if you'd honor us with your presence? Her Majesty? Xu Ming raised an eyebrow. Who might your Majesty be? The Dragon Empress of the North Sea, Ruolan replied plainly, without the slightest hesitation. The Dragon Empress? Xu Ming was even more confused. I've never had any dealings with the North Sea. Why would she invite me? The North Sea was millions of miles away, requiring a transcontinental flying vessel or even rare treasures to traverse the void. He had no ties whatsoever to the Dragon Empress. Why would she suddenly seek him out? Oh, sister, this Xu Ming is being so long-winded. Let's just knock him out and take him back. Why waste time talking here? Ruoyi, the woman in white, said impatiently. She was clearly uncomfortable on land. The dry air was already irritating her skin. She only wanted to return to the ocean as soon as possible. Every second spent here felt like pure torment. Ruoyi, if you behave so rudely again, I will have to punish you. Ruolan reprimanded her sister sharply. Ruoyi opened her mouth as if to retort, but ultimately closed it, letting out a dissatisfied huff before turning her head away. Truth be told, we don't know why Her Majesty wishes to invite you, Ruolan said, smiling at Xu Ming. We are merely following her orders. However, you can rest assured, Her Majesty is not one to harm the innocent or act as a tyrant. You won't be in any danger. It would indeed be an honor to visit the legendary Dragon Empress of the Ages, Xu Ming replied, but I must decline. The North Sea is too far, and I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps in the future, I'll have the opportunity to visit and make amends. Are you kidding me? Xu Ming thought to himself. You say there's no danger, but why should I believe you? That Dragon Empress has lived for God knows how long. Who knows what kind of temperament she has? I might die in the North Sea without even knowing why. Hearing his refusal, Ruolan frowned slightly. Young Master Xu, this matter is rather urgent. We sincerely hope you can come immediately. Please forgive us for being insistent. Does the North Sea force its guests to visit when they decline? Xu Ming asked with a faint smile. Ruolan nodded calmly. If necessary, yes. Xu Ming. Inside the cave, both sides were locked in a tense standoff. In the next instant, Ruoyi transformed into a streak of light, darting past Ruolan, her pearl longsword thrusting towards Xu Ming. Roar! Shen Shengsheng bared her teeth, ready to bite, but was restrained by Xu Ming. Xu Ming stepped forward, sidestepping to intercept the incoming sword. With a slight raise of his left hand, he struck Ruoye's wrist with precise force. Ruoye's wrist throbbed with pain, and she reflexively loosened her grip, causing the long sword to fall from her hand. Xu Ming followed through with a strike to the sword's hilt, sending the pearl longsword piercing into the cave wall. Seizing the moment, he landed a punch squarely on Ruoye's chest, sending her flying backward. Her embroidered shoes scraped a long mark across the ground before she landed beside her elder sister, Ruolan. Ruoyi, unwilling to admit defeat, tried to charge forward again, but Ruolan held her back. Sister, I was careless, but I will capture him this time, Ruoyi said coldly, clearly preparing to unleash her full strength. Ruolan shook her head and stepped forward. Young master, your skills are truly remarkable, Ruolan praised. Her younger sister was in the Dragon Gate realm, yet judging from the martial energy Xu Ming had just displayed, he appeared to be in the heroic soul realm. Even in close combat, her sister, who walked the path of a sword cultivator and had a strong physique, had no chance to retaliate against him. Ruolan could tell that Xu Ming had held back his punch earlier. Otherwise, if that blow had landed with full force, her sister might not have survived, or, at the very least, her cultivation would have been severely damaged. Not too bad, Xu Ming replied calmly. How about both of you come at me together? A single Dragon Gate realm opponent really isn't enough. Since the young master insists, we shall oblige, Ruolan said with a nod. But we hope you won't complain to Her Majesty afterward. The moment her voice faded, 9 water pillars emerged seemingly out of nowhere, surging towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming drew the 9 Heavens Thunder Sword and swung it in a single stroke. The sword energy instantly split the water pillars apart. Is he a sword cultivator as well? Ruolan was inwardly astonished. In the next moment, the tip of Xu Ming's sword emitted a cold glimmer, and the water pillars froze instantly, transforming into icicles that hung from the cave ceiling like jagged spikes. With another slash, Xu Ming sent a wave of sword energy toward Ruolan. Frowning, she raised her sleeve to block, dispersing the energy, but her sleeve was left with a long tear. Such sharp sword energy? Is he truly only in the cave mansion realm? Ruolan began to doubt Xu Ming's apparent cultivation. Based on his martial energy, he was clearly in the heroic soul realm. And from his spiritual energy, his cultivation as a cultivator was at the cave mansion realm. Yet his combat power far exceeded both realms. A cultivator like this was something Ruolan had never encountered before. Ruolan and Ruoyi attacked together. Rui, a sword cultivator, engaged Xu Ming in close combat, while Ruolan unleashed an array of spells to bombard him from a distance. Every strike from Ruoye's pearl longsword was accompanied by rippling blue waves, creating a dazzling display. It was clear she sought revenge for the punch earlier, as Ruoyi fought with unusual fervor. However, Xu Ming found her behavior somewhat dramatic. Each time she unleashed a sword technique, she would shout its name aloud. Azure Sea Sword Art, Prelude to Water Melody. With a flourish, Ruoyi twisted her sword, surrounding it with surging waves. Her slash descended like a tidal storm. Xu Ming, on the other hand, only knew one sword technique, the Bingyun Sword Art. But the Bingyun Sword Art was a fundamental sword technique. In other words, it lacked distinct named moves, so Xu Ming relied solely on sword energy and intent to fight. Yet now, Xu Ming felt a faint inspiration. The broad and forceful style of the Azure Sea Sword Art seemed quite fitting for him, almost intriguing. Activating his Dao pattern eyes, Xu Ming studied it closely. The Dao pattern eyes were not merely capable of observing the flow of spiritual energy and martial qi within an opponent, providing a 360-degree field of vision. They could also replicate an opponent's techniques. In an instant, the entire water melody technique of the Azure Sea Sword Art was broken down into slow-motion sequences in Xu Ming's mind. Before his eyes, it was as though miniature figures were repeatedly demonstrating the move. The ingenuity of the technique, the utilization of sword qi, the depth of sword intent. Every aspect was imprinted into Xu Ming's mind in that fleeting moment. Xu Ming mirrored the motion, twisting his blade, as waves of sword qi covered the long sword in his hand. How is this possible? Both Ruolan and Ruoyi were utterly shocked. Just what kind of person was this Xu Ming? While the Azure Sea Sword Art wasn't an immortal grade technique, it was still one of the North Sea Azure Sea Sword sect's closely guarded secrets. But how could Xu Ming possibly know it? Not only that, the way Xu Ming executed the technique seemed even more powerful and majestic than Ruoye's. With a single upward slash, Xu Ming unleashed a towering wave, surging upward to clash against the torrent of sword qi waves from Ruoyi. Ruolan, sensing imminent danger, quickly chanted spell. Ruoye's pearl longsword was enchanted with her magic, radiating a dazzling light. Ruoye's sword qi surged in strength. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 2 waves of sword qi dissipated within the cave. Both Ruolan and Ruoyi were sent flying backward out of the cave, landing heavily on the ground. Xu Ming, sword in hand, walked out slowly. You two should leave. As the minister of One Wu Qing, Minister of Letters and Arms, of the Wu Kingdom, I cannot arbitrarily leave to visit another country or meet its ruler. If the Dragon Empress truly wishes for my presence, I would ask that she issue an official request to the Wu Kingdom. If my emperor consents, I will carry out the mission as commanded. Xu Ming refrained from delivering a killing blow. After all, the Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi sisters had shown no murderous intent toward him from the start. They had likely only intended to knock him unconscious and carry him away. If that was the case, there was no need for Xu Ming to go to extremes. Xu Ming wasn't reckless. Killing their underlings would serve no purpose. On the contrary, it might provoke unnecessary conflict. If he killed them, he'd essentially be slapping the Northern Sea Dragon Empress in the face. If she flew into a rage and sent assassins after him, things would become far more troublesome. By deferring the matter of traveling to the Northern Sea to the higher-ups of the Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming both expressed that he wasn't outright refusing the request, only that it was improper in terms of etiquette, and protected himself. When the time came, if he traveled to the Northern Sea under an official capacity, any harm that befell him would be a matter between nations. He wouldn't have to worry about accidents, as the Northern Sea would have to answer to the Wu Kingdom for any wrongdoing. Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi slowly rose from the ground. Ruo Yi, still indignant, wanted to charge forward again, but her elder sister Ruo Lan held her back. The young master speaks with reason. It seems we were indeed in the wrong, Ruo Lan said with a slight bow. We will relay your words to Her Majesty. When the time comes, we shall await your arrival in the North Sea. Thank you. Xu Ming returned the bow. Safe travels to you both. I won't see you off. Or, unless the two of you would like to join me for some roast air beast. There's no need for such trouble, young master. We'll take our leave. Ruo Lan smiled. Sister, Ruo Yi, still furious, protested. Let's go. Without paying further attention to her hot-headed sister, Ruo Lan grabbed her hand and turned to leave. Once they were far away, Ruo Yi angrily shook off her sister's hand. Sister, that Xu Ming may be strong, but if we use the life-bound artifact granted to us by Her Majesty, we could absolutely capture him. How could we just let him go like this? Ruo Lan shook her head. Do you still remember Her Majesty's instructions before we left the North Sea? Ruo Lan turned her head slightly. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Her Majesty instructed us not to offend him or make him feel displeased. If he absolutely refuses to come, only then are we to use that artifact to bring him back. Exactly. A faint smile played on Ruo Lan's lips. Truthfully, this young Master Xu isn't completely opposed to coming to the Northern Sea. He's merely wary of us and fears we might mean him harm. Once we return and relay the situation to Her Majesty, she will naturally draft a formal letter inviting Xu Ming to serve as an envoy to the Northern Sea. Faced with such an invitation, the Wu Kingdom has no reason to decline. Besides, why should we risk our lives to bring him here by force if we can resolve things peacefully? Moreover, didn't you notice? That Xu Ming appears to be severely injured. Toward the end of the fight, his martial chi and spiritual energy were like a taut bowstring, as if they might snap at any moment. If he had fought us to the death and something had happened to him, how would we explain that to Her Majesty? Hearing her sister's analysis, Ruo Yi's anger began to subside. Then, sister, what do we do now? We leave. Ruo Lan started walking down the mountain. It's time for us to serve as envoys to the Wu Kingdom. Humph! After Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi had left, Xu Ming could no longer hold back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shun Sheng Sheng yelped in alarm, rushing to Xu Ming's side and tugging at his clothes. Awu, awu, I'm fine. Xu Ming smiled weakly, patting Shun Sheng Sheng's head. Fine? Really? A voice dripped with sarcasm. Mo Zhuer leaned casually against the cave wall, her tone sharp. If those two sisters hadn't held back, and the fight dragged on any longer, the clash between your martial chi and spiritual energy would have torn your meridians and spiritual channels apart. You'd have been crippled for life. Xu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. If I had died, Miss Mo wouldn't have survived either. Besides, I didn't die, did I? Worst case, I'd have abandoned my martial cultivation or spiritual practice. But if something happened to me, Miss Mo, you'd lose your life. You. Mo Junior's chest heaved with fury. Her skirt billowed slightly as she glared at Xu Ming, her tone filled with displeasure. "Follow me inside." Xu Ming held Shun Shengsheng's hand and followed Mo Zhuer into the cave. Shun Shengsheng looked at Xu Ming with concern. Xu Ming shook his head and gently patted Shun Shengsheng's small head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Fine? You're practically on the brink of death," Mo Zhuer teased, rolling her eyes at him. "Xu Ming, come, sit down," Mo Zhuer said, smoothing her dress before kneeling on the ground. Sitting on her legs with her back straight, she patted the ground in front of her. Xu Ming looked at Mo Zhuer with some doubt. Mo Zhu, annoyed, retorted, "Don't look at me like that. If you die now, it does me no good. Besides, weren't you skeptical about whether I could harmonize the spiritual energy and true qi in your body? Let me show you a little of what I can do." Still, Xu Ming hesitated to step forward. Mo Zhuer rolled her eyes at him again. "If you don't trust me, then suit yourself. But let me warn you, I'm not the one trying to kill you. It's the entire Black Lotus sect. It's likely that you're already on the hit list of the Black God sect as well. Do you truly have the confidence to face the assassinations of all those cultivators? And let's be clear, I'm not helping you out of sheer goodwill. I have a condition. Speak." Xu Ming looked at her, feeling that this was more like the Mo Zhuer he knew. If she had offered to help him unconditionally, he would have found it unsettling. The woman before him was not someone who would ever strike a losing deal. If I'm not mistaken, the other saints and saintesses of the Black Lotus sect likely already know I've fallen into your hands. They're probably plotting my death as we speak. I can help you heal, but you must protect me. Xu Ming chuckled. "And what if I choose not to protect you?" Mo Zhuer's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes crescent-shaped as she replied with a calm demeanor. "If that happens, there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to trust your verbal promise. Do I have any other options? Besides, if I die, I can guarantee there's no one else in this world who can solve the spiritual energy and true qi conflict in your body." Xu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're that confident? You truly believe no one else in this world can help me but you?" Mo Zhuer leaned forward, her hands pressed to the ground, her knees resting on the stone floor, her hips slightly raised, revealing a hint of the snowy white curve of her chest. "I believe I'm the only one in this world who can help you. No one else." Xu Ming. After thinking it over briefly, Xu Ming said nothing more and sat down in front of Mo Zhuer. "I accept your condition. Let's begin." Xu Ming was not one to overthink. "At least you're not completely stupid," Mo Zhuer said with a smirk as she sat up straight again. "Next, I'll channel spiritual energy into your body. Don't worry, spiritual energy is the purest force in this world. I don't have any means of poisoning you through it. Go ahead and try," Xu Ming said, closing his eyes. Mo Zhuer muttered a few complaints about how dense and unromantic he was before placing her soft, white hands on Xu Ming's back. Xu Ming could distinctly feel Mo Zhuer's spiritual energy entering his spiritual veins and meridians. The previously chaotic martial, true qi and spiritual energy in his body began to miraculously calm down under Mo Zhuer's guidance. Xu Ming gradually realized it wasn't just Mo Zhuer's skillful mediation that worked wonders. It was her spiritual energy itself that was exceptionally unique. Her spiritual energy was like a healing spring. Wherever it passed, everything gradually calmed. No wonder Mo Zhuer was so confident when she claimed that only she could resolve the conflict between Xu Ming's spiritual energy and true qi. It was likely due to her unique constitution. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xu Ming spat out a mouthful of blackened blood. Shun Shengsheng, startled, shivered and thought the demoness had harmed her brother Xu. She opened her mouth, ready to bite Mo Zhuer. "I'm fine," Xu Ming said, extending a hand to stop her. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling much better. Xu Ming circulated his spiritual energy and true qi again and found everything flowing smoothly. Though the issue wasn't completely resolved, at least 9/10 of the problem had been handled. "It's done." Mo Zhuer wiped her forehead. Even though she had only worked on Xu Ming for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she was drenched in sweat. Her dress clung tightly to her figure. Her hair stuck to her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks made her even more alluring. "How do you feel? Did I deceive you?" Immortal asked with a smile. "You didn't," Xu Ming admitted. He now truly believed she had the ability to harmonize the conflict between his spiritual energy and martial true qi. "What I've done for you now is only a temporary fix," Immortal said, looking him directly in the eye. "If you want to know the permanent solution, hand over the antidote first." To the north of Yanji City lay a mountain range. At the foot of the tallest peak in the range stood a stone stele. Carved into the stele were the words, "Unite the pleasures of the world, spread the joys of the world." Looking at the inscription, a man stroked his chin and said to the servant beside him, "This should be the place." "Yes, young master," the old servant nodded. "Let's go." The man opened his paper fan, fanning himself with an air of elegance. As they walked through the mountain gate, the path on either side was eerily quiet, devoid of people. After walking about 100 meters up, they came across a man and a woman at the entrance, shamelessly indulging in the pleasures of the flesh. In broad daylight, the man had lifted the woman's skirt, while she leaned against a tree, moaning seductively. The sight was like a spring palace painting come to life, so much so that the servant beside the man couldn't help but gulp, feeling a fiery heat rise within him. "Pardon me, brother," the man said, ignoring the scene as if he hadn't seen anything. He cupped his hands in a polite gesture toward the couple. "Could you inform your sect master that I request an audience?" The male disciple of the Hahuan sect glanced at the scholarly man with the fan. "Who are you?" "Our sect master is not someone you can just meet as you please. I am Xu Ming, the saint son of the Western Black Lotus sect," Xu Ming replied, revealing his identity. Hearing that this man, Xu Ming, was a saint son of the Black Lotus sect, the Hahuan sect male disciple immediately stopped what he was doing, much to the displeasure of the woman beneath him, who pouted. The man quickly pulled up his pants, sizing up this so-called saint son of the Black Lotus sect. "Please follow me." The Hahuan sect disciple cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor turning serious. He didn't know if this man was truly a saint son of the Black Lotus sect, but if he was, refusing him entry would only mean his own death. The male disciple of the Hahuan sect led Xu Ming up the mountain. The higher they went, the more inappropriate sights Xu Ming and his servant witnessed. It was no surprise that this was the Hahuan sect's headquarters. Along the riverbanks, in the forests, and even on smooth stones, people were indulging in intimate acts. Some women would be walking, catch the eye of a man, and be immediately pulled aside. The woman might feign resistance for a moment, but soon her belt would be undone. The entire mountain resembled a living depiction of a spring palace. Within the Hahuan sect, most of the women wore very revealing clothes, their garments diverse in color and style, but they all had one thing in common: convenience. As the saint son of the Black Lotus sect, Xu Ming had long mastered his desires and had great self-control, so he was able to remain composed. However, his old servant was a different story. The old servant kept wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glued to the women's pale, exposed thighs and breasts. Had it not been for his young master, the old servant might not have been able to resist lunging at them. Soon, Xu Ming and his servant were brought into a grand hall. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the sect master," said the Hahuan sect disciple. "All right," Xu Ming nodded. The disciple left, and the hall was left with only Xu Ming and his servant. Xu Ming sat in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. "Young master, do you think the Hahuan sect will strike a deal with us?" the old servant asked. "Who knows?" Xu Ming opened his paper fan and fanned himself. "Deals that fail usually lack sufficient temptation. I believe Immortal is extremely tempting, especially for the Hahuan sect. She's a priceless treasure, comparable to Qin Qingwan." The old servant chuckled. "I wonder if, when Immortal is brought to the Hahuan sect, I'll get to have a taste." "You Xu Ming glanced at his ugly and disheveled servant. No offense, but you'd probably be behind the dogs in line. The servant. At that moment, a voice called out from the front of the hall. The saint son of the Black Lotus sect has arrived at my Hahuan sect. What business do you have? Both Xu Ming and his servant turned their gaze forward. A man wearing a deep V robe, embracing two women, walked in. The man was exceedingly handsome and appeared youthful, though in reality, he was over 1,000 years old. This was Cui Renwang, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. Greetings, sect master. Xu Ming folded his fan, stood, and cupped his hands in respect. Cui Renwang sat back in his seat, looking down at Xu Ming. There's no need for such formalities, saint's son. What brings you to me? I wish to propose a deal with you, sect master, Xu Ming said. Oh, Cui Renwang sat up straight, his interest piqued. You wish to propose a deal? What kind of deal? Xu Ming smiled. Sect master, have you ever heard of the Luo god physique? Cui Renwang's brow furrowed, and a gleam of interest flashed in his eyes. The Luo physique, yes. I've heard of it. It is said that cultivators with the Luo physique are extremely sensitive to spiritual energy and can even control the energy around them, as well as within others. Xu Ming smiled further. Not only that, it is also said that the Luo physique is similar to the innate sacred body, making it an excellent partner for dual cultivation. If one could dual cultivate with a Luo physique, advancing in cultivation would be a simple matter. Moreover, it's said that the Luo physique is extraordinarily soft, capable of intoxicating one's senses to the point of bliss, offering the highest pleasure in the world. Many have willingly spent a night with a Luo physique and died without regret. Cui Renwang licked his lips, clearly tempted. A fire seemed to ignite within him. Playing with the two women beside him, Cui Renwang spoke. Saint's son, you've come all the way to my Hahuan sect to tell me this. Have you discovered a Luo physique? To be frank, sect master, one of the Black Lotus sect's saintesses, is precisely a Luo physique. Xu Ming bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Cui Renwang frowned, visibly surprised. Releasing the women by his side, he descended and began circling around Xu Ming. It's said that the Black Lotus sect has 5 saintesses and 5 saints' sons. In the end, only one survives to ascend as the cult leader, while the rest must die. Now it seems, saint's son, you're looking to form an alliance with me. Exactly my intention, Xu Ming admitted without pretense. And I believe the sect master will find this proposition intriguing. Cui Renwang raised an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. Xu Ming straightened up. As far as I know, Immortal is still a virgin. The untouched Luo physique. Surely I don't need to elaborate on how rare and valuable that is. Currently, Immortal has fallen into the hands of a man. But rest assured, sect master, women from the western regions are exposed to a particular toxin from a young age, applied to their undergarments. If that man has tried anything improper, he'd already have succumbed to the poison. If the sect master assists me in killing that man, I'll help you capture Immortal. What do you think, sect master? Cui Renwang walked slowly, contemplating. After a long pause, he stopped. It does sound like a good deal. But who is this man? Why do you want him dead? Xu Ming chuckled. To be honest, I don't know why I'm to kill him. It's a direct order from the sect leader. But as for the man's identity, I can share it with you. He's none other than the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom, the top scholar, Xu Ming. Cui Renwang narrowed his eyes. You're asking me to make an enemy of the entire Wu Kingdom? That doesn't seem worth it. Xu Ming replied with confidence. If the sect master agrees to join forces with me, I guarantee that no one will trace Xu Ming's death back to you. Furthermore, Xu Ming clapped his hands, and an old servant by his side stepped forward, presenting a small vial. Cui Renwang glanced at it. And this is... Xu Ming smiled. This is a joyful elixir, obtained from the abbot of the Joy Temple. Once ingested, not even an immortal, let alone Immortal, could resist its effects. From the Yellow Sand River Dragon King till now, rewards have been fully settled. You killed the flood dragon of Yellow Sand River, Huangsha Jinjuan, golden core realm physique, plus 100, spiritual power quality, plus 100, martial chi, plus 100, sword chi, plus 100, dragon slayer technique, plus 20. You killed the lesser demons who were with the Yellow Sand River Dragon King. Estimated strength, plus 50, group compatibility, plus 20. You repelled the North Sea Dragon Palace envoys, Ruo Lan and Ruo Yi sisters. Sword intent, plus 20, sword chi, plus 50, sea raised bonus damage, plus 30. Just as Xu Ming arrived outside the city of Yanji, the system's voice echoed in his mind. As the voice faded, a soothing, warm flow surged through Xu Ming's body. The comfort was so intense that Xu Ming almost let out a soft groan. He could feel it clearly. He had grown stronger again. Moreover, both his martial artist and chi cultivator realms were showing signs of breaking through. This was the prelude to advancement. However, Xu Ming quickly suppressed the urge. Now was not the time to let it happen. His current spiritual energy in the Cave Mansion realm and true chi in the Heroic Soul realm were already locked in a life-or-death struggle. If he broke through further and both his spiritual energy and true chi advanced to the next level, it would be disastrous. Xu Ming realized that a choice was inevitable. Between the path of the martial artist and the chi cultivator, only one could remain. If not, his spiritual veins and meridians would surely shatter. The only disappointment Xu Ming felt was that the system had not granted him any special rewards this time, aside from the attribute points. He guessed it was because the Yellow Sand River Dragon King was too weak. Although it was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, its quality was among the lowest tier of that rank. The system's rewards had been correspondingly less generous. It could also be because he had faced many Golden Core cultivators already. Only the first encounter with one offered substantial rewards, and subsequent encounters yielded diminishing returns. Why are you standing here, spacing out, instead of entering the city, young master? Mo Zhuer approached with a gentle smile, breaking Xu Ming's thoughts. Xu Ming snapped back to reality and casually brushed her off. Nothing much. Just thought this city felt a bit peculiar. Let's go. With that, he strode forward. Watching his retreating figure, Mo Zhuer furrowed her brows. A moment ago, she had a strange feeling. She could have sworn that, for a fleeting moment, Xu Ming's spiritual energy and martial true chi had grown even denser, as if he was about to break through. That couldn't be possible, right? How old was Xu Ming? Regardless of whether it was his martial artist realm or chi cultivator realm breaking through, it would be shocking enough. And yet, he could already stand against Golden Core realm cultivators with his current level. If he did break through, wouldn't he become truly monstrous? No, it must have been my imagination. Definitely a mistake. Mo Zhuer shook her head, reassuring herself. He hasn't done anything noteworthy recently. There's no way one could cultivate just by walking around, right? Still unsettled, she followed Xu Ming. The group entered a city named Yanji City. Yanji, Rouge, city was a neutral city, unaffiliated with any dynasty. It was said to contain every type of rouge and powder in existence, hence its name. Rumor had it that the city was also under the influence of the Hawan sect, with many of its enterprises based here. As they stepped into Yanji City, a faint, delicate fragrance of rouge wafted through the air. Xu Ming felt as though he had stepped into a giant box of rouge. Fortunately, the scent wasn't overwhelming. In ancient times, the fragrance of rouge was generally derived from natural flower powders rather than chemical compounds, unlike the perfumes of the Blue Star, which often smelled unbearably artificial and pungent. Handsome young master, come and play with us. My lord, this servant has missed you terribly. Ah, Master Chin, you're here. Please come in. Oh my, young master, you're so dashing. This humble one can play the flute. Shall I play a tune for you? On either side of the street, scantily clad women tugged at passers-by to draw them in, as expected of a city under the Hawan sect's influence. In a single street, barely 300 meters long, there were already multiple brothels. It seemed competition in this line of work was particularly fierce in Yanji City. Beyond that, Clothing stores were also abundant, and the women here dressed daringly. Every so often, Xu Ming would spot women in half-crop tops or skirts with slits reaching up to their thighs, their every step oozing charm and allure. Even in what seemed like ordinary inns, the ones serving dishes and pouring water weren't typical waiters but provocatively dressed women. Some diners, stirred by the atmosphere, couldn't contain themselves. After eating for a bit, they'd rent a room and take a girl upstairs to discuss life. Truly, this was a city steeped in indulgence and decadence. Xu Ming couldn't help but think that if it weren't for his firm resolve, spending just 3 days here might leave him 10 pounds lighter. It was no surprise that most men in this city looked pale and drained. Finding an inn, Xu Ming stepped inside to eat. Because he was accompanied by a female companion, and Immortal was exceptionally beautiful, the women in the inn didn't bother trying to serve him. This left some of the women feeling regretful. After all, it had been ages since they'd seen someone as handsome and full of vitality as Xu Ming. Should I excuse myself and let the girls here serve our dear imperial son-in-law? Immortal asked with a sly smile, her gaze fixed on Xu Ming. No need, Xu Ming replied flatly. Just sit. Fair enough. Immortal propped her chin on her hand, looking quite pleased with herself. These girls aren't as pretty as me anyway. Why would our dear imperial son-in-law be interested in them? Xu Ming didn't bother refuting her narcissism. Immortal wasn't wrong. From the moment they entered Yinji City, Xu Ming hadn't seen anyone who could rival Immortal's beauty. Before long, a woman wearing nothing but a belly wrap and loose pants sashayed over with her dishes. Please enjoy your meal, dear guests. If there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to call me. As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious wink at Xu Ming before turning and walking away. Shameless hussy, Immortal muttered irritably as she watched the woman's exaggerated performance. You're not much better, Xu Ming said indifferently, handing a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice to Shen Shengsheng. Not at all, Immortal retorted playfully. Just look at how wide their hips are. Who knows how many men they've been with? Meanwhile, I'm still pure and untouched. If you don't believe me, dear imperial son-in-law, you're welcome to verify tonight. Quit your nonsense and eat, Xu Ming scolded. Immortal picked up her chopsticks, pouting slightly. She didn't bother with this unromantic man anymore and began nibbling at her food. Truthfully, Immortal's feelings had grown increasingly complicated over this period. At first, her attempts to seduce Xu Ming were purely strategic. She wanted to poison him. If he wanted the antidote, he'd have to come to her. Otherwise, they'd both perish. Back then, Xu Ming was balancing 2 paths, martial artist and chi cultivator, while her life was on the line. The imbalance seemed unfair. But over time, as Xu Ming consistently avoided her traps and didn't even spare her a second glance, often treating her as a mere servant without a shred of pity, Immortal began to doubt her own allure. Thus, her attempts to seduce Xu Ming slowly morphed into a personal challenge. She wanted to prove she still had immense appeal to men, even to a blockhead like him. But as expected, this blockhead really was a blockhead. The more Immortal thought about it, the angrier she became. The angrier she got, the more frustrated she felt. In a fit of irritation, she shoved a large spoonful of rice in her mouth, followed by a bite of greens. As the food entered her mouth, Immortal sensed something was off and turned to look at Xu Ming. Xu Ming, as calm as ever, took a bite of meat. What are you looking at? Keep eating. Don't think too much. While speaking, Xu Ming poured tea for Immortal and Shen Shengsheng. However, as he did so, 2 pills slipped from his sleeve into the cups, dissolving instantly upon contact with the tea. Immortal drank the tea without a second thought and continued eating her meal. After finishing their food and paying the bill, the 3 of them left the inn. Someone tried to poison us. Was it aimed at you? Xu Ming asked in a low voice. Oh, don't put it like that, dear imperial son-in-law, Immortal replied with a faint smile. Even if it was aimed at me, it's still because of you. Think about it. We're together now. You're on the Black Lotus sect's kill list, and I'm one of their saintesses. Naturally, plenty of people will want to see us both dead. It's just a matter of figuring out who's behind it. Xu Ming fell silent. He entered another inn and placed a small silver ingot on the counter. One upper room. Right away, the innkeeper respectfully handed Xu Ming a room key. It's on the third floor, left side, the last room at the end of the hallway. Thank you. Xu Ming's gaze swept subtly across the other patrons in the inn before taking the key and heading upstairs. Seems like quite a few people are following us. Immortal remarked with a smile. Do you have any idea who they are? Xu Ming asked. Not at all, Immortal replied, shaking her head. I don't recognize any of them. But this is Yanji City, and it's the territory of the Hawan sect. The Hawan sect? Xu Ming's expression subtly shifted upon hearing the name. What's this? Could it be that dear imperial son-in-law knows something about the Hawan sect? Immortal teased with a knowing smile. No, I've just heard the name, Xu Ming said, shaking his head. The name Hawan sect was all too familiar to him. In nearly every Xinxian novel he had read in his past life, there was mention of a Hawan sect. Known as the #1 sect across the realms, the Hawan sect certainly had its reputation, though most of the time it ended up as cannon fodder. What kind of sect is the Hawan sect? Xu Ming asked Immortal. It's a bit of an odd one, Immortal said thoughtfully. The Hawan sect has existed in this world for tens of thousands of years, but it remains a relatively weak sect. To date, records show that the highest cultivation level achieved by a Hawan sect leader was only the Jade Purity realm. Most of the sect leaders were at the nascent Soul realm. For example, the current sect leader, Chui Renwang. The sect's guiding principle is unite the pleasures of the world, share the joys of life. They practice dual cultivation regardless of gender. Rumor has it that the Hawan sect possesses a secret technique, a supreme method that allows one to ascend to the Ascension realm through dual cultivation. If their techniques are that powerful, why is it that the highest recorded cultivation level among their leaders is only the Jade Purity realm? Xu Ming asked, intrigued. A cultivator's level was largely determined by talent and cultivation methods. Logically speaking, after so many years, the Hawan sect should have produced at least one prodigious disciple. Even if it was down to luck, they couldn't possibly have failed for tens of thousands of years. That left the cultivation techniques as the potential issue. But based on Immortal's description, the Hawan sect's techniques didn't seem lacking. Dear imperial son-in-law, Immortal said with a teasing tone, what I told you were the recorded cultivation levels of past leaders. However, there are rumors that among the unrecorded leaders, at least one reached the Ascension realm. But that was so long ago, Immortal chuckled and said, nowadays, the people of the Hawan sect have completely strayed from their original path. The current Hawan sect is filled with nothing but lust-driven creatures, thinking with their lower halves regardless of gender. I'd wager they've long forgotten what their ancestors envisioned for the original way of Hawan. Many of them have already fallen into demonic cultivation. Male disciples of the Hawan sect have turned into vile predators, forcing themselves on women and treating them as nothing more than furnaces for their cultivation. Likewise, many of the female disciples indulge in unrestrained harvesting, draining their victims dry until they're little more than withered corpses. As a result, many cultivators have started classifying the Hawan sect as a demonic sect. She sighed, spreading her hands with a look of helplessness. Still, you can't deny one thing. While the Hawan sect lacks top-tier combat strength, their influence is vast. Their brothels are spread all over the world. Immortal stretched her arms wide, yawning lazily as she sat on the bed. After all, compared to the dull monotony of traditional cultivation, what could be more enjoyable than indulging in pleasures of the flesh while improving your strength? As for this situation, I'd bet my competitors have teamed up with the Hawan sect to take the both of us out. Don't forget, dear imperial son-in-law, you're also on their hit list. Xu Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What kind of benefits could your competitors offer to convince an entire sect to act against us? Immortal's lips curled into a playful smile, but she said nothing. Xu Ming glanced at her, sensing she might be hiding something. "Oh, don't look at me like that, my dear," Immortal feigned embarrassment, waving her hand coyly. "Right now, we're surely surrounded by members of the Hahuan sect. If you want to leave, there's only one way." "What way?" Xu Ming asked. Immortal stepped closer, her warm breath brushing against his face as she leaned in. "By listening to me carefully and doing exactly as I say, of course." Twilight. Outside the bustling Wangsheng Inn in Yanji City, the disciples of the Hahuan sect had already gathered together, sitting by the noodle and wine stalls near the inn, occasionally casting glances toward it. "Young master, why haven't the Hahuan sect members made a move yet?" the old servant asked Xu Ming, looking somewhat impatient. Immortal was a woman ranked among the top 10 beauties, and she was also the esteemed saintess of her sect. If Immortal were truly captured and he could share an intimate moment with her, even if he were to rank behind the dogs, he would still be content. "What's the rush?" Xu Ming yawned and poured himself a cup of wine. "Although the Hahuan sect is cooperating with us, the person they want to kill is the saintess of the Black Lotus sect. For the Black Lotus sect, this would be a disgraceful matter. The Hahuan sect is merely a minor sect. To maintain its dignity, the Black Lotus sect will certainly hold them accountable. In the end, the Hahuan sect will become the sacrificial pawn in the power struggle between the Black Lotus sect's saints and saintesses. That leader of the Hahuan sect, Cui Wang, isn't a fool. He understands this layer of consequences, so he has to proceed flawlessly, at least in a way that leaves no trace for the Black Lotus sect to discover. By the time I speak up for them in the Black Lotus sect, even if everyone knows the truth, they won't break the silence. The matter will blow over." "I see," the old servant nodded. "So everything was within your calculations, young master." Xu Ming took out his folding fan, snapping it open with a pa sound, and fanned himself. "Nothing is ever truly within calculations. I simply think a bit further than others. When you're in my position, if you don't think ahead, you're more likely to die. Anyway, let's wait until tonight. The Hahuan sect's poison seems to be administered in 2 doses. The second dose will be given tonight, and only then will its full effect take hold. We're already surrounded." Earlier, Immortal had opened the window, leaning on the windowsill to observe the street below for the duration of a stick of incense. She appeared to be casually gazing outside, but in truth, she had already identified the Hahuan sect disciples among the crowd. From what she saw, roughly 70 people were scattered around the corners outside the inn. "That's to be expected," Xu Ming replied, still meditating with his eyes closed, restoring his spiritual power and martial energy. "If I'm not mistaken, the Hahuan sect will administer a second dose of poison tonight. When the 2 doses combine, it will activate, making it hard for anyone to detect until it's too late. That's when they'll make their move." Immortal blinked at Xu Ming. "How do you know so much?" Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes, glancing at her as if she were a fool. "When you feel like you don't know enough, you should read more. A lot of things are documented in books. Back in Wu Kingdom, whether at the Su family estate, the Blood Azure Battalion, or the palace, Xu Ming often read various books. When he was preparing to roam the martial world, he had spent an extended period in Wu Kingdom's royal library, not just to enhance his abilities, but also to avoid being easily tricked. The royal library contained rare texts that documented sect secrets and techniques. They had indeed proven useful. Seeing Xu Ming's disdainful gaze, Immortal's chest rose and fell violently. She felt an itch in her foot, tempted to kick him hard. Why was this man so infuriating? "So what do we do now?" Immortal steadied her breath, her smile returning. "Didn't you say that as long as I followed your lead, we'd be able to leave safely? Now you're asking me instead." Xu Ming said calmly. "Well, I was pretty confident in myself before, but seeing how much you know, of course, I'll leave everything in your capable hands, young master." "Don't. I'm counting on you to lead us out of here. You've got this." Xu Ming closed his eyes again. What does "you've got this" mean? Over the past few days, Immortal noticed that Xu Ming occasionally used terms she didn't understand. "It means to give it your best shot," Xu Ming explained. Immortal smack. A sound rang out on the table in front of Xu Ming. Opening his eyes again, he saw Immortal slapping two small straw dolls onto the table. "What's this?" Xu Ming curiously examined the straw dolls on the table. Hee. Immortal looked pleased with herself. For the first time since meeting Xu Ming, she felt a sense of superiority, and it felt fantastic. "Inject a little spiritual energy into one of these dolls," Immortal urged enthusiastically. Xu Ming hesitated for a moment, wondering if Immortal might use the doll to curse him once he did. But after reconsidering, he decided it was unlikely. Even a practitioner of the Yin-Yang sect would need someone's blood essence and birth date to cast a proper curse. Merely channeling spiritual energy into a straw doll shouldn't have any such effect. Xu Ming injected a sliver of spiritual energy into one of the dolls, and Immortal did the same with the other. Placing the two straw dolls on her smooth, fair thighs, Immortal clasped her hands together and began chanting a spell. In the next moment, the two straw dolls started moving. They stood up on Immortal's soft, white thighs and then jumped down, one on each side, landing on the floor. Shun crouched in front of the two straw dolls, poking at them with her finger. The straw dolls gradually grew larger, their shapes slowly changing. Startled, Shun leapt back in alarm. When the transformation finished, the straw dolls had turned into life-size straw figures that looked exactly like Xu Ming and Immortal. "It's not done yet," Immortal said smugly. Walking over, she pulled out a stack of paper from her sleeve, over 100 sheets of rice paper. She carefully placed the rice paper over every part of the straw figures. Then, pulling out a brush, she infused it with her spiritual energy. The brush moved like a printer, painting rapidly on the straw figures. Finally, when everything was complete, the two straw figures looked exactly like Xu Ming and Immortal. Using the same technique, Immortal created a straw figure of Shun. Shun stared at the straw figure, which was as tall as she was, poking it here and there with her finger. Immortal clapped her hands with a satisfied smile as the three straw figures joined hands and started moving, behaving remarkably human-like. Sitting on the bed with her fair legs crossed, Immortal smiled slyly and said, "This is my plan." In the evening, Xu Ming led Immortal and Shun out of the room, heading to the first floor of the inn to openly enjoy dinner. As expected, the food was indeed poisoned. Xu Ming thought that if not for the strange attributes he had gained over the years, which made him more sensitive to toxins, he might not have noticed the anomaly in the dishes. Like most cultivators, it would have been easy for him to fall into the trap. As for why Immortal was also able to detect the poison, Xu Ming wasn't sure. Perhaps she had undergone special training? After all, given her background as a woman of the demonic sect, her vigilance must be at its peak. After finishing their meal, the trio returned to their room. By the middle of the fifth watch, the sky had turned completely dark, and the nightlife of Yanji City was just beginning. Many brothels were only then opening their doors to guests. The streets and alleys were filled with laughter, and as one passed by a brothel, one could even feel the faint vibrations of activity within. Disciples of the Heiresses sect glanced at the moon and felt it was the right time to act. But just as they were about to make their move, they saw Xu Ming and his companions leave the inn, walking down the street with laughter and chatter. The Heiresses sect disciples exchanged glances, surprised that the trio had come out. "Notify the sect master immediately, and let's follow them," ordered a steward of the sect. "Young master, should we follow them?" an old servant asked. Xu Ming sneered. They were a bit troublesome in the inn, but now that they've stepped outside, it'll be much easier. "Let's go. Follow them." Half a stick of incense after Xu Ming and his companions left the inn, the real Xu Ming and his group slipped out through a window and headed swiftly in the opposite direction of Yanji City. If not for the city's no-fly formation, they would have already taken to the skies. "We need to move faster," Immortal estimated. "Those three straw men can hold out for half an hour at most." "Isn't it possible you're being too optimistic? What if they can't even last that long?" Xu Ming glanced at Immortal. Immortal. In the eastern part of Yanji City, the Strawman Xu Ming trio continued walking forward in silence. Not a single word escaped their mouths. Xu Ming and the Hahuan sect disciples followed closely, having received their orders. At first, Xu Ming pondered where the trio might be headed and where would be the best place to ambush them. But the longer he followed, the more he felt something was wrong. Why hadn't they spoken a word? It was as if they were merely walking forward without any awareness. When a man accidentally bumped into Immortal, apologized, and the trio completely ignored him, continuing forward without acknowledgement, Xu Ming's unease deepened. Something's off. Xu Ming frowned. The old servant was puzzled. Young master, what's off? These three. There's something very wrong about them, Xu Ming said, gripping his fan tightly. They're like puppets. With that, Xu Ming strode forward, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew his sword and slashed horizontally. The heads of Xu Ming and his companions fell cleanly from their necks. Help! Murder! Someone's killing people in the street. The onlookers covered their mouths in shock, screaming loudly. But soon they noticed that not a drop of blood spilled from the severed heads. The three figures collapsed to the ground, their bodies transforming bit by bit until they turned into straw men covered in white paper. We've been tricked. Gazing at the three straw men, Xu Ming gripped his long sword tightly. Meanwhile, Xu Ming and his companions had already exited Yanji City and were flying toward Xianyue City. As long as they could make it to Xianyue City, they would essentially be safe. Xianyue City was directly under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sect, and no one dared to casually kill within its borders. Doing so would be a blatant slap to the face of the Tianxian sect. The problem was, Xu Ming and the others weren't certain if they could reach Xianyue City safely. Unsurprisingly, the Hahuan sect was undoubtedly in a frenzy, desperately searching for them. With their plan exposed, they were determined to eliminate Xu Ming and Immortal. Otherwise, with the backing Xu Ming and Immortal had, retaliation would spell disaster for the Hahuan sect. Outside Yanji City, scattered disciples of the Hahuan sect had already received orders and were relentlessly searching. Who are you? Stop right there. Don't fly any further. Two patrolling Hahuan sect disciples spotted two unknown figures in the air. Stop! I said stop. Do you hear me? Boom! As the two figures approached, one of them, a man carrying a young girl, threw a punch. One of the disciples instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Something's wrong. Notify the sect master immediately, one disciple shouted. But before he could act, Xu Ming smashed him into blood mist as well. The last Hahuan sect disciple was filled with terror as he saw the man rushing toward him. He hastily released a signal flare. Though the final disciple fell to Xu Ming's punch, the flare had already exploded in the sky. Let's move. We need to be faster, Xu Ming said. Got it, Immortal replied seriously, no longer showing her usual playful demeanor. The Hahuan sect master wasn't foolish. He had already suspected that Xu Ming's group might head for Xianyue City, so he had stationed disciples along the route. Now, the signal flare confirmed his hunch. Cultivators who saw the flare began rushing toward Xu Ming's direction. Xu Ming and his companions encountered more and more Hahuan sect disciples, breaking through encirclements time and again. Each of Xu Ming's punches obliterated a target, body, and soul. Immortal's silk ribbon pierced through the bodies of cultivators, while the soft sword at her waist was drawn, striking like a serpent to stab into her opponent's hearts. Even Shun Sheng, who was hooked around Xu Ming's neck, proved to be a formidable force. Transforming into a cannon, she unleashed black flames at anyone who approached. Immortal couldn't help but feel that this little girl was increasingly extraordinary. You three might as well stop here. Just as they were less than 10 miles from Xianyue City, a voice filled with authority rang out. A beam of light descended from the sky, and the Hahuan sect master appeared, blocking Xu Ming and his companion's path. Perhaps you three should stop right there. A middle-aged man stood in front of Xu Ming and his companions. The man was dressed in a loose robe, its deep V-neck revealing his chest and abs. Perhaps he thought he looked dashing in this attire. His gaze swept over Shura, who was standing beside Xu Ming, and immediately froze. It said that the holy maiden of the Black Lotus sect is as beautiful as a celestial being. Seeing you today, it's clear the rumors are true. I've seen countless women, but compared to you, they're all mere powder and rouge. The man, Chui Wang, licked his lips as if parched, his eyes radiating an unmistakable intent. Looking at the man blocking her path, Shura felt a wave of disgust. As much as Xu Ming occasionally tormented her with candle drips or made her roast meat, compared to this man, Xu Ming seemed infinitely better. At the very least, Xu Ming's gaze never carried that kind of beastly intrusion. "Are you the sect master of the Hawan sect?" Xu Ming asked. Judging from the pressure emanating from this man, Xu Ming estimated he was in the nascent soul stage. According to Shura, the current sect master of the Hawan sect was indeed at this level. That's correct. Chui Wang clasped his hands and greeted Xu Ming respectfully. "I am Chui Wang, sect master of the Hawan sect. It's an honor to meet the prince consort. The rumors of your striking looks are not exaggerated. What business does sect master Chui have with us?" Xu Ming asked knowingly. "Oh, nothing much. I just wish to invite you two to my Hawan sect for some drinks and to extend my hospitality. Otherwise, people might think we don't know how to treat our guests." Chui Wang said with a smile. "Sect master Chui is too kind, but we're in a hurry. Maybe next time." Xu Ming replied. "Don't say next time. Who knows when that will be? This time is perfect." As soon as Chui Wang finished speaking, the disciples of the Hawan sect surrounding Xu Ming took another step closer. Xu Ming scanned his surroundings and said, "So it seems sect master intends to forcefully extend your hospitality. If word of this gets out, it won't reflect well on you." Chui Wang chuckled. "True, it wouldn't look good. But tonight, who's going to know? No one will hear of this." Xu Ming sneered. The Hawan sect truly has a unique way of showing hospitality. Chui Wang stroked his chin and replied, "Hospitality is what we pride ourselves on." "Is that so?" Before Chui Wang could react, Xu Ming appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick. Even though Chui Wang was in the nascent soul stage, his physical toughness was far inferior to Xu Ming's. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the kick, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust several meters high. "Let's go," Xu Ming shouted to Shura. Shura snapped out of her daze and followed Xu Ming as they broke through the encirclement. But just as they moved, a black cloud in the night sky transformed into a massive hand, reaching down to grab them. Frowning, Shura flicked her sleeve, summoning a wind dragon that tore the black hand apart. "Junior sister, long time no see." A man stepped forward on the black cloud, followed by an old servant. Shura let out a cold laugh. "I was wondering why the Hawan sect would bother causing me trouble. So, this was all senior brother's idea." "Ah, don't say that," the man, Ming said, shaking his head. "I had no idea what was happening. I just arrived, you know." "Attacking me as soon as you arrived?" "Senior brother, you're really impatient," Shura said, her eyes narrowing with a faint smile. "Did I attack you just now, junior sister? My apologies, my apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else. In fact, I was just trying to help you." Ming clasped his hands in apology with a smile. Shura said nothing more, but secretly whispered to Xu Ming, "This man is one of the holy sons of the Black Lotus sect, Ming." Hearing this name, Xu Ming's brow twitched. He couldn't help but wonder if Ming had a brother named Wubbing, literally, G without sickness. "Prince consort, you're rather rude. I invited you to be a guest, but you responded with a kick. Is this how the top scholar of Wu Kingdom behaves?" Chui Wang flew over, dusting himself off. "Over here." Xu Ming wasted no words, pulling Shura and heading in another direction to break out. "Go after them. Whoever captures those two will be rewarded with 100 top-grade spirit stones." The prince consort will be given to the female disciples as a cauldron, and the male disciples will get a chance to enjoy emotion. At Shui Renwang's command, all pretense was dropped, and the Hahuan sect disciples charged towards Xu Ming and his group. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect had long coveted Xu Ming's robust blood energy. Courting death, the Hahuan sect disciples were hardly a threat. After Xu Ming killed a few with his fists, the rest, fearing for their lives, dared not advance further. The real problem was Shui Renwang and Mo Zhuer's senior brother, Ji Wuming. Xu Ming managed to break through the Hahuan sect's encirclement, but Shui Renwang and Ji Wuming kept close pursuit, making it impossible for him to shake them off. Shang, you go ahead. Fly straight to Xianwei City. Xu Ming shouted to Shang. Shang hugged Xu Ming's neck tightly, shaking her head. Be good, Xu Ming said, ruffling her hair. This isn't running away. It's going to Xianwei City to bring reinforcements. Whether I survive or not depends on you. Shang looked at Xu Ming seriously. Reluctant as she was to leave him, the earnest and resolute look in his eyes told her that his life might indeed depend on her. Clenching her fists, Shang took a deep breath. Black wings burst from her back, tearing through her clothes. She soared towards Xianwei City with astonishing speed. Shui Renwang tried to intercept her, but Xu Ming's foot appeared in front of his face. Boom! Shui Renwang raised his arms to block, but was sent flying several meters by the kick. Do you really think you can hold out until reinforcements from Xianwei City arrive? Shui Renwang chuckled. And why would they even help you? Who knows? Xu Ming tilted his head, his blood energy surging and enveloping his entire body. Dao runes appeared in his eyes once more. Xu Ming closed the distance, throwing a punch the size of sandbag straight at Shui Renwang's forehead. Shui Renwang shielded his arms with spiritual energy and forcefully took the blow, though the impact left his palms numb. Using his other hand as a blade, Shui Renwang struck towards Xu Ming's waist. Xu Ming kicked his chest and used the momentum to pull back, narrowly evading the strike. The wind blade from Shui Renwang's hand sliced through a small mountain, cutting its peak clean off. Shui Renwang began chanting a spell. 9 illusory women surrounded Xu Ming, laughing seductively with alluring postures. But Xu Ming remained unfazed. He leaped into the air, gripping a long sword, and slashed down at Shui Renwang's head. Shui Renwang dodged, but the mountain behind him was split in half by Xu Ming's sword. What fearsome sword energy, Shui Renwang said with admiration. The power of Xu Ming's sword energy was far beyond that of an ordinary cave mansion stage cultivator. Shui Renwang couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could Xu Ming, a mere cave mansion sage cultivator, hold his own against a nascent soul expert like himself? Still, Shui Renwang thought to himself, this is as far as Xu Ming will go. In the face of absolute power, no matter how much of a genius you are, it's useless. Shui Renwang said, pulling out his natal artifact, a jade flute. As the flute's melody filled the air, razor-sharp wind blades surged towards Xu Ming. He punched them apart, but the blades still left several bloody gashes on his fist. Xu Ming frowned, gripping his 9 heavens thundersword. Sword energy roared like a tidal wave as he slashed, the surging tide rushing toward Shui Renwang. The flute's melody grew more intense, shattering Xu Ming's sword energy. Then came the heaven-splitting fist. Xu Ming's fist, powerful enough to shake mountains, slammed toward Shui Renwang's chest. Shui Renwang raised his flute horizontally, blocking the blow. Spiritual energy clashed with martial qi, sending both of them flying. Shui Renwang quickly steadied himself, but Xu Ming was thrown over 100 meters away. He landed heavily, his chest tight and his throat filled with a metallic taste, coughing up a mouthful of blood. With your level of cultivation, lasting 10 moves against me is already a rare feat, Shui Renwang said, marveling at Xu Ming. If given enough time, I can't imagine the heights you would reach. Xu Ming chuckled. Then why not let me go? Shui Renwang tapped the jade flute in his hand and smirked. You're dreaming. Then I guess there's no other choice. Xu Ming sneered, his martial chi and spiritual energy surging wildly. A late-night breeze swept through the air, swirling towards Xu Ming and enveloping him. Around him, an invisible vortex began to form. Elsewhere, Xu kicked Xu Ming and his old servant aside, her gaze falling on Xu Ming. Her eyes trembled, and she shouted, "Xu Ming, are you insane? Miss Mo is right. Have you lost your mind?" Chui Renwang said, narrowing his eyes at Xu Ming. "You actually plan to break through to the heroic soul realm and the sea observation realm simultaneously? Even if you succeed, what then? Do you think just stepping into those realms will let you kill me? Enforcing a breakthrough like this will destabilize your foundation, making it impossible for you to ever reach the nascent soul stage." T/N, wasn't he already at the heroic soul realm? So what? Xu Ming smiled faintly. If I'm going to die here, I might as well take a desperate gamble. Otherwise, what future is there? Do you expect me to just sit here and wait for someone to save me? As Xu Ming spoke, his martial chi and spiritual energy twisted and intertwined, growing increasingly chaotic. Chui Renwang could only stand and watch, not daring to step forward. It wasn't that he wanted to give Xu Ming time to break through for a fair fight, but the energy swirling around Xu Ming had reached such a terrifying level that even Chui Renwang feared getting seriously injured if he approached recklessly. "Junior sister seems very concerned about him," Xu Ming said with a smile, glancing at Emoji. "Could it be you've fallen for him?" "Shut up," Emoji snapped, raising her flexible sword and thrusting it toward Xu Ming like a snake. Xu Ming dodged gracefully. "Touchy are we?" Xu Ming fanned himself lazily. "What's so special about this man that's captured your heart?" Emoji ignored him, her focus entirely on Xu Ming. To everyone else, forcing a breakthrough to the sea observation and heroic soul realms with an unstable foundation would only lead to one outcome: damaging the foundation and ruining the path to greater cultivation. But Emoji knew there was an even worse possibility. Xu Ming's martial chi and spiritual energy were already at odds, like fire and water. His body was pushed to its limits, and now he was attempting to ascend to an even higher level in both his martial and spiritual cultivation. Could his body really endure it? Even if Xu Ming didn't explode on the spot, that would already be a stroke of fortune. It wasn't that she liked this insufferable man, but if Xu Ming died, her own situation would only grow worse. Besides, it would truly be a shame if Xu Ming died. Though infuriating, men like him were rare in this world. "Handle your senior brother. Don't worry about me," Xu Ming said to Emoji. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as martial chi and spiritual energy burst out from Xu Ming's body, spreading outward and surging into the sky. Xu Ming exhaled deeply. He clenched his fists, and for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through his body. He could even feel the strength of his soul, so robust that any wandering spirits or ghosts would likely avoid him entirely. Soul-targeting spells would also struggle to affect him. So this is the heroic soul realm? A soul of unyielding strength. Xu Ming felt as if his entire being had transformed into solid rock. Moreover, he noticed a drastic change in his sea of consciousness. What was once a small lake had expanded into a vast ocean. His divine sense, now embodied as a miniature figure, stood at the shore, gazing at the endless waters. The sea observation realm, compared to the cave mansion realm, the most significant improvement was the sheer quality of his spiritual energy. Xu Ming meticulously examined every change within his body. Opposite him, Chui Renwang stood frozen, his brows furrowed deeply. If earlier, Chui Renwang was hesitant to approach Xu Ming due to the chaotic energy emanating from his breakthrough, now it was for an entirely different reason. The aura radiating from Xu Ming was terrifying, exuding an oppressive force that made Chui Renwang hesitate. As much as he didn't want to admit it, a chilling thought surfaced in his mind. Could this man actually kill me? Has there ever been a martial artist who achieved both the dominant spirit and sea observation realms simultaneously? Want to try? Xu Ming looked at Chui Renwang and asked calmly, Before Chui Renwang could process what Xu Ming had said, his figure had already appeared in front of him. Boom! A single kick landed. It was so fast that Chui Renwang only caught a glimpse of a blur before pain erupted throughout his body. Crash! Chui Renwang was sent flying, crashing into a nearby mountain and shattering a massive boulder. What the? Master! While Ji Wuming stood in disbelief, questioning whether he was dreaming, Xu Ming had already appeared before him. Xu Ming swung his sword down at Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming barely dodged to the side. The strike, originally meant to cleave Chui Renwang in half, instead severed Ji Wuming's arm cleanly. Xu Ming swung his sword down. Although Ji Wuming managed to avoid a fatal blow, his arm was severed on the spot. Ji Wuming let out a scream, retreating quickly to create distance. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the man before him. Meanwhile, his old servant swiftly caught the severed arm as it fell and handed it back to Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming grabbed his arm and reattached it without hesitation. For cultivators who had reached the cave mansion realm, reattaching severed limbs was a simple matter as long as the limb remained intact. Immortal blinked her wide eyes, staring at Xu Ming's back. For the first time, she felt a sense of security like never before. But soon, Immortal couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. The one giving her a sense of safety wasn't someone from her own sect, but a sworn enemy who had always bullied her. Stay close, Xu Ming said, slightly turning his head toward Immortal. Before she could respond, Xu Ming charged forward, sword in hand. With a single swing, Ji Wuming and his servant barely dodged in time. The mountain behind them was cleaved in two by Xu Ming's strike. Ji Wuming knew he couldn't hold back any longer. This prince consort of the Wu kingdom fought like a ferocious beast, completely beyond comprehension. Go! Ji Wuming flung out a scroll. The scroll unfurled, revealing a diagram of a sword. This was a sword diagram, an imprint of a master swordsman's techniques on a medium, usable by anyone as a one-time trump card. From the sword diagram emerged a woman. Her disheveled hair framed an empty gaze, and her flowing white robes accentuated her slender figure, as cold and distant as an ice mountain. The illusory woman swung her sword, the strike resembling the pale light of dawn that split the heavens, dividing the world into light and darkness. Xu Ming's Dao pattern eyes attempted to replicate the strike, but was clearly outmatched. The technique exceeded the limits of what his Dao pattern eyes could copy. Knowing his swordsmanship wasn't yet on par with his mastery of fist techniques, Xu Ming sheathed his blade and threw a punch instead. Heaven-splitting fist. The punch unleashed the form of a white dragon of martial intent, colliding with the illusory woman's strike. Boom! The clash of true energy and sword aura sent Xu Ming flying backward. Sensing danger, Immortal hurried to catch him. Xu Ming's back slammed into her soft chest, and both coughed up blood from the impact. Ji Wuming didn't fare much better. Xu Ming's fist aura struck him square in the chest, severely disrupting his spiritual energy. This time, the damage was significant. Seeing an opening, Immortal brandished her soft sword and lunged toward Ji Wuming, aiming to finish him off. If I die, who will clean up the mess for Huan's sect? Does the sect master intend to leave no room for negotiation? Ji Wuming said coldly. Just as Immortal's sword tip was about to pierce Ji Wuming's brow, her blade was suddenly deflected. The figure Xu Ming had knocked away earlier, Chui Renwang, strode toward Ji Wuming step by step, his injuries seemingly gone. Don't be in such a hurry, Saint's son. I was just taking a short rest. How could I stand by and do nothing? Chui Renwang chuckled, turning his gaze to Xu Ming. Since the prince consort insists, it seems we'll have to send him to his grave here. Yeah, you're welcome to try, Xu Ming retorted. In an instant, a flash of cold light streaked through the air as Xu Ming lunged at Chui Renwang, sword in hand. Chui Renwang countered with his jade flute, deflecting Xu Ming's strike as their figures collided and tumbled into the forest below. Meanwhile, Immortal's soft sword coiled around Ji Wuming, and the two resumed their fierce battle. In the forest, Xu Ming planted his stance firmly, thrusting his sword forward. The strike left a mark on Cui Renwang's chest. In response, Cui Renwang raised his jade flute to his lips, playing a tune that stirred the fallen leaves around him into motion. The fallen leaves gathered behind Cui Renwang, forming long swords that shot towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming swung his blade again and again, shattering several leaf-formed swords. His sword danced in intricate patterns, each flourish gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Step by step, Xu Ming advanced, forcing Cui Renwang to retreat. Xu Ming thrust his sword toward Cui Renwang's head, but Cui Renwang raised his flute, deflecting the blade. The residual sword energy shot past, obliterating a nearby boulder into dust. Xu Ming twisted his sword with force, slashing toward Cui Renwang's head. Sparks flew as his sword met Cui Renwang's flute. Xu Ming followed up with a punch, and Cui Renwang countered with a palm strike of his own. Xu Ming's fist struck Cui Renwang squarely in the chest, the sound of breaking ribs resonating clearly through the impact. At the same time, Cui Renwang's palm landed on Xu Ming's chest. The two were sent flying apart. Blood trickled from the corner of Xu Ming's mouth as he steadied himself. Just as Xu Ming was about to press forward again, he frowned, sensing a sudden surge of heat spreading through his body. Cui Renwang rubbed his chest, his ribs snapping back into place instantly. Feeling hot? Thirsty? Cui Renwang asked with a grin, clapping his hands to disperse some powder. That palm I struck you with is called the heart-eating palm. Normally, when a cultivator is hit by it, their most primal desires are triggered, turning them into a beast in heat. Within moments, their blood boils and they die. But you, Prince Consort, are truly remarkable. That palm seems to have had no substantial effect on you. Still, it should make you uncomfortable for an hour or two, at least. As he spoke, Cui Renwang's gaze lowered to Xu Ming's crotch. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. The Prince Consort is truly impressive, enough to make any man envious. With that, Cui Renwang summoned a massive cauldron, its surface adorned with embroidered mandarin ducks. The cauldron's oppressive aura sent a chill down Xu Ming's spine. Half-immortal weapon. Without hesitation, Xu Ming turned and fled. The effects of the heart-eating palm were bad enough, stirring his primal instincts, but manageable. He could fight through it if needed. However, with his internal energy already clashing from earlier, his spiritual energy and martial energy in conflict, the heart-eating palm only exacerbated the situation. And now, with the addition of a suspected half-immortal weapon, Xu Ming knew retreat was the only option. Above, Shura held her ground against Ji Wuming and his servant, showing no signs of defeat. However, she couldn't focus entirely on the battle, her eyes frequently darting toward the forest below. To her surprise, she saw Xu Ming running, seemingly in distress, toward another direction. Worry about yourself. Ji Wuming's voice interrupted her thoughts as he struck a palm toward her. Shura countered with her own palm strike, using the momentum to propel herself toward Xu Ming. Don't follow me, Xu Ming shouted as he saw her approaching. What? Shura called back, confused. She then noticed a massive cauldron chasing Xu Ming. As the cauldron's lid was about to seal him inside, Xu Ming unleashed a sword strike, sending towering waves of sword energy that forced the cauldron to retreat. Behind you, Xu Ming yelled at Shura. She turned just in time to see 9 nails flying toward her. Xu Ming activated his martial energy, stepping to her side in an instant. With a single sword sweep, he deflected 6 of the nails, but 3 pierced his body, 1 in his thigh, 1 in his left shoulder, and 1 in his right arm. Seeing Xu Ming standing in front of her, Shura's eyes flickered as she stared at him, lost in thought. He saved me? Why would he save me? What reason does he have to save me? What are you spacing out for? Go! Xu Ming shoved Shura forward. Fly toward Xinhua City. I'll hold off this sect master of the Hahuan sect. If I die, you must deliver Sheng Sheng to Qin Qingwan of Tianxin sect. Here's today's temporary antidote, but the ultimate cure. Qin Qingwan has it. Now go. With a sharp turn, Xu Ming charged straight at Xu Ming. Xu Ming saving Mo didn't mean he had any real feelings for her. To him, if she lived or died, it didn't matter. What Xu Ming cared about was Shun Sheng Sheng. Not knowing Mo's true character, Xu Ming lied to her, claiming that Qin Xinguan held the cure. That way, Mo would have to bring Shun Sheng Sheng to Tianqian sect. But now, Xu Ming had no choice but to carve a path for Mo to escape. In desperation, Xu Ming activated his soul-nailing pins. Xu Ming felt as though his soul was being torn apart, but he gritted his teeth and held firm. Heaven-splitting fist, mountain shaker. Xu Ming punched forward. Xu Ming summoned a tortoise-shell shield, but Xu Ming's fist went straight through it, piercing Xu Ming's heart. Impossible! Xu Ming looked down at the fist embedded in his chest, disbelief etched on his face. He couldn't comprehend it. How had he died from just a single punch? Falling from the sky, Xu Ming hit the ground, eyes wide open in shock as his life slipped away. "Young master!" Xu Ming's elderly servant cried out in anguish. But instead of avenging his master, the old man turned and fled. The massive cauldron came flying toward Xu Ming once more. Xu Ming kicked it away with a powerful strike. Mo gave Xu Ming one last glance before turning to fly toward Xinhua City. Cui Renwang moved to intercept her, but Xu Ming unleashed a wave of sword energy, forcing him back. Never thought the prince consort would fancy a demoness from the western regions, Cui Renwang mocked. Huh, that demoness isn't even worthy of tying my shoes. Xu Ming sneered coldly, his blade and fists attacking in close quarters. Mo glanced back twice, biting her lip hard. She knew she should feel liberated. That man, Xu Ming, was surely going to die at Cui Renwang's hands. If Xu Ming hadn't lied to her, all she needed to do was bring Shun Sheng Sheng to Tianqian sect, and Qin Xinguan would provide her the cure. In the end, not only would Xu Ming die, completing her mission, but he had also helped her eliminate a competitor. The final victor would be her. Yet, Mo couldn't stop herself from looking back towards Xu Ming's direction. Suddenly, she stomped her foot and turned around, flying back toward the battle. Mo, what are you doing? Go to Xinhua City. Let that man die. She cursed herself. Don't tell me. You've actually fallen for that man? She flew faster and faster. In her mind, memories surfaced of Xu Ming dripping candle wax on her, making her roast meat, and kicking her aside when she tried to seduce him. Yet during this time, she had never slept so soundly. Every time she faced certain death, he had stood in front of her. Back in the forest, Xu Ming was fending off both the massive cauldron and Cui Renwang. It was clear that Cui Renwang couldn't fully control the cauldron. He could only use it to divert Xu Ming's attacks. Otherwise, Xu Ming believed he might already be dead. Meanwhile, Xu Ming, with both his Dao pattern eyes and blood chi frenzy activated, could feel his body reaching its limits. He was being completely drained, and at this rate, death was inevitable. Running away wasn't an option either. There was no way to shake Cui Renwang off. Once his stamina and spiritual energy were exhausted, he'd be nothing more than prey. If I'm going to die, I'm taking someone down with me. This thought suddenly surfaced in Xu Ming's mind. He charged forward, shattering the air as his foot smashed into Cui Renwang's jade flute, cracking it. Cui Renwang was sent crashing to the ground again. What followed was a relentless storm of sword energy, stabbing toward Cui Renwang with fury. Xu Ming refused to give him any breathing room. At this moment, Xu Ming noticed the massive cauldron hovering in the air had stopped moving. Maybe Cui Renwang was worried it might trap them both. Even better, Xu Ming pressed the attack in close quarters, beating Cui Renwang down with everything he had. Cui Renwang tried multiple times to create distance, but Xu Ming clung to him like a leech. However, Xu Ming's strength and sword energy were steadily weakening. The clash between his martial chi and spiritual energy within his body was intensifying. Blood flowed from Xu Ming's ears, eyes, and nose. Seeing Xu Ming in this state, Cui Renwang's lips curled into a grin. He wasn't in a rush anymore. Looking at him now, Chui Renwang estimated Xu Ming would collapse and die within half an incense stick's time. But what Chui Renwang didn't know was that Xu Ming, determined to fight to the death, was entering a mysterious and profound state. Xu Ming felt as though he existed and didn't exist at the same time, as if he had transcended his physical form and was gazing down upon the world from above. He seemed to merge with his fists, with the sword in his hand. Xu Ming knew he was going to die, but before he did, he wanted to throw one last punch, one final sword strike. He felt that if he didn't unleash them, he would regret it for the rest of eternity. Suddenly, Xu Ming reached a critical, indescribable threshold. He stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes. Chui Renwang had no idea what Xu Ming was doing, but he swiftly widened the distance between them. Fall! Under Chui Renwang's command, the massive cauldron descended towards Xu Ming, completely locking onto his presence. There was no way for Xu Ming to escape, but Xu Ming had no intention of dodging. He punched upward at the cauldron. The force of his punch condensed into the form of a massive dragon, slamming against the cauldron and holding it in place. With another thought, Xu Ming's body seemed to dissolve into nothingness. His sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward Chui Renwang's chest, with Xu Ming following behind like a trail of smoke. Chui Renwang's pupils contracted sharply. By the time he realized what had happened, he looked down to see a massive hole in his chest. The sword had left no trace. Xu Ming, now back in physical form, holding his sword, couldn't even comprehend what had just transpired. Impossible! Chui Renwang's trembling eyes reflected disbelief. Ha! Ha! Impossible! How is this possible? I was killed by a mere sea observation realm cultivator? How could this be? Chui Renwang's voice grew frenzied, nearly deranged. He reached out toward the massive cauldron, gripping it tightly. If that's the case, then you're coming to die with me. The sect master of the Hahuan sect stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky. A massive cauldron immediately descended, aiming to crush Xu Ming. Although the sect master's body and soul were gradually dissipating, the command he issued to the Yuanyang cauldron had already been executed. Even if the sect master died, the cauldron would carry out its master's final orders. Xu Ming raised his head, looking at the descending cauldron. His expression remained calm, unshaken in the slightest. In Xu Ming's view, he was already destined to die. There was no chance of survival. In fact, he considered himself somewhat lucky. At least he managed to take down the sect master of the Hahuan sect. If there had been cigarettes available, Xu Ming might have sat down on the ground, a bottle of liquor in one hand and a cigarette in the other, waiting peacefully for death. But just as the cauldron was about to crush him, a black figure flashed across his peripheral vision. Immediately afterward, a faint fragrance wafted into Xu Ming's nose. He shifted his gaze from the sky and looked forward, momentarily stunned. Why are you back? What are you doing? Xu Ming asked, his tone tinged with confusion. Shura blinked her eyes. Of course, I'm here to help you. What? Not touched by my gesture. The sect master of the Hahuan sect is already dead. What are you helping me with? Get lost. Xu Ming retorted, exasperated. Shouldn't she be rushing off to deliver Shang to the Tianxian sect and fetch her antidote? Why on earth had she come back? Was her brain broken? Get lost. Shura looked around. Are you stupid? Don't you see that massive cauldron above your head? Clang! Before Xu Ming could finish his sentence, the cauldron descended, trapping both him and Shura inside. Inside the cauldron, it wasn't pitch dark. Instead, a faint light illuminated the space, casting an ethereal glow. Xu Ming finally realized it was intentional. But what he couldn't understand was why Shura deliberately chose to get trapped with him inside the cauldron. Was she seeking death? What's your scheme? Xu Ming asked, puzzled. What scheme? I came here to save you, obviously. Shura replied, annoyed. She felt like her rare moment of kindness was being utterly wasted. Ah. Xu Ming let out a cold laugh. You? Save me? If that's true, then pigs must be flying in this world. Shura gritted her teeth. In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Cunning. Shameless, Xu Ming answered flatly. Zhuer raised her foot and kicked Xu Ming's knee. Xu Ming sucked in a cold breath. Did you come here just to torment me on purpose? Xu Ming asked coldly. Exactly. I'm here to make sure your death is as miserable as possible. Zhuer snapped. I want to repay you for all the humiliation I've endured these past days. Xu Ming. Xu Ming didn't believe a word she said. Something about her fell off, as though she had taken the wrong medicine or something. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Meanwhile, the Yuanyang cauldron had already begun to activate. Xu Ming could feel every inch of his skin burning. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than the time it took to burn a stick of incense for him to be reduced to blood and ash by the cauldron. Do you even know what this cauldron is? Perhaps Zhuer had decided that arguing with him was meaningless, so she brought up a more serious topic. The Yuanyang, Mandarin duck cauldron? Xu Ming replied casually. Zhuer blinked. Didn't you already know? Xu Ming, I guessed. After all, there's a pair of Mandarin ducks painted on the cauldron. Zhuer. This cauldron is indeed called the Yuanyang cauldron. Its greatest function lies in dual cultivation. If one performs the dual cultivation method inside it, the results are twice as effective with half the effort, Zhuer explained. Of course, the Yuanyang cauldron can also be used to kill. All cauldron-based magical artifacts in the world have one primary method of killing: suppression. The methods of suppression vary, though. The Yuanyang cauldron's method is to evoke a person's most primal desires. In other words, it forcibly pushes a man's yang energy to its maximum and a woman's yin energy to hers. If the man and woman inside the cauldron fail to harmonize their yin and yang, the man's body will explode, leaving him as nothing but a pool of blood, while the woman will turn into an ice sculpture and shatter to pieces. I see, Xu Ming nodded. No wonder when he and Chui Renwang were standing close together earlier, the cauldron wouldn't budge. It was probably afraid of locking them together in a situation like this. Wait. Xu Ming realized something and turned to Zhuer. What you mean is the only way for us to get out is to... Zhuer spat a gleaming droplet to the side. Who wants to do that with you? Do you think I'd let you take advantage of me? Zhuer turned her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Wait for me to circulate my cultivation technique. I'll continuously adjust the flow of spiritual energy between us to achieve a balance of yin and yang. It'll have a similar effect. Half-immortal artifacts like this cauldron have their own will. From what I can tell, Chui Renwang never truly gained a recognition of the Yuanyang cauldron. He was merely controlling it through a divine soul imprint. Now that he's dead, the imprint is gradually fading. I estimate it'll be gone in about half an hour. If we can hold out until then, we'll be free. But I have one condition. Once we're out, this Yuanyang cauldron belongs to me. You're not allowed to fight me for it. No problem, Xu Ming agreed. He relied on his fists and his sword. He had no interest in such an artifact. Even if he did take it, he'd only end up selling it to pay off his debts. Good. Then it's settled. Sit cross-legged and face me, Zhuer instructed. Xu Ming had no choice but to comply. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Zhuer also crossed her legs and sat down. Then she noticed something. Xu Ming seemed to be pitching a tent. A sly smile crept onto Zhuer's lips. Don't tell me you're already losing control and want to do something to me? Xu Ming nodded. Honestly, yes. But just because I want it doesn't mean I'll do it. He had already been affected by the blow from Chui Renwang, which stirred up his primal desires. Now, the cauldron was amplifying those urges. And less than half a meter away sat a stunningly beautiful woman. He could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. Xu Ming felt that managing to hold himself back at this point was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Shameless. Zhuer spat again, her cheeks turning a shade of red. You pervert. Zhuer cursed. A demoness calling me a pervert? Xu Ming was momentarily stunned. Seriously, what right did this demoness have to call him a pervert? He wasn't a saint. In this situation, wasn't it normal to have some thoughts? He hadn't thrown her to the ground yet, which was already pretty restrained. Besides, Didn't she remember how she'd been flirting with him these past days? Now that was truly shameless. No excuses, Immortal said firmly. Stretch your hand out straight. Xu Ming decided not to argue with her, given that his life depended on her right now. Whether he could survive or not was entirely up to her. He extended his hand, and Immortal placed her palm against his. The moment their palms touched, both of them shuddered. For Xu Ming, touching the delicate hand of a woman in this state made the tension in his heartstring almost unbearable. For Immortal, under the influence of the Yuan-Yang cauldron, how could she possibly remain unaffected by the primal desire radiating from Xu Ming? She was simply enduring it with all her might. Immortal took a deep breath, steadying her mind. She couldn't let herself lose control here. That would be way too easy for him. Gathering her spiritual energy, she directed it into Xu Ming's body. Xu Ming didn't resist. He felt her spiritual energy, cool like ice water, flowing into his veins and calming his blood and spiritual power. At the same time, his own boiling spiritual energy entered Immortal's body, warming her icy bloodline. It's working. It's really working. Immortal realized that as long as she carefully controlled the balance of their energies, harmonizing yin and yang was indeed achievable. They just needed to hold out for 1 hour. But it required her full focus. She had to remain cautious every single moment. Immortal's spiritual energy naturally carried an allure for men, while Xu Ming's vigorous life force had a similar effect on her current state. Balancing their energies was like walking a tightrope. If anything went wrong and their spiritual energies mixed uncontrollably, it would be no different from locking a male and female beast in heat in the same cage. Rationality would be completely obliterated, and things would spiral out of control. Oh, this way. It should be here. At this critical moment, voices came from outside the cauldron. Immortal and Xu Ming froze. It was Shun Shengxing's voice, followed by the sound of 3 women talking. As the voices drew closer, panic set in for both Xu Ming and Immortal. Damn it! That momentary lapse of focus caused Immortal to lose control of her spiritual energy. Their energies merged uncontrollably. Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes, which had turned bloodshot. His breathing was hot and heavy, as though his rationality had already been consumed. Immortal's body also burned with unbearable heat. Xu Ming leaned closer to Immortal, who couldn't stop herself from leaning in as well. Both of them knew they shouldn't, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't regain control. MMPH. By the time Xu Ming and Immortal realized what was happening, she was already sitting on his lap, their lips locked together. No, don't. Immortal felt a surge of panic in her heart, but her dress was already slipping off. Su Gongzi, young master, are you in there? Su Gongzi? Outside the Yuan-Yang cauldron, 3 female disciples of the Tianxian sect called out repeatedly. They could sense the spiritual energy fluctuations inside the cauldron. Stop asking and open it already. What if Su Gongzi is inside, but just unconscious? One of the female disciples struck the cauldron with her palm, trying to force it open. But the cauldron remained completely unmoved. In contrast, sounds of impact came from within the cauldron, one after another, as if something was forcefully colliding inside. What should we do? One of the female cultivators asked anxiously. Could it be that Su Gongzi is thrashing about in pain inside? Quick, go back to the sect and ask the elders and Uncle Qin Xingwan to come. Another female cultivator suggested urgently. In no need, came a Mojuer's faint voice from inside the cauldron. I, and the mage, Xu Ming have already found a way to get out. And no need to call for help. Are you sure? Why does your breathing sound so labored, girl? One of the Tianxian sect disciples asked with concern. I'm fine. Immortal gritted her teeth, pressing against the Yuan-Yang cauldron. We're breaking out of the cauldron. It's just exhausting. Give us a stick of incense, just 1 stick of incense, and we'll be done. Su Gongzi, are you truly all right? Su Gongzi. Another disciple still seemed uncertain. We're fine. Just wait a moment. Xu Ming's voice came from within. Although it might take 2 sticks of incense. Immortal started to speak, but quickly bit her tongue. The 3 female disciples exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to trust Xu Ming's words. 2 sticks of incense later, the sounds from within the cauldron gradually ceased. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise as Xu Ming forcefully blasted the cauldron open. Shura recited an incantation and swiftly stored the Yuanyang cauldron into her pouch. The 2 of them stood facing each other, both drenched in sweat, clearly having expended significant effort to break free. Looking at the woman in front of him, Xu Ming felt a mix of emotions. What surprised him even more was that after their joint effort inside the cauldron, the chaotic energy of his martial warrior true qi and spiritual power had inexplicably calmed down. Xu Ming suddenly understood why Immortal had never shared the solution to his energy problem. It required dual cultivation. Immortal's face was flushed with embarrassment as she stretched out her pale hand towards Xu Ming, her voice cold. "The antidote. Give it to me." "There is no antidote," Xu Ming said slowly. "Don't be so shameless." Immortal clenched her delicate fists. "I help you harmonize your energy." "You. There really is no antidote," Xu Ming interrupted, shaking his head. "The truth is, you were never poisoned." "I wasn't poisoned." Immortal stared blankly at Xu Ming. "You've been lying to me this whole time?" Xu Ming looked directly into her eyes. "Yes." "Huh. Despicable man." Immortal spat on the ground, then turned and started to leave. But after taking just 1 step, she winced in pain, clenching her fists tightly. "By the way," Immortal turned back, a sly smile on her face. "Don't think one time is enough to solve your problem. Your martial warrior, true qi, and spiritual power haven't been fully cured. If you want a permanent solution, come to the Western region and help me with something." Xu Ming stared at her. "You planned this all along, didn't you?" Immortal's eyes curved into a smile. "Who says I didn't? But you lied to me first, so what if I calculated against you?" With that, Immortal stopped walking and flew off into the distance. As Xu Ming watched her figure disappear, he held a white handkerchief in his hand. On the handkerchief was a blood-red plum blossom, freshly painted not long ago. "Lady Saintess. Greetings, Lady Saintess. I've seen Lady Saintess. Greetings, Lady Saintess. Oh, I was wondering who it might be. Isn't this the 10th-ranked beauty on my beauty list, Lady Saintess herself? What brings you to my humble little city, Lady Saintess?" In the city lord's mansion of Luoxing, Falling Star City, a woman walked out, teasing as she reached out to slap Immortal's firm and shapely backside. Immortal slapped her hand away directly and said sternly, "Stop fooling around. Prepare a room for me. I need to go into seclusion. TSK, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and this is how cold you treat me." The woman, named Jiang Ruyan, rolled her eyes at Immortal but didn't continue teasing her. "All of you leave," Jiang Ruyan said to the maids. "Yes." The maids replied and left one by one. "Follow me," Jiang Ruyan said, swaying her hips as she walked to a stone wall. She moved a vase, and a bookshelf slid open, revealing the entrance to a hidden chamber. Jiang Ruyan led Immortal into the hidden chamber, a stone room furnished like a woman's boudoir. "This is where I usually cultivate in seclusion. The formation set around it can block all divine sense probes. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to detect anything inside." Jiang Ruyan opened a cabinet. Inside are chi-replenishing pills, mind-stabilizing pills, and other elixirs. "Take whatever you need. No need to be polite with me. All right?" "Thank you, sister. You can leave now. I'll handle everything from here," Immortal replied with a smile, her cold demeanor from before gone. Jiang Ruyan pouted. "You little thing, we haven't seen each other in years, and you're still so heartless. I give you a place to stay, and you immediately chase me out. But fine, I like you this way. Call me if you need anything." Just as Jiang Ruyan was about to leave the room, she turned back, curious. "Hey, by the way, why does it seem like you're walking funny?" Did you hurt your foot? Mo Zhuer's cheeks flushed, but she quickly steadied herself and smiled. No need, thank you. No need to thank me. We're close, after all. Jiang Ruyan chuckled twice and shut the stone room's door behind her. Could it be that she... No, it shouldn't be. Jiang Ruyan glanced back at the tightly shut stone room, recalling the peculiar way Mo Zhuer had been walking. A bold thought crossed her mind. Probably not. Jiang Ruyan shook her head. She was likely overthinking. That girl doesn't even care for any man. How could she possibly do something like that? Inside the stone chamber, Mo Zhuer sat cross-legged on a prayer mat and took out a yuan-yang cauldron from her storage pouch. She drew a short sword and cut her wrist, letting some of her fresh blood drip onto the yuan-yang cauldron before beginning to refine it. A half-immortal weapon required a master to bond with it. Mo Zhuer wasn't sure if she could gain the cauldron's acknowledgement, but if she succeeded in becoming its master, she would have full control over it. This yuan-yang cauldron was a half-immortal weapon. It could effortlessly suppress and kill enemies. Moreover, with her bond to the cauldron, even if she and Xu Ming entered the cauldron together, she could control it to kill Xu Ming without being affected herself or needing to engage in any intimate acts with him. In addition, a cauldron-type weapon was both offensive and defensive. The cauldron could shield her entirely, blocking enemy attacks. Mo Zhuer's divine sense gradually connected with the yuan-yang cauldron. The two engraved mandarin ducks on the cauldron seemed to come alive, leaving the cauldron and swimming freely inside it. As Mo Zhuer was refining the yuan-yang cauldron, memories of everything that had happened between her and Xu Ming inside the cauldron once again surfaced in her mind. She recalled being pressed against the inner wall of the cauldron by Xu Ming, his large, rough, and firm hands roaming across her body. The more she thought about it, the more her focus wavered, her breathing growing uneven. What am I even thinking? Mo Zhuer took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the uncontrollable memories flooding her mind. 3 days passed. Inside the stone chamber, as the pair of mandarin ducks let out a cry, they simultaneously descended from the air, landing at Mo Zhuer's feet. Go! Mo Zhuer opened her eyes and pointed at the cauldron. The two mandarin ducks transformed into wisps of green smoke, returning to the walls of the cauldron. The blood Mo Zhuer had dripped onto the cauldron gradually reappeared, forming the image of a bamboo stalk on the cauldron's surface. The spiritual energy in the stone chamber began to settle. Mo Zhuer exhaled a fragrant breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. It had been easier than she expected. The yuan-yang cauldron had been refined just like that. She had even been prepared to trade it for something else if she couldn't refine it. Mo Zhuer stood up, gently tapping the cauldron with her finger. The cauldron emitted a crisp sound. The yuan-yang cauldron began to shrink continuously until it turned into a shadowy figure, which then entered Mo Zhuer's sea of consciousness. This was one of the benefits of refining a magical treasure. Once refined, it could be stored in the sea of consciousness instead of being carried in a storage pouch. Mo Zhuer opened the cabinet, consumed 2 chi-replenishing pills, and then set up a formation. She retrieved a scroll and placed it at the center of the formation. She formed a hand seal, and after 3 breaths, a wisp of green smoke rose from the scroll. A middle-aged man's phantom appeared above the scroll. Disciple Mo Zhuer pays respect to master. Mo Zhuer bowed to the phantom of the middle-aged man. The Black Lotus sect master gazed calmly at Mo Zhuer. Xu Ming is dead. Did you know? Mo Zhuer was stunned. Such a thing happened? I don't know who killed the holy son of the Black Lotus sect, but will avenge this blood debt. The Black Lotus sect master chuckled twice. It seems you truly don't know? Mo Zhuer nodded. Disciple indeed does not know. The Black Lotus sect master stared at her for a moment. If you don't know, then you don't know. Xu Ming is dead. The fact that you're not drinking a few cups to celebrate is already impressive. And yet, you talk of vengeance. The Black Lotus sect master continued. What about Xu Ming? Is he dead yet? Mo Zhuer shook her head. Reporting to the sect master, Xu Ming is both a body cultivator and a chi cultivator. His martial cultivation has reached the heroic soul realm, and his chi cultivation has reached the sea observation realm. Both realms are unusually strong. With my current strength alone, I am no longer capable of killing him. The Black Lotus sect master pondered for a moment. I will send 3 deacons from the main sect to assist you. It's not just you. Other holy sons and daughters of the Black Lotus sect have also been tasked with hunting Xu Ming. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Understood, master. Xu nodded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. What's this? You don't seem too willing to kill Xu Ming. The Black Lotus sect master's eyes. What's this? You don't seem very willing to kill Xu Ming. The Black Lotus sect master said, staring at his disciple. That's not true. Xu shook her head. Xu Ming once humiliated me. Luckily, I escaped. The grudge between us is irreconcilable. I'd like nothing more than to tear him apart piece by piece. However, I'm curious about one thing. Who exactly wants him dead? Xu Ming is indeed a bit of a genius, but is it really to this extent? A prominent figure in the Wu Kingdom wants him dead. While Xu Ming may not want to become the prince consort, plenty of others are eager for the position, the Black Lotus sect master said slowly. As for who it is, you neither have the qualifications nor the need to know. The Black Lotus sect master fixed his gaze on Xu. If you manage to kill Xu Ming this time, you'll be one step closer to inheriting the position of Black Lotus sect master. Don't disappoint me. Understood. As Xu finished speaking, the figure of the Black Lotus sect master gradually dissipated. Xu put away the scroll and the formation, then stepped out of the stone chamber. She walked to a nearby hot spring and began cleaning her body, washing away the traces of blood left behind from her time with Xu Ming in the Yuanyang cauldron. After bathing, she changed into a clean short skirt. After several days of rest, her gait had returned to normal, much steadier than before. "Oh, you're out of seclusion," a voice called. Hearing the sound of a mechanism opening, Jiang Ruyan set down the document she was holding and turned to smile at Xu nodded, picking up a cup of tea from Jiang Ruyan's table and downing it in one gulp. "So, why are you here in my place?" Jiang Ruyan poured Xu another cup of tea. Xu sat down beside her, crossing her long, perfectly proportioned legs to one side. Her posture was captivating, the kind that could turn someone into a willing servant, desperate to trace every curve from heel to thigh and back again. "What else?" "I was cleaning up a mess at one of the Black Lotus sect's branch strongholds, preparing to send some virgin boys and girls to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Then the sect master decided I should go kill Xu Ming instead." "Xu Ming? Who's that?" Jiang Ruyan asked. "Who else?" Xu let out a cold laugh. "The prince consort-to-be of the Wu Kingdom." "Never heard of him," Jiang Ruyan shrugged. "This border city is far from the Wu Kingdom." "Far is good," Xu murmured, thoughtfully toying with her teacup. "You seem different somehow," Jiang Ruyan said, propping her chin on her hand. Her long lashes fluttered as she studied Xu. Xu's lips curled into a smile, her usual devil-may-care attitude returning. "Different how?" Jiang Ruyan thought for a moment. "You seem to have more charm now." "A woman's charm." Xu froze for a moment, then leaned forward, hooking Jiang Ruyan's chin with a slender, jade-like finger. "What? Was I not womanly enough before?" "Not the same, not the same." Jiang Ruyan shook her head. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but now, you're even more alluring." "Ha ha ha." Xu laughed, her voice resembling a cackling hen. She lazily reclined on a chaise, propping her head up with one hand while tilting a cup of tea with the other. A single drop of tea slid down her lips, past her snow-white chin, and fell perfectly onto the chaise without a trace. "You're so stunning. To me, you should be number 1 on the beauty list," Jiang Ruyan praised sincerely. "By the way, aren't you going to report back to the sect master?" "I already did," Xu said. "The sect master told me to stay here and kill Xu Ming. Who knows what that old fool is thinking?" "Sure, that's still your father," Jiang Ruyan said helplessly. "Xu sneered. After my mother died, I stopped seeing him as my father. He thinks I don't know anything, but I know perfectly well. My mother died because of him. One day, I'll kill him and avenge her. Careful what you say. Careful what you say. Jiang Rian quickly covered Mo Zhuer's small mouth. Feeling the softness of Mo Zhuer's lips against her palm, Jiang Rian couldn't help but marvel how tender they were. She almost wished she were a man so she could properly savor them. All right, that old fool can't hear us anyway, Mo Zhuer said, her expression weary. I have 2 favors to ask of you. Killing Xu Ming? Jiang Rian guessed. No, that old fool will send 2 or 3 enforcers. I don't need your help with that. Mo Zhuer shook her head. Earlier, I worked with someone to fight Hahuan's sect's Ji Wuming. We killed their sect master. Now, the Hahuan sect must be leaderless. You should send people there immediately to clean them out. While you're at it, loot the sect and bring me their supreme dual cultivation technique. Huh? Dual cultivation? Are you planning to walk the path of dual cultivation? Jiang Rian asked, surprised. Just bring it to me. Why ask so many questions? Mo Zhuer rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Rian nodded. Fine. I do love looting anyway. What's the second favor? Do you know about Qin Xingwan from the Tianxin sect? Mo Zhuer asked. Of course I do, Jiang Rian replied. She's the personal disciple of Elder Wang Xian, said to be his final disciple too. Born with an innate sacred physique, ranked 5th on the beauty list. Mo Zhuer sneered. You really know her details by heart, don't you? Why do you sound a little jealous? Jiang Rian walked over to Mo Zhuer, caressing her smooth, delicate thigh. Don't worry, in my eyes, you're the most beautiful. Oh, stop it, you perverted woman. Mo Zhuer slapped Jiang Rian's hand away. Do you have any detailed information about her? Not much, but in a month, the Tianxin sect will hold a Zixia festival. They've invited sects and city lords from all around. Even representatives from other nations will attend. Though my city is small, it's right next to the Tianxin sect, so I got an invitation too. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Rian asked. Zixia festival. Mo Zhuer thought for a moment, then smiled. All right, I'll join on the fun. Great. I was dreading going alone anyway, Jiang Rian said, delighted. That's settled then. I'm going to take a nap. Call me if you need me, Mo Zhuer said, slapping Jiang Rian's hand off her thigh again before standing up and heading back into the hidden chamber. Wait, I have a portrait of Qin Xingwan. Do you want it? Jiang Rian called after her. Send it over, Mo Zhuer replied from behind the closing door. 2 incense sticks worth of time later. A painting lay spread out on the sandalwood table inside the stone chamber. Mo Zhuer studied the woman depicted in the painting, her brows furrowing. Is she prettier than me? The more she looked, the more annoyed she felt. With a flick of her sleeve, she rolled up the painting and tossed it aside. The girl lay sideways on the bed, her thoughts consumed by a certain man who seemed so eager to meet this woman. The more she thought about it, the more displeased she became. Oof, blind fool.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.